Hello everyone and welcome to the realme BGIS 2025 Round 2 stages. My name is ICBaby12. Join with me is Crips as we take you through the commentaries for today here in day number 3 of the Round 2 stages here. And of course, we've seen the grind, we've seen the Round 2 stages officially begun. And now, for past 2 days, we've seen Group 1 and Group 2 duke it out, and eventually we have our top 14 who actually advances to round 3. So what do you think is going to be happening here today here, Crips?
I think it's going to be an extremely close battle in Group 4, but in Group 3, it's going to be relatively one-sided in my opinion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming 2 new groups. We saw Group 1 and 2 conclude yesterday. The top 7 teams will advance, but also 16 more teams from their groups will be overall tallied, and then they will also be moving forward. The similar story will happen today for Groups 3 and 4. Any team who is not outside of the Group A, of the top 8 will be eliminated.
Well, it's a little bit of a tough spot here for some of the teams, but of course we are looking for the best of the best here from all around India, and we will have to witness some of the best teams to compete here. There will be some that are good, there will be some that are bad, but of course round 1, round 2, we saw a little bit of difference compared to how the grind was compared to round 2 itself. What do you think is going to be a little bit different here for round 3, round 4, especially we have teams like Wildfangs being played up in from Group 3?
Yeah, one very cool thing about Groups 3 and 4 is that out of the 16 teams, there is one team in each group which have already played in the grind. Objectively, a much tougher lobby. So for those teams, this should be like a Smurf game. They should be absolutely destroying everybody here. That's the standard that they need to hold themselves up to.
Ooh, in this case, when it comes to smurfing teams as well here, I think the 2 teams that you're mentioning as well is obviously going to be Wildfangs as well as WSB Gaming. But based on what we have in terms of stats, Wildfangs, they did pretty well. They were able to top 3, but WSB was all the way in the bottom here. So I'm a little bit concerned for that regards in terms of stats here. But before we get into that, I know for a fact that some of these teams, they are going to be competing for a very, very large prize pool. And that prize pool is going to be all the way in the finals, and a total prize pool of 2 crore rupees.
And that is just 2 crore for now. More money will be added to the kitty later on because the esports crate has also been released in the game. Proceeds from that purchase will be added to the prize pool of the realme BGIS 2025. So this number will go even higher. You've got a certain amount of money being awarded right from the 1st position all the way to the 16th position, and on top of that you also have some individual standing awards, like example the realme MVP, the fan favorite team, best IGL, best clutches, and emerging stars and MVPs as well.
Exactly, the MVP finals. And of course, when it comes to the point distribution, you already know what it is as well. First place gets the 10 points, which is chicken dinner. Second place gets 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, and then 9 to 16 gets absolutely 0 points. And of course, most importantly, each finishes you get is 1 point for some of the teams. So as you can see, these are going to be a lot of lines here for some of these teams that could be competing, especially if they are going to be looking to progress forward in towards the next stage, which is going to be round 3. So without further ado, we have gave you guys a little bit of hints on what other teams that's going to be playing today. Right on screen here is going to be Group 3.
Yep. Group 3, the number 1 team to watch out for is obviously Wildfangs. With the likes of Scout and Sensei in that team, it's going to be amazing. On top of that, you also have SOA, you have Gwalky Sports, you have BTW Official, and you also have a bunch of underdogs for the likes of Sky. We have Hope K as well as SGE. Plenty of new names coming forward in front of us, I see. Do you think Wildfangs will be able to take them on well?
Well, like you said as well, if you are part of the grind groups, this lobby should be a Smurf lobby for you guys. But of course, besides Group 3, we are also going to be witnessing Group 4 as well. We have WSB up on screen, Veer Esports of Oceans 13 officials, Raka X SAS Esports, Team Gibran, Snow Frenzy Esports, WSB Gaming, Hyper Esports, and also Python Esports.
Yep, and joining them are going to be Sour Esports, Open Challengers, you have Supernova Kashmir, you also have teams like We Unstoppable, Team Next Level, and a rather uncharacteristic name that you wouldn't expect to see over here, Team Demotivate Esports. I certainly hope that their motivation level is up there, high up. You also have Team One Piece and Team Ultra Warriors. All of these teams will be competing to get into the top 7 and make their place in round 3. But to go through that, they will have to play 3 rigorous games today and 3 more intense games tomorrow. We'll be starting with Group 3. With match was 1, 2, and 3, they'll be going through Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk respectively. And similarly, for Group 4, we'll be starting with Sandhawk and ending on Erangel.
Yep, it is going to be a little bit of a tough spot here, especially for teams who brought 4 because of the fact that they will be kicking things off in one of the chaotic moments. But in round 2 in general, we've seen a lot of teams kind of make their mark in Sandhawk in general, especially during the past two days itself. But now, let's talk a little bit more on the teams that is going to be going head-to-head here. And up on screen, we have Quark Esports as well as Ultima Officials up on screen. What are your thoughts on this, Crips?
Quark Esports and Ultima Official are rather not so similar teams except for their finishes. You see, Quark Esports, they've got 34 and so does Ultima, but you can see the clear difference in damage and the number of knocks. That being said, Quark Esports have a lot more knocks than finishes, which kind of means that their finish are being stolen away from them. Could indicate that they are a long-range specialist team, but they can't really confirm their finishes in close range.
Yeah, and when it comes to this kind of decision as well, it's just very clear indicators on how they kind of play styles, right? Like Quark is going to be the ones that are a little bit more engaging, whereas the other one is going to be more on stealing. But on screen here, we have to talk about the team spotlight. The one fan favorites here, of course, Wildfangs, based on the grind stages. This is their stats here with 135 finishes, total damage of 29,473. It's an average survival time 16 minutes 46 seconds, and also 132 knocks.
Yep, but the average survival time seems kinda lackluster, which indicates that even though this is a very aggressive team, they can't always prioritize their finish points, and that's probably why Wildfangs, while they are one of the fan favorite teams, these guys will have to make sure that they give it their best foot forward in this one.
Hey man, they pretty much play 24 matches compared to the rest of the world, so it is going to be a little bit averaged out, but seems to me on the caster's prediction here, seems like there's going to be 4 guys heading on towards Wildfangs, and me and Rawa are going to be supporting on Royal Emperor, whereas Maisie is looking to support LCR. Huh, interesting. Maisie is always the unique one for some reason.
Yeah, he's a very bold man. He likes taking risks and he likes picking underdogs. I think Salty kind of blamed me yesterday for playing it extremely safe, but today he's also gone for a safe bet, so where's that hypocrite now?
Hypocrisy, double standards. Okay, I get it. But one thing interesting about Maisie's selection here is going to be Lucifer Esports, right? Like in the overall standings based on round 1, when they actually perform, Lucifer Esports does have 21 finishes and 25 position points in overall, getting them about 46 points out of 6 matches. So that means if they are able to replicate this in round 2, they are going to be able to advance into round 3 as well. And we talk about cutoffs. What was the actual cutoff from the past 2 days so far?
So Group 1, the cutoff was somewhere around 38 points. In Group 2, Flux Esports was at the 7th position. They had 44 points. So I would say anywhere between the high 30s to low 40s is the cutoff. That's the minimum number of points you need to just make sure that you make it into the top 7 and get into the next round. But of course, there are some teams over here who in their round 1 matches have more than 70 points. So even if they get like half of that, they should be fine.
Seems to me our specialist has gave you guys a little bit of advice and tips on how it's happening here. But before that, here's a little bit of a teaser for you guys up on screen.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. I came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. I came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
See, I didn't lie to you guys. It was a teaser, and it was the realme P3 Pro 5G who's officially been launched. And in this case, the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay is the reason why we have the realme BGIS 2025 for this year. In this case, round 2, of course, scripts, we have to talk about all the amazing things that are going to be happening here. Now, can you give us a little bit more hints?
Heads? Well, we'll give some headshots as well, not me in particular.
Okay.
Your team, Royal Emperor. I mean, the one that you picked. These guys have some insane stats. These guys had 48 finishes in their round 1 matches. Higher than anyone else in their group by a massive margin. 8 points finish buffer. I think that's pretty good. 71 points in their total. That's insane, man. Even if they get like half of that, they have more than enough for the threshold. They can cross into round 3.
Exactly, and for this team that has been performing at the highest level as well, you have to use the realme P3 Pro 5G, the segment's best 1.5K quad curve display with outstanding gaming hand feel and immersive visuals, which literally gives you that extra little beans to see those little headshots. And of course, for faster reaction, instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, segment stables 90 FPS gameplay for a very, very reasonable price, which is 21,999 rupees in general, to actually be purchased for a bang for buck in this overall price right now.
Exactly, and with the 6000 mAh Titanus battery, you can go multiple days without charging. It's absolutely insane. Go ahead and check it out on Flipkart.
Yep. And of course, now, the moment of truth, like I said as well, he talked about Royal Emperor. We gave you guys a little bit of teaser as well. My prediction was pretty much Royal Emperor, but let's give you guys a little bit more of a teaser on the matchups that is going to be happening right here, right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you have seen teams again, some of these teams, apart from Wildfangs, in my opinion, that we need to focus on are SOA Esports. SOA Esports are the kind of team that participate a lot in these third-party tournaments, but they've never really been able to make a mark for themselves, obviously because that stage is not that grand. It doesn't have that oomph to it. Now that they're in the BGIS, these guys can actually make a mark for themselves if they make it to the higher rounds. Now, going to the next page, you have some teams like Lucifer Esports as well. Like I said, these guys, you pointed out really well, they have 25 placement points, much higher than anyone else. And even with, less chicken dinners, these guys were able to keep up with teams who have 2 chicken dinners in their group.
Yeah, I think it comes down to undergods trying to make their mark here in the realme BGIS 2025, right? Like you talked about SOA Esports being one of the teams that are highly contested because they participate in other third-party tournaments. Personally, I feel like Royal Emperor as well as Pocky Esports stand a very, very good chance just because of the fact that they have very, very high finishes during their round 1 stages. And in this case, Royal Emperor, they have been playing together about 2 to 3 years as an overall org. They also have multiple orgs here, including a female team, etc. They have been trying in the esports for a very, very long time. But the question here is, when it comes to the main tournament here, realme BGIS 2025 is where you make your mark and solidify yourselves as being one of the tops. In this case, they are on the right track. They have the foundation so far. It's all about getting into the grand finals right now.
Yeah, it's all about getting into the grand finals, and it's gonna start with a step-by-step journey. Your first step should be to get to the next round, and you take it one step at a time. I think there's one team who can skip a couple of steps and start aiming for the higher ranks already. This is one team who I think will have a lot of potential. It's BTW Official.
Okay.
They have 39 finish points.
Okay.
And they're able to stay inside of the top 6, even without any chicken dinners. They have just 1 chicken dinner. Every other team above them have 2 chicken dinners each. And yet, with just a single chicken dinner, they're able to keep up with them on the basis of finish points alone. Now, that is talent, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of strategies they're going to be playing it as well, right? Like in the past few days, we saw during Group 1 and Group 2, there were teams that prioritized an early aggression day number 1. There are also teams that prioritize on macro gameplay during day number 2. So day 1 itself, there is a lot of unpredictability. So I'm curious to see whether or not will they be able to head into the unknown, into the battlegrounds to find out whether or not they can fight with the best of the best, in this case here in Group 3. Round 2, Game 1 is Zarangil. Well, we are going to be jumping off into game number 1 of Erangel as of now for group number 3. And as you can see, it is going to be Very, very important. The flight path is going to be coming from the northwest of Zarki, heading towards the southeast corner of Milta. So a pretty balanced one, a little bit far off, 4 teams heading towards military base. But again, when it comes to their so-called day 1, in this case group 3, for us and you guys at home, it is day number 3. But for the players themselves, this is day 1 for them, and they do not know where their usual drop spot is. So it is going to be a fight for survival.
Well, if you're only fighting for survival, you're kind of aiming kind of low. You need to set your sights higher. In this case, for this particular game, we're going to be starting off at shooting range, going all the way down towards Milta Power. However, we already see quite a lot of teams contesting the George Pole area. You have Team Lucifer dropping in the North George Pole, Skies dropping in Southern George Pole. They might even go all the way towards Hospital. Severny, plenty of teams heading in that direction. And not just that, even some of them might have to settle for shooting range because they just see too much heat in Severny. You can already see who's gaming. They have just turned away from Severny. They just saw another team land over there and they instantly pivoted away. That might just be a panic moment.
See, that's all about adaptation, right? Even Ultimate Official is going to be dropping down to Severny as well. Like you said, SOA is going to be those top contenders. And it all comes down to survival. Whether or not can they survive into the later stages safe. But as of now, the circle is going to be favoring on towards the east side of Pochinki, the west side of Shelter, pretty open as well. We have a couple of quadrants on towards military base, but we haven't seen any teams heading down towards the south side yet. But I'm curious here, where is Wildfangs? Because I do not see them at all up on screen. And SOA has already made their mark on 70, going on the hunt, traveling towards the east side, maybe looking for a couple of stragglers who split away from the pack.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to capture as many vehicles as possible. Obviously not a wise choice to have more than 2-3 players in a single vehicle, so they'll get their vehicles, they can have plenty of areas to access. They are currently north of Yasnaya, so even if they go up to Stalber, they have plenty of time to go back up and come across because the zone has Yasnaya in it. Speaking of other teams, we were about to see a clash in Severny, but that has been avoided. Team Who's has completely pivoted away from the direction and they're going north of Stalber, which doesn't have any vehicles over there. You know, there's very few vehicles over there. And with SOA coming close to them, we might just see an early game battle after all.
Exactly, like you said as well, SOA is going to be dodging their way through. They're traveling all the way towards Stauber. We do see Team Who's also split off in the 2-2 split here. They've got 2 guys right here on the north side, west side of Stauber, and 2 all the way to the east line of Kamishki. So it's pretty split off, interesting approach. But considering that they had to switch up their drop slots because of the contention down in Severny, this is going to be the salvage point coming from Team Who's on how they are going to be reconnecting with the rest of the world. So they still have somewhat of time. Circle is still very favorable towards Team Who's, but I'm curious to see where the rest of the team is as well. Royal Emperor, they will get the mansion for themselves. Very, very happy. No contention so far. And Hunter, being the ones, is going to be scouting around their vicinity to hold down the fort. And as of yet, they are still inside the zone, so they don't have a lot to worry about in terms of time consumption, but they do have so much time to work with.
Yeah, Royal Emperor, as you said, they have plenty of aggression in their blood coursing through them. They're just going to be looking for a fight early on, and hope is quite close to them that way. Meanwhile, the southern edge of the island is looking rather sparse, even though there's plenty of teams present. You have Team NR near the 6-pack compound. You have Team Quark in farm. Milta surprisingly occupied by 2 teams, but they haven't started fighting each other yet, so they're just going to be knocking on the doors of each other right now. Anytime, any moment, the bullets will start flying.
That's going to be worrisome, no? Considering the fact that BTW is somewhere on the east side of Milta, and they are looking to try and drop clash onto Wildfangs as well. One of the favorites coming into his round number 2. I'm curious to see whether or not if Wildfangs will take this fight head on, or will they try to dodge away for replacements. And as of yet, no major movements yet coming in from Wildfangs. They are going to be hinting their way through. Sensei does scout out some of this rotation on the east side, but aside from that, they're just sending Sensei to scout their way through. While Scout is going to be looting. Same can be said for Craze God and Seth. But Sensei, also needs to stock up, and looks like he's no longer bothered about looking in the direction of the BTW anymore. He's going to try and push forward, actually.
Yeah, and BTW is no small team. They have one of the highest finishes in the entire group. So Wildfangs, if they're going to bear their fangs at them, they better be ready to get punched in the mouth as well. This is not a team that will let them go scot-free. Now, speaking of Wildfang, Sensei had a bit of a slow start in the grind. Of course, he recovered in the days 2 and 3, but the first day for him in the grind was not that great. I
Exactly.
really hope he doesn't meet the same fate over here in round 2.
Yeah, hopefully is right, considering the fact that he's always the ones that is scouting ahead. And interesting now, BTW going to be dodging the fight. Wildfangs, they are going to be able to loot up a little bit more. They found themselves a couple of vehicles here and there, but nothing super major yet. But Royal Emperor already making their mark at center circle right now. Quark as well is right in the middle. No one is actually staving on the military island except for Wild Tempest, who is currently, well, inside military base, of course.
Plenty of options for them to rotate. Both the bridges connecting the military base to the main island available for traversal. The western bridge kind of being guarded by NR. On the other hand, the eastern bridge, yes, Wildfangs are close to Milta, but they're not actively guarding the bridge itself. So I think the eastern rotation might just be a more viable option for Team WT Wild Tempest at the moment. That being said, BTW, they were very close to Wildfangs at one point, but now look at where they are. They've crossed Milta, crossed Prison, and they're heading closer towards Mansion. And now they might definitely have some sort of a clash. There's bullets flying at them. Royal Emperor and BTW start fighting. We might just have one of the first games of the match. One of the first fights of the match, I see.
Well, in this case, the Medusa's intersection is very highly contested because of the fact that there is a lot of nook and crannies. You kind of want to duke it out, and Royal Emperor is just guarding those garage stations, which provides cars, just because of the fact they want to limit away people's chances of getting more vehicles. So that's a little bit of an interesting approach coming from Royal Emperors, but BTW officials, they finally settled on a little bit of a compound, but they are still inside the zone, and this is one of the best compounds to punish people rotating from west to east if the zone favors on towards the eastern shorelines. But now, question here is, how would they take this approach? Royal Emperor going to be splitting off this split as well in towards Shelter as well to get even more cover. Hunter, what a spray, does get a couple of connections in, but can they get the knock? No, they do not. And Team EX will be able to ditch out of this. Xalos Esports narrowly losing his life. Joy going to be getting knocked, and then yes, they actually found him. Hunter going for a second attempt. They get the knock. Do they get the finish? That's going to be the question.
Joy is gonna be extremely sad. Not very characteristic of his name to be knocked out in the open like that. No chance of a revive, and that's going to be the first finish of the game, going to Hunter from Royal Emperors.
Well, what a way. What a way to start the game as well from Royal Emperor, one of the top contenders coming from round 1. Now, they are going to be on the hunt, but as of yet, we do see a couple of vehicles being rotating from the west side as well, but Royal Emperors, they don't really have a lot of ammunition, so that's going to be a little bit worrisome here, considering the circle is pretty open. But let's see, circle, where does it shift? East, west, south. Oof, this is going to be a tough one as well. It is going to be on the northeast corner. Royal Emperor smack middle of it all, but not a lot of cover to work with.
Plenty of open spaces in this particular circle. No Rozhawk, no Pachinki, no Milta in this one. Just the Shepherd's Pass of Farm, the few compounds of Mansion, that one elevated platform, Prison and Shelter available. We have plenty of teams now converging on the northwestern side of the circle. BTW Savage, they have Team Blasty in their crosshairs, and Blasty himself has been knocked down. Will they come back for their captain? Will they try to get the res? Or is it going to be a trap the moment they disembark from their vehicles? More bullets start flying towards them. They have managed to park the vehicle in a way where it provides them a tiny bit of cover, but BTW could just send one of their players to get a different angle, and then they would have sidelines again. Meanwhile, Team Wildfangs is going on a head-on clash against EMP.
Oh boy, what a catch coming in from Royal Emperor as well, considering how spread they are. Wildfangs is looking to capitalize on this situation, and because of this, scare off Hunter. Hunter immediately going for the run as well. Trey Scott getting a couple shots into his direction. And guess what? Royal Emperor not too happy about them taking out one member. They will get to give a couple of love taps over. And that's going to be Trey Scott getting punished from this. So this is going to be a little bit worrisome. But Royal Emperor, they will start things off with only 3 players left, while Wildfangs will capitalize one for themselves in the shelter. And as of yet, they need to find some solace and cover. Wildfangs temporarily will be a-okay, but Royal Emperor, look at this. So much space. The fallback plan in towards this house as well. gives them so much cover. But in terms of ammunition, I'm a little bit worried for them. Look at this, they don't really have a lot as well.
They really don't. Royal Emperor were one of the first teams to get the pick. Hunter was the first person to draw blood in this entire lobby, and by virtue of having the highest finish points, you also tend to get a little overconfident, which is why they were splitting up so much. Half of this team was in this particular compound, the other half was near shelter, and by splitting up, they allowed one of their members to get picked off.
Speaking of which as well, Team Who, they also find a little bit of cover to work with. Not the greatest to work with, but it does give them a little bit of cover against teams who try to take that factory vicinity, which in this case, the factory is still kind of up for grabs for now. And as you can see, it is going to be a little bit of a ceasefire for now. Nothing super major is coming in. Wildfang's also going to be holding down towards the shelter vicinity. But it seems like nothing much is happening. It is all about waiting for the zone. There is just so many teams just lurking by. And Royal Emperor, no choice but to just sit still because they don't have the ammunition to kind of zone people off. So they have to shoot when it's necessary, and that's about it. Sensei also splitting off as well, and guess what? You will find a little bit of a solace down towards the factory as it splits it off. And the circle, as you can see, they are going to be collapsing onto Wildfangs and Royal Emperor very, very soon as well.
Yeah, Wildfangs have a little bit of a split. Half of their team is near the northern entrance of shelter. Meanwhile, Sensei has cleared out the entire Hall of Fame area for his team, so they're all going to get into their cars as well and move to the Hall of Fame. They don't want to be taken down by any sneaky people inside of shelters, so they would much rather give up this position. EMP have not just secured the area next to Hall of Fame, but they are also trying to keep eyes on any other team that's rotating in the area. So now, Sky, they're going to be shot by not just Royal Emperor, but also by Wildfangs. Of course, it's PGL who gets the knock onto them and EMP who get the frag. But of course, Wildfangs will also be aiming for anyone else who's going in this region.
I'm surprised G1 was able to find that shot as well. He's using the Badger. Not exactly the easiest gun to actually spray from afar. The bullet drop damage does fall off pretty quickly. And because of that, he's used up a lot of ammunition, but somehow manages to still find some inside the bathroom. Very, very fortunate for him, but eventually it will run out. 16 teams left alive. Royal Emperor doesn't have a lot as well. Hunter going to be taking a couple of love taps onto his Wildfangs, and we'll get another knock onto his Wildfangs. What is this engagement between the top two right now?
Yeah, the top two really going ham at each other, and they're just sharing neighboring compounds, and this is going to be a perennial cycle, I see. Royal Emperor and Wildfangs are going to keep getting knocks on each other, but these are just going to be knocks. Sensei can be revived, so he's not in mortal danger just yet. But I can't say the same for Sky, because they lost their IGL to Wildfangs. They lost another one of their players to Royal Emperor, and they've just lost two players like that.
Well, despite how much aggression they're pushing through as well, we've talked about Lucifer Esports being one of those teams that we have to watch out for coming into this round number 2. And Lucifer Esports, they are playing a little bit of placement, but as soon as I said they found some placement, Neox getting knocked while rotating in. And Lucifer Esports, they are going to be forced to use up a lot of utilities as well. They might lose one buggy and potentially Neox, as the sprays are being shot away from Team Hope Cookie, who's shooting from their western shorelines. In this case, almost clips it, but they are going to be A-OK. Hope having one of the highest vantages in this circle right now, looking to potentially zone out every team who tries to rotate through the forest compounds.
I love this plateau house. It's one of my favorite spots to capture whenever the circle is anywhere near Mansion or Yasnaya. And you're right, Team Hope Cookie does have one of the best positions, but the curse of having the best position is everybody else wants it. So in case the circle moves further towards them in the next zone, a lot of teams might just end up clashing them simply to take control of that plateau house.
Oh boy, PDW had no place of a pit stop, and they don't really have a lot of ammunition, but it seems like they do have to push all the way to the east side as well. They predicted it to be on the west side, but looks like the prediction is going to force them to collide onto his Quark UO as well, all the way from the west side. There's so much cluster of people, and Royal Emperor is going to be right at the edge of it as well, from the southwest corner, and Wildfang's in the middle. So we are going to be expecting a lot of teams rushing into the Hall of Fame, which Wildfangs is currently in the middle of as well. One of the best zones to have right now, and spots.
Yeah, it is one of the best spots to have right now. while Vangs need to defend it with their lives. If they are able to hold on to Hall of Fame with an iron grip, they might just get the chicken dinner. But if they get wiped out, at least they have a chance to go down swinging and get a lot of finishes in the process.
Hopefully, considering the fact that they don't really have a lot of angles or windows to peek from. But seeing how Edge Masters from the shelter, they are going to be the first ones to make the move right now. They're going to be edging away by the sides. And in this case, Edge Masters, they are indeed living up to their names. Edging on the corners, and sharing it right side by side. It's actually Sky Gaming, TN, but they haven't really spotted them yet. So that's a problem for them.
You know, it's kind of funny, all these teams stay on the edge of the shelter entrances and they keep their cars over there. But look at this team on the edge of the zone going in for a full set. Team Wild Tempest coming in from military base will now clash against Team UO. And they are losing their players. Conquer down on his knees. Wampy tries to get the trade, but two of them go down. Ikai, he will not be able to survive. Meanwhile, you have Vampy trying to get that nade in. Lays down some smoke on the right-hand side, so he has enough time to pop the first aid. The first aid successfully popped. Nade doesn't connect onto him. On the other hand, BTW has been wiped out, but Wild Tempest, they really need to get this finish. He's burning underneath. Conquer, their frags are being stolen away. He doesn't even have any chance to revive his teammates. You almost have started this fight, but Wild Tempest lose Conquer to a completely different team. That finish has been stolen off, and you all just destroyed the game for themselves. Neither did they get the finish, and they've been eliminated as well.
Well, a little bit unfortunate coming from UO, but Wild Tempest, they dead themselves 4 finishes in total. They were able to clean out the house completely because of this fight, but on the finish feed as well, we do see Wild Fangs taking some serious heavy fire. And as you can see, the big migration happening from north side as well, northwest. They are going to be pushing into the zone, and all the gatekeepers are going to be taking some serious fire as well. SOA Esports, one of the contenders that needs to be staying alive here. Starboy, last man standing, he's going to be getting dived on as well. They barely catch him. And now without smoke, he's going to be surrounded. He is going to go down. No, wait a minute. He actually finds one. He finds two. But unfortunately, to say he cannot get those confirmations. And Slam God Esports slam the brakes right on them, stopping them, kicking them off on 14th place. And they will continue as they continue to take shots onto his TB as well.
Team Quark has been completely finished off, but Team Blasty, they were the ones who started this fight, and now they are in danger from Sandlord. Nice covering fire from Slay. Through the smoke, he's able to get some of his teammates back up on their feet, or if not, at least buy some time for them. But will he be able to res? Yes, this is the perfect chance. Team Blasty, their frags are being stolen away by SGE now. Nades flying across, both of them exchanged, and this one lands right under his feet.
Oh my goodness, he got taken out, but before that, he's doing a lot of damage on those SGE. Slam God Esports manages to get the little bit reset, but they do have 7 finishes. They are playing right at the edge of Northwest, but little did they know, they've got themselves a decent amount of loot, but they have 25 seconds left before the next phase. They might need to potentially rat their way or even stake, but considering how the terrain is, it seems to be very, very difficult to do so. They've lost Jojo. It seems to me Fragger and Rohan needs to go in for a little reset. But fortunately for them, this is a slow circle. But even though I say it's slow, the rest of the world is going to be looking at them as well.
Yeah. On the eastern edge of the circle, or rather the northeastern edge, you have Team Hope, who are trying to cover themselves from the likes of Team Lucifer. They've got them in their sights, but they also need to make it to the zone, so they need to manage both these things at the same time. Luckily for them, nobody else contesting the northeastern edge of the circle, so these two teams are on a little bit of an island by themselves. Unless Team NR manages to get sidelines on them, there's no third-party threat.
Exactly, but look at the circle right now. Look at the rotation, the big migration happening from Royal Emperor as well as the other teams from the west side. Teams on the east right now. Team Hope Cookie is going to try and take a couple jabs in. They do find picks on New York LCR. They try their best to survive this, but eventually they will be caught out in open. Team Who's always going to be chiming in to try and take pot shots onto his Team Hope. It seems to me, this seems to be a very, very open field. Now even SGE, they were struggling just now. They had 3 men. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Osama is going to get picked off, and Fragger somehow survives. They do get themselves a total of 10 finishes. And Fragger clutches his for the team. He's got 6 finish, but Rishi needs to be picked up. He's all by himself.
Oh, no.
But can he pick him up? No, he cannot. He is going to go down as well.
Wild Tempest stole that frag away from them.
Oh boy, so unlucky. But the neighbors are going to be joining in as well. Like you said, Wild Tempest looking to try and third party this. They do have the high grounds, but they do need to get down from their high horses to try and take Frag's position. One of the only compounds from the southeast corner.
Oh my
even
god.
there, look at this, Wild Fangs. They hold down the fort for the longest time. Royal Emperor is getting completely demolished out in the open. Clutch also getting scouted out. Will be bounding out 8th place in this vicinity. But Seth, his greed has knows no bounds. He is also going to be picked up, and Trey Scott needs to go in for the backup. Do he save him? Does he save him? Seems like he's debating if he should.
Seems safe enough. There's plenty of vehicles available for them as cover. Or if not, go towards him. He can at least lay down a wall of smokes through which Safe can climb towards him. But he's already being shot down to a sliver of HP. Trey Scott makes the traversal, and in the nick of time, he puts his warm, embracing hands onto Safe, and he can get him back up on his feet.
Oh boy, they have to be quick as well. The vehicle's about to explode. Can they save him in time? He's gonna run through the smoke as well, and they do make it out alive. What a save from Wildfangs. What a save from Trey Scott. And 40 seconds left, they have to move off, but seems to me they do have a little bit more time. A lot of smokes has been used. Fortunately for them, they have a little bit of room to work with. Sensei Scout's going to be left behind, which is interesting, but they do hear all these gunshots coming for EM.
Yeah, Wildfangs managed to survive for now, but they have to make their way towards EM in the circle. Edge Masters now have the edge of the next safe zone. Meanwhile, Fragger, the lone survivor for SlamGod Esports, has to survive against the wrath of Wild Tempest. They saw this fight a minute ago. They knew for a fact that SlamGod are weak because they stole some of their finishes, but now they will finish him off. A mid from far away provides covering fire, and SGE go down swinging. They have 10 finishes. I think that's still pretty good.
This is a bloodbath for every single team. Free for all for every single one out here, up for grabs. Who gets knocked, who gets the finish. It's just absolute chaos that's happening right here, right now. And Wild Tempest seems to be on the south side. They found a lot of random stray fishes in the seas, but I'm a little bit more curious to see how Wildfangs is going to be delivering right now. They were holding out the Hall of Fame for the longest of time, and guess what? They're coming out finally, and they are looking to swing. They've got 5 finishes. Trey Scott does set up a couple of preemptive smokes through the open, and I'm surprised he's running out of open and he's getting away with this. And Trey Scott, he gets the knock, and he still survives this. What a shot from Trey Scott.
Nice knock onto Vampy. And this is even bad. This is even worse for Wild Tempest because one of the other players has been knocked by someone else. It's just down to one man. He has to bear the brunt of all of these teams. Seth trying to navigate around him. Sensei runs a mid over. Umber has been blown apart by a member of Team Hope. So these guys are getting picked up by multiple teams. And through the smoke, Trey Scott tries to connect. No hit marker found, but he's afraid to invade inside the smoke. Rex will finally be finished off, and that is going to be the end of Team Wild Tempest.
I'm surprised Safe was just toying with food there. He was just driving so slow. No one actually took any shots at him as well. A little bit interesting, but Trey Scott sees this hovercraft. He is going to try and repair it to try and set it up for a later stage of the game. Very, very interesting approach, but it does give them a little bit more cover considering, look at the zone, it's so open as well. And Wildfangs was able to steal it right under the noses of the Wild Tempest to take that hovercraft. Meanwhile, Hope Cookie, sir, going to be taking a couple pot shots in. EM as well, going to be out in the open. And Sensei getting scouted out, not looking good for Wildfangs. Sir Zalai steals it away for EM. They will continue to spray him down as well, and that is going to be potentially another one in the hands of Team Hope Cookie.
My god, Hope Cookie has absolutely no remorse. These guys are on fire. They were trying to take shots at every single team, even on Team Wildfangs. But at least Wildfangs have someone who's firing on all cylinders. They just got the finish spree.
Well, speaking of finish spree right now, I'm surprised EM is still somewhat alive right now. Like, they have been in the longest situations here, and Masters holding down the fort for the longest time. They keep getting knocked, keep getting resetted by every single team. But still, somehow survives this. 9 finishes in the hands of Wildfangs. Trey Scott looking to try to finish him off. The nades almost clips him off, but now a couple return one comes in. Does he get clipped off by Team Hope? But no, doesn't. Team Hope is just laying low. They're just keeping quiet right now.
Team Hope It's a very weird moment to turn everything off, and you can hear a pin drop in the server right now. Not a single shot being fired, but as I say that, Trace
what a
God opens
nade.
fire onto Nova and confirms it as well with the nade. Confirms Garuda with the nade as well. So with this one guy just got both of those finishes.
How is he getting away with all this murder? Drops a nade, casually goes in, sees one pixel, takes one knock in, and then gets out. Wow, Fangs 12 finishes just like that. And now proceeds to advance even further. He's going to take his hovercraft to try to set up even more barricades. Wow, Fangs in the top 4 in the first match right now here in round 2. And Team Who's going to be taking a lot of shots in as well. And Save finds one, Trace God finds another random straggler across the map. They lose Seth, but Trace God looking to clutching big time. He's got 9 finishes all by himself.
Oh god, Team NR, Team Not Reachable. They are within reach of everybody right now, and everyone's firing at them. Trace God lands the final blow, but their frags were stolen away by not just Trace God, by Vital Fangs, but even Who's was shooting at them. You also had Hope shooting at them. And now Trace God is just angry. He's furious. How dare you murder my IGL? How dare you slay Sensei? I will exact revenge for that.
Okay, bro. Trace God, pixel perfect moments. He's found one. He's got a knock, but can he get the confirmation right now? Without who's the final 3 teams, is all left to him. Scout getting knocked in. And Trace God seems to be going up against the world all by himself. Team Hope, they have the numbers, they've got the number advantage. And now the confirmation from Trace God. He's got 12. 1 versus 4. Trace God looking to do the impossible, and Hope, they don't realize he's all by himself, but he gets finished off it. But eventually, Team Hope Cookie gets the chicken dinner. But Wow Fangs is here to make a statement from the grind team to completely dominate the lobby.
Yeah, Trace God just by himself got 12 finishes. His team had a few more to contribute. So even though they don't get the chicken dinner, this can still very easily be a 20+ point game for Wild Fangs.
Yep, that is insane. Like out of nowhere, Trace God just gets a pixel moment here, gets a couple of love tabs in, gets 1, gets 2, gets a knock, and like even the final one as well, getting themselves in the top 2. Wild Fangs seems to be dictating a lot as well. So that was a very, very big statement coming from Wild Fangs, especially knowing them. They are the grind team that we have to watch out for. But was this what we were expecting of them?
I mean, I expected this from every single member of Wild Fangs, to be honest. Now, it just so happened that Sensei was eliminated early. It just so happened that Safe was making all the risky moves for the team, so he didn't get to do much. But I'm pretty sure that in any other map, like Miramar or Erangel, Wild Fangs can continue this level of dominance and not just have to rely on Trace God.
Yeah, I feel so. But Trace God really stepped up in this particular game as well. Top 2 finish with also more than 12 finishes in the bag. That is a lot of points in the hands of Wild Fangs here to as a debut. So I'm curious to see what about the rest of the world, because Team Hope Cookie, they were the dominators from northeast corner, right? They had not much a lot of competition. Everyone was congested all the way from the southwest corner, and all Team Hope Cookies needed to do was just watch, take pot shots at every single team, and that circle was so difficult to play, right? Like, it's all just open fields all the way through.
Yeah, just open fields. If you don't have vehicles, you're kind of cooked over there. You have nothing to work with. Hope Cookie, by virtue of being the only team on the northern edge of that circle, I think somewhere in the 6th circle, they had like one team to fight. That was the team that was hiding in Mansion. And after they finished them off, there was no threat to them.
Yeah, it comes down to just decision makings as well. I think another good team that really shout out as well is the H Masters. They were able to hold down the edge, find a couple of picks-ups here as well. We were spotting out for teams like SOA Esports. We were spotting out for teams for Royal Emperor, who did pretty decent in this kind of maps itself. But to be honest, I thought most of the teams did really well considering how disgustingly hard the circle was. Just because it is open fields. Like, you rely on vehicles, you rely on spokes, and yada yada. We know that for a fact. But the question here is, I feel like this lobby is very high. It's a very high skill cap lobby compared to Group 1, Group 2. I'm sorry, guys, but yeah, that's what I feel right now from this lobby.
I mean, in Group 1, Group 2, in both of those groups, we saw the grind team struggle a little bit, at least in the first day, if not all throughout the group. But Wild Fangs just come out swinging.
Yep.
They stomped their foot and they're like, nah, you are not on the same level as us.
Yeah, I agree, right? Because it is one of the tougher circles to actually play. And teams with experience, teams with a lot of communication is going to be able to execute their game plan. And like you said as well, it started from that mansion where it is going to be the Hall of Fame mansion, which gave them so much room to zone everybody out. It's one of the strongest one if the circle is in there. And from there on, they just set and shoved everyone outside the zone, which is very, very difficult to play.
Yeah, and just to give you guys an example of how difficult this lobby is, we spoke of Royal Emperor. They have the firepower, but just having firepower is not enough. There are certain teams, like let's say Edge Masters, they were good for rotations. Royal Emperor have firepower. Why did these teams not succeed as much as the others? Because it's not just about shooting and rotations, it's also about resource management. You need to have enough smokes and utility. You need to know how far your nades can actually go, and even when you try to throw a nade in such an open area, you are an open target. You will be shot by everyone. So having that map awareness, knowing how much health your vehicle has left. I saw one of those guys, they pop open the tires of their own vehicle so that the car height,
Elevation, yeah.
the car height reduces, and now you can go prone under it. Nobody can shoot you from under.
Exactly.
So all of these tiny things, you don't get to use them in every game, but in these open circles, every aspect of your game knowledge
it's
is
very,
tested.
very important. It's very, very important. And also, another team that I really want to actually talk about is also, I think, Slam God Esports, because this was a team that really, really stood out. They were able to get third-party successions time after time, and they were able to get away with it, murder on multiple times. But, of course, instead of us rambling here, let's take a look at the highlights in case you miss out in the action coming from that map as well. We saw a couple of starting maps from the west side. Like you said, this was Slam God performances. They were able to wipe out Team Blasters and then traverse from the west side, punishing a lot of people. And while they're traversing the west side, they went into a slam head condition with Edge Masters and almost came out on top. And well, in this case, they did came out on top, though, Fragger.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for Wild Tempest shooting at them from above, I think we would have seen much better performance from Slam God Esports.
Wild Tempest also did really well as well, but unfortunately to say, well isn't enough in the presence of God. In this case, Trace God just completely decimated every single one in the pixel perfect moments as well. And Hope Cookie, from the northeast corner, they had a very interesting 3-2 split. They took away Scout OP, but aside from that, Trace Gods just did a number of everyone. Look at this.
Sheesh. Yeah, Trace God was an absolute monster in this game. A god truly living up to his name, demanding respect, demanding that he be worshipped.
Yeah, man, Trace God just picks up perfect headshots every way straight through. I wouldn't be surprised he's going to be the MVP, right? He's got like 12 finishes in the bag.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, the MVP, we have to wait for the official announcement. It is going to be none other than, undeniably, Trace God from Wildfangs. 12 finishes right from the get-go here in match 1 in Group 3. What a way. What a game by him.
Yeah. And while Trace God had all these heavy moments, his teammates also contributed a couple of frags here and there, and they get 6 points with the placements. So I do believe they should be able to cross 20. Apart from that, you also have some nice performances from Fragger OG, 6 finishes on behalf of Slam God Esports. They got 10 finishes overall, so he contributed 60% of that team. And then you have G1. He actually was the initiator of all the fights for Royal Emperors. He was the one who was starting the fights, and he was damn good at finishing them as well.
I'm not gonna lie, Badger gun sprays from that distance is not easy to do as well. So he is a little bit of a commendation coming from him. 6 finishes, G1, 4 Fragger, 6-4 for them. These are pretty much the guys that you have to really, really watch out for as well. But we also have the technical condition that this is one of those lobbies where some of those players are able to get high finishes because of the fact that everyone was out in open, right? So it came down to micro details, like you said, micro details. Vehicles, resources management is very, very important. And timings also play a crucial factor as well. And I feel like the biggest teams that tried to set this tempo was Royal Emperors, but they just ran out of fumes, ran out of gas. Just because of the fact that they were the first to start things off, but they just can't outlast everybody else who's doing the same thing.
Exactly, right? And this is where I'm glad you mentioned the timing aspect. In an open circle like this, where there's one compound available for cover, if you're too early over there, sure, you have the better position, but now everyone's focusing on you. If you're late to the party, nobody's focusing on you, but you still have to make it in, and that's also dangerous. So it's a balance kind of situation. You have to strike the perfect balance in that situation.
It came down to a collision between them and as well as Wildfangs, right? They had the right idea. It's just that Wildfangs made a very united decision just crashing onto his Royal Empress, which takes one player off them, which resulted in them like, you know what, we have to play this with 3 men, which is very, very difficult to execute. So I feel like in this scenario, Wildfangs just made the smarter call. Handicap one player and then push forward and then take control of that space, which allowed them to progress, to dominate everyone. So that was a very, very good run coming from Wildfangs. But all things considered, that was pretty much game 1 here for round 2 for the realme BGIS 2025. We're going to be taking a very, very short break. Before that, don't go anywhere.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Temperatures high, but it make way. Came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! B3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो फॉर चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the round 2 of realme BGIS 2025. My name is Crips, and joining me on the desk for the second game of the day is going to be Salty. How are you feeling, bro?
Especially after that performance, I am feeling good. I mean, ask me more about it. Jewel Thomas. I usually call him Jewel as his center name, as his middle name, because I feel like he's more than a gem. This man is, in my opinion, the future of BGMI, the future of BGMI 2025. And this performance was just a glimpse of what capabilities he truly has within him, because he is an absolute star, Crips. I can go on and on about him, but what a performance it was.
What a performance it was. He is indeed an absolute star, and you can be a star as well if you're equipped with the right devices. Let me introduce to you the realme P3 Pro 5G. This phone boasts of a lovely 90 FPS screen rate, and it is also equipped with a sampling rate of 2500 Hertz. So these two things, when combined together, they are an unbeatable duo.
They certainly are, right? I mean, you talk about performance, this device provides that. But usually what happens is with devices which perform really well, they run out of gas. And when you have that 6000 milliamp hour Titan battery, you're probably not going to be running out of juice anytime soon. So you do not need to charge your phone in between your scripts. But coming back to the conversation, Crips, once again,
It was a fantastic performance from Wild Fangs. The rest of the players assisting, and of course, Trace God being in the front lines. But it's not just them. I saw a couple of outliers as well. Royal Emperors, they really impressed me. But along with that, Wild Tempest. Want to know your thoughts about Wild Tempest so far? Because I believe coming in from the in-game qualifiers, coming in from round one, this team, they've definitely had a start that they wanted.
Yeah, Wild Tempest were very opportunistic. Their third parties were on time. In fact, they might not have been able to secure as many finishes,
Yeah.
but they definitely took all those finishes which had the least risk involved.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of risk involved, I mean, we just went ahead with the map of Erangel, right? Kind of understandable that there was not a lot of risk involved, especially with the mansion circles. When you talk about them, teams very easily could navigate their way through the traffic itself. But when it comes to the map of Miramar, I feel like that is exactly where the test stands. And a couple of names, I have them written on my sheet over here. I feel like Royal Emperor and SOA Esports, especially that one lad, Starboy. I saw a glimpse of his talent over there. His teammates could not really support him in that last final fight with all three comrades knocked out. He was a lonesome survivor. He got himself those two knock. And I believe that skills like these, potential players like these on the map of Miramar can actually be devastating. I don't know your thoughts, SOA Esports, anything specific that you like?
To be honest, given how much SOA Esports have played in third-party tournaments, I would have expected something much better from them.
True.
Yes, they did not disappoint me in any stretch of the imagination, but I guess that's my bad for putting them up high on such a pedestal. Maybe they'll have a better time in Miramar.
Well, before we move into the game of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, there is the math that we need to do. And talking about the math, it is the point standings which are going to be coming on your screens right about now. But I'm pretty sure right at the tippity top, it is going to be Wild Fangs. The chicken dinner did get stolen away from them. They will have to resort to those 6 position points. But look at the finish elimination points, 16 over there, 12 of them coming in from Trace God itself, 22 points in total. And Team Hope coming in extremely strong. This is another one of those teams who I believe were quote-unquote opportunistic, always looking to kind of keep their numbers up high, and as soon as the opportunity strikes, they know when to pounce. 20 points from them as well. Brilliant start to their run inside of round 2. On the other page, of course, there will be a couple of names I was very excited to watch out for. SOA Esports team, Blasty, even BTW Official. Kind of goes to show that this team has the skill sets, but the start was not necessarily there. But will the comeback be coming around on the map of Miramar will be the big question.
Yeah, BGW Official kind of disappointed me because I had picked them as one of my favorite teams, but these guys were one of the first to be eliminated, and that was definitely not the start they wanted.
Speaking of teams, who did you predict for the day though?
I predict the first prediction was obviously Wild Fangs, and then
Wait,
from
hold
the
it
other
right
one-
there. I mean, you always were talking about something about my prediction yesterday. What was that? I predicted Wild Fangs. They are right at the top. Why did I do anything wrong over there? Huh?
You blamed me for playing it safe yesterday, and now you're the one picking the more obvious.
I
team.
am not talking about safe.
Isn't that hypocrite behavior?
It's not about safe trips. It's about being right. And majority of the times, I am right.
Huh.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Cool. Well then, pardon me for being Mr. Obvious, but as of now, I'm just gonna start being ominous.
Well. Again, just bringing the conversation to a lighter note, I still feel like Wild Fangs, that definitely was a performance, but this lobby certainly impresses me a lot. I talked about multiple names. I talked about Royal Emperors. I talked about SOA as well. But on the map of Miramar, it will be a little difficult. I don't really think these players, especially the ones who come in from the in-game qualifiers, they kind of are prepared enough. Tier 1 teams will certainly love to play the map of Miramar, considering that majority of the hot battles happen over there. We'll find out which hot battles take over in this map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Well, the flight this time around starts from the southern end of the map. Like we discussed, it is going to be the hot deserts of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. Group 3, map number 2 is live. And this time, the Big Bird flies in from Partona. It is going to end towards Torre Ahumada. Now, we know as a matter of fact, Miramar will be one of the biggest maps. And given that, I believe majority of the teams will find their positions, will find their breathing room as well in the early stages of the game. But there are a couple of location scripts. For example, the region of San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, Picado. these are the places where you expect those early collisions. Are we expecting early collisions here already?
Well, there were plenty of early collisions in certain spots only. That one church in Chumasera, that was being contested every single time in Group 2.
Yeah.
El Pozo, plenty of fights. Not as many fights in Los Leones as I would have
Yeah.
expected. But okay, I mean, maybe this group will be different. Maybe this group will actually give us some masala to work with.
Well, speaking of masala, you have that cluster forming on the far south side of the map itself. You have Team SOA as well as BTW. Now, BTW on towards the shorelines, I doubt if they are going to find themselves enough replenishments on the utility front, but I'm pretty sure they are going to steer away from SDA and the compounds that they have acquired. Speaking of Wildfang, speaking of Quark Esports on Los Leones, they are in a great position, and of course the circle, a very default one to be exact. You know it, as a matter of fact, it will kind of end in towards the La Benedita or the Picado region, so your rotation paths should be in your head already.
Yeah, these rotation paths are relatively safe. In fact, we already have a fight, and none of these guys have guns. They're just going in for a blade battle, ladies and gentlemen. A katana fight happening over here. Pull out your melee weapons. This is not an FPS game anymore.
Well, this is certainly a street fight. Bring out that sickle, bring out the dagger. I love these. I love watching these because usually when the drop location is kind of far away from the flight path, teams tend to go in for the garages and they are unequipped. If you're lucky enough, you're going to find that M4 or that M16 right next to your vehicle itself. But apart from that, it still feels like majority of the teams, they have to kind of resort back to those melee fights. Well, having said that, Team SGE, they are already out of this game itself. Not out totally, they've lost one of their players, but this time around towards San Martin, we have our trifecta, which kind of is almost brewing up, Cribs. It is going to be Edge Master. Right up front, they have Team TG. And from the backlines, it's Team Hose as well, who is sort of lingering around with their presence, waiting for that opportunity to strike.
And that opportunity will arrive eventually. Team Who's taking the stadium for themselves. And you know it already, Salty. You know I want a stadium fight. I've been asking for it since the start of round 2. But this might just turn into a nice third-party affair. The double red buildings occupied by Team Blasty. Meanwhile, the Diner building and the grey building occupied by Team Edgemasters, who aren't really living up to their name. Picado is relatively in the center of the circle.
And why not? I mean, you talk about Picado, you talk about those early collisions, and right off the get-go itself, it seems like in spite of having those positions, in spite of stocking up on the utility front, they're yet to make that opening count. They're yet to make that contact against each other. Blasty, look at that Godex. He's got that M249 to work with. Pretty deadly in those close quarter combats. Want to see that weapon go in full throttle.
Just go rat-a-ta-ta-ta.
Rat-a-ta-ta-ta.
Unleash hell. Fire everything. Maybe even trigger PTSD for some of the older people.
I mean, for sure, but I kind of feel like unless and until it's like at point blank range, that weapon kind of loses its efficiency. Yes, for sure, when a team tries to slam in against you, that is the weapon that you want to wield, especially when you want to take down entire vehicles.
Like this one. A target-rich environment. This pickup truck, it doesn't exactly have the highest HP or anything. A single M249 on such a massive target with 4 people on board, this is an instant squad wipe.
This basically is like a convoy full of gold, to be honest, especially for all the teams who spot this out. They know this is valuable, not just for elimination points, but on the basis of the feel-good factor as well. Blowing up a couple of vehicles on the map of Miramar does feel good and satisfying.
Yes, and you do need quite a lot of vehicles in the map of Miramar, right? I mean,
yeah,
you don't always need vehicles in Erangel unless it's a massive open zone, but there's plenty of open zone in Miramar, so you need these vehicles, and you need a lot of them. And I'm really hoping that Sky, as soon as they come across a couple more vehicles, they disembark and share the load rather than sending the entire squad in just one vehicle. That's way too risky.
The good part about vehicles in Miramar is that the HP is not that high, especially when you consider the monster trucks as well. So they blow up pretty easily. They can become quite comfortable covers for you, especially if you're out in the open. But then driving around in a Lamborghini, especially in terrains like these, is certainly not advisable, Crips. You are very prone to crashing out of the game when one of your tires just slip out of control.
Exactly. And we've seen a couple of vehicle mishaps yesterday.
Yeah.
So certainly some of these players not qualified to drive. Luckily, you don't require a license over here.
Oh, I believe a couple of these players, they actually need those licenses, to be honest, because otherwise, the kind of driving skills that we've seen throughout the tournament so far, especially in round 2, has been rather questionable, let's just say. I don't want to blame these players. The terrain in itself is extremely difficult. And of course, when you have so much firefights going on left, right, and center, it's difficult to navigate and find your way through. Majority of the buggies have been spinning out of control, but players have managed to kind of figure a way out. They know kind of destroying one of those tires up front, or maybe one of those rear tires can actually help. But coming back to Royal Emperors, extremely brilliant in their round 1 matches. They were one of the teams, in fact, that we talked about in our internal meetings as well. I mean, 48 finishes in 6 matches, that is a lot. You talk about an average of 8 finishes per match, that's like 8 points ensured. But then the lobbies were also different, and we clearly saw the difference in class as well. Teams like Wildfangs, players like Trace God, they ooze confidence in lobbies like these, and I'm pretty sure on the map of Miramar as well, given the position, I believe they will be able to capture territory themselves as well. Not just territory, but also those elimination points. But Crips, with that being said, this is team not reachable, and they are looking to reach a point which is rather unreachable or difficult to reach.
I don't know about reachable, but they were definitely very accessible last game. They were getting shot by 3 different teams. And I think they lost their players to 2 different teams, even though they were being shot by 3. So they were just distributing frags, they were just distributing points. Grace God, the top fragger of the last game, now has Usman Jod in his crosshairs. Switches over to the other weapon. Makes the vehicle crash in, but doesn't really deal a lot of damage. Safe will pick up that responsibility. What was started by Trace God now must be carried forward by Safe. He knows that BTW have stopped somewhere over there.
Yeah.
Nade, not exactly perfect, but he doesn't want to reveal himself either because he's scared that somebody might have disembarked and they might just be aiming at him.
I like the formation coming in from Wildfangs. They were trying to funnel BTW in their trap. Sap was in the front line to try and close on out as well, and Trace got, of course, the sharpest shooter, just looking to try and derail them from their rotation. But it seems like Wildfangs have kind of given away, and BTW also realized they were in the mix of things. But one thing which Wildfangs have successfully done is they have split up that convoy. Look at that 2-2 split that BTW were forced to undertake to protect their lives. Maharathi is quite away from his teammates, Usman Jod and comrades. So it is going to be interesting to find out if Wildfangs can pick apart these pieces and get those eliminations.
Yeah, but BTW are not the only ones who are splitting up. Take a look at Team Quark. They have a 3-1 split going on as well. And that can be quite dangerous, especially around the areas of La Bandita, because they are all on the periphery of that one. SOA have been roaming around in the center of Picado and La Bandita since quite some time, but I'm really surprised they haven't picked up any fights yet.
Talking about fights, I mean, we did get to see that initiation of one. But it seems like BTW, they have other plans. It's still the calm and composed territory, or rather the phase of this map. Miramar always gives us those heart attack moments. So far, it's just one player from this lobby that has been eliminated, and that too happened in that fist fight, rather, from the dagger itself, colliding for the vehicles. Apart from that, we still have those 63 players and 16 teams inside of this lobby. It's absolutely crazy because we're about to reach stage 3, Crips.
Yeah, and we might just finally see a fight. Lucifer Esports coming dangerously close to EM. Will they actually be in danger? Ultima officials as well. Oh, I do feel bad for Ultima officials. They had such a terrible time in that Harry Potter tower last time, in the last game of Erangel. Salty, do you fancy these two teams being roommates?
Not good roommates, at least. They will be the ugly ones, the ones who actually tear apart each other and their belongings. Talking about Team Blasty, they hold the ground floor as of now. And the other team, They do have a little bit of that vantage point. Edge Master holding the upper floors, but it seems like Team Blasty wants to invade in as the first nade moves in position. Ship damage will be given out, but no knock confirmed.
Such good map awareness. Know every nook and cranny, know every hole in the floor, hole in the wall. Tiny bit of tickle damage dealt to Noah. Nagadia. Oh my goodness, Blasty just pre-fires him. Garuda must have definitely seen them coming from a mile away, especially with his TPP advantage. But still, Garuda finished off. Edgemasters take an early knock.
Contact established, Trips already. Team Blasty, they are on the move. You can see the restlessness in their movements as well. They know, as a matter of fact, there will be another player up top on the higher floors, but they also know, as a matter of fact, that Edge Master have kind of been split apart. So they want to take down the outlier first so that they don't get trapped like an anaconda. It's Godex and Slay moving in. On their players being spotted. Edge Master looking to hold on to their position. One of their knocks confirmed, but the trade comes through.
Harsh OP, he's gonna bite the dust. Slay continuing to slay, but he runs away from the fray, goes around the corner, pre-fires a bunch of his bullets from the shotgun. He's got both the players of Edgemasters cornered in that room. When are they gonna full send it in?
That is going to be a question, of course, but seems like the nade will get flushed through. Edgemaster wants to take the fight to the opposition. Retaliation is there from Slay, but it seems like Team Blasty are going to take this opportunity to go in for the revive. No effort done because it seems like the trade is still happening back and forth, and finally the talisman Blasty confirms those 3 finishes, gets down one of the teams from Picardo, but Crips, no time to celebrate. Look who's here. It's Team Who's.
The who's, the where's. Where are they? Where's the third party? They're not here early enough. They're giving enough time to Team Blasty so they can reset.
And that might actually be the result of their demise, the reason for the demise. So far on the other side, of course, towards the south side of Los Leones, we've got another collision happening. It's Team Lucifer who are being backlined by Wild Fangs. A couple of their players will take the fall as Sensei and his nades do the damage. It seems like the other team want to take advantage, but Lucifer, they get wiped out and another fight begins.
Destroyed in seconds. Wildfangs have completely dispatched Team Lucifer, and now they've got Ultima Official in their crosshairs. Safe and Scout, both of them delivering a joint blow. Immortal has been brought down to his knees. I guess he's not so immortal anymore. Even Junior bites the dust, and 2 squad wipes. My god, back to back. Team Wildfangs are on fire.
I really feel bad for Team Lucifers, to be honest. This is not a position you want to get sandwiched in because, of course, you're going to be the beef in the patty. They just get hammered from both the sides. 2 of their eliminations being scoured by Wild Fangs. 2 of them going to Usman Altima, but even they get completely destroyed. I really want to find out if Wild Fangs, they are usually playing this aggressive on the map of Miramar, or is it just an opportunistic move? Because from now on, they're going to find so much space in the circle that they do not really have the compulsion to go in for those fights. But look at this, Clutch X in a pickle.
Clutch X definitely in a pickle, separated from the rest of his team. He's way north of the rest of his teammates who are currently just near the care package. Will he be able to get out of there, or does he even need to get out of there? I don't think Not Reachable have found him yet. But if Clutch X spots these guys out, he might just call over his team. Keep in mind, they're fairly isolated. Take a look at this in the circle. The only people who can kind of come into third party are Team Slam God. And even these guys are looking for a spot in the next circle. So I don't think they have that much danger yet.
I'm talking on behalf of Clutch X, to be honest, because I'm pretty sure he himself has the idea of Not Reachable and their positions. And if he does not call in cavalry anytime quick, I believe for him to escape that unhurt, chances are possibly extremely low. But look at this, Not Reachable. They, in fact, find the rest of his comrades at the distance. Shots connected, a couple of them will deal the damage, but Rohit needs to fall back, keep himself under cover yet again.
Yep, Hope in a little bit of danger. Team Wild Tempest, they have been taking some very opportunistic fights last game, but this time, instead of going for a third party, they try to initiate the fight themselves. Wampy scales down the hills. You have Sir Xyli trying to nade him out, but Conquer and Rex also take the low ground rather than going along the ridges. This could be a nice approach. This way they save themselves from any stray bullets and don't give Sir Xyli any more sightlines.
Talk about sidelines, it seems like Wild Tempest, they don't need any three players trying to overwhelm one. Sarzalai, he gets overwhelmed. One of the players takes a tumble, but it seems like the trade fire is there from up top. Brilliant stuff. Team Hope Cookie, they crumble under pressure as two players keep on standing, Cribs.
Yes, Ryan and Kingpin, they have to indeed be the kings of Miramar. Kingpin delivers, takes off Vampy's crown, but can he get the throne? Can he conquer his enemies? Kingpin once again looking to fight again, but he just simply doesn't get the opportunity to re-engage. While Tempest have rightfully turned the pace down to get the reset, but Emid gets the angle. That's the knock onto Son Mars, and this fight has just been heated back up.
Absolutely. Team Hope Cookie in the backlines, two of the players do remain alive, but I think that is not going to be enough. The first two players in the front line, of course, they are going to succumb to their injuries as Wild Tempest keep on holding this ridge for themselves. I still believe that they can progress forward considering that they know that a couple of their finishes have been scoured out, but it seems like Wild Tempest, they want to keep their numbers high. They want Team Hope Cookie to step into their trap. And so far, the trap has been well laid out as a mid tries to give all the sounds of the vehicle, trying to disguise them that they are falling back, disengaging from this fight. Elsewhere, Cribs, we have another one brewing up.
Osama bites the dust. I guess that doesn't get you all that much. Joy was one of the first people to go down in the last game, but this nade might just do the trick. Nope, Slay avoids it by a mile. The second nade from Nulls also avoided by a mile. Their throwables are all over the place. Blasty goes in for the shotgun blast. One pumps Nulls, but he gets traded out by June. I guess this is it. One last man standing on behalf of his opponents. Blasty gets the confirmation, but where are the rest of his teammates? Did they just run away?
I think so. I think they ran away, but what they brought on the table is Wild Fangs and their devastating approach. Look at this, Trace God, he knows how to trace the heck out of those buggies, and of course he's going to send one player packing back to the lobby yet again. Wild Fangs going strong, 7 eliminations secured already, and it seems like they are going to be scavenging the entire southern side of the circle itself. Anyone who comes on their path, they're going to get stomped.
Wow, Wild Fang, 7 finishes already, and we are just on stage 4 of the circle. This is incredible. These guys have way too much momentum. Wild Fangs now have the entire southern edge of the circle, as you said, Salty, and their next targets might just be BTW. Trace God is venturing a little too close to danger. He might just be in the sightlines of BTW already, and if they open fire on him, the rest of Wild Fangs might also converge upon them.
I don't even think Wild Fangs will do that. Currently, their focus is also on Team EXL as well. Trace God holding down the likes of BTW all by himself, and this man needs no introduction. He is that one-man army, that one Rambo that everyone needs to fear out for. BTW, a lot of utility being showered against this lad, third-party shots coming in as well, but this is time, I believe, when Wild Fangs will also have to realize they are sort of stepping onto a third-party situation. Try and escape as quickly as possible, make your way inside the circle.
Trace God definitely has spotted out BTW, and now he can hear Maharathi pull out his vehicle. But he's wondering, if this guy's in the vehicle, where's the rest of his team? This definitely has to be a trap. There has to be somebody in the compound to the left of the road. He can hear another vehicle on the left-hand side as well, but he doesn't know that's a different team. That's Hope. So now there's chaos and confusion being sowed down. These seeds might just grow into nice beanstalks, which sprout out the fruit of confusion. But Trace God, he has only one fruit. It's that red crimson fluid in the skull of his enemies that he wants to suck down.
Great, brilliant bait and switch by Seven Trees got over there. This deadly duo has been phenomenal so far, but my only piece of concern is, will Team Quark or will Team Hope try and res up their fallen comrades? Trace God, though, on the move. He knows BTW are resorting to a backseat in this fight itself, and that is where he wants to converge. But of course, from the far-sighted lines, he needs to cover up those angles as well. So smokes being deployed, but as soon as the smokes get done away with, it seems like it is time for explosions as a Smanjod all by himself. I don't think he's going to be surviving for long enough as soon as Saf spots him from the back lines.
Savage and Sapros all down, but wait a second, Quark stole away that frag. SA Pro plays, he stole the frag away from Team Wildfangs, and BTW do get eliminated, but they were supposed to go from 7 finishes to 11?
Yeah.
They only went to 9. 2 of their finishes were stolen away by Quark.
It is kind of understandable. Quark, they've got the best of position scripts. This angle, this compound, especially in a circle like this, if you are holding, not only it gives you a high ground advantage, but also it gives you multiple covers to try and scout out your oppositions. Team Wildfangs, though, they're trying something extremely ballsy. It's a 1-2-1 formation. Seth has been designated to mark down the likes of Quark Esports, but on the other side, towards the north side, we have another fight that is brewing up. It is Team EMP going up against Not Reachable, and it seems like Clutch X is already on his knees.
Clutch X on his knees. Spirit, or rather Sprint, will have to sprint to safety and get his teammates back up, but he's being bombarded with nades. Hunter and Voltric in the buggy, just nailing him down with the S12Ks, and Sprint will walk no more. It's all down to Hunter and Voltric on behalf of Royal Emperor. They had a nice fight last time. They have to live up to that reputation once again. And the jump shot from Voltric will lay to rest the rest of Team Not Reachable. Next opponents on the ridge already.
Yep, Royal Emperor and their Royal Kingdom has been destroyed so far. Couple of players surviving, but it seems like they will have to make a run for it. But where are they gonna run? Because every single nook and cranny has already been occupied. Look at that. They're heading straight to SGE. And if they do not scout out even further, I believe shots are gonna come through. It seems like for Slam God Esports, it is an opportunity, but they themselves are getting cowered because Team Wild Tempest is knocking on the doors from in the back lines. Nades in Rehan's hand already, looking to find that early opening. Seems like a couple of their players are kind of taking the fall back. They are on their knees. Rehan all by himself trying to control this commotion. But Wild Tempest with their movements, they are being ever so brilliant.
Yeah, they are also going around the left-hand side of Slam God Esports so that they don't get stuck on the high ground where Wildfangs can actually come in and actually shoot at them. Rehan, his vehicle's been set on fire. Wampy closes in the distance in his pickup truck. UMP free fires coming through, and Rehan just simply cannot even get his crosshair near his enemies. He's been taken down instantly.
Confusion strikes as Team SGE, they fall. Slam God Esports, they are being picked apart right now. Wild Temp is extremely brilliant. Their mobility always causing confusion in the minds of the opponents. And the way they close in the distance, it's devastating. But Team Slam God Esports, they still have one of their outliers inside of these bushes. And we know what danger awaits them, because usually you will not be able to predict there is someone in hiding inside of these bushes. But when the time comes, his strikes can be ever so deadly grips.
Yep, and speaking of deadly, you already have Team Wildfangs focusing on some completely different team. They've ignored the fact that Fragger could be anywhere over here. Now Team Royal Emperor, these guys have set their sights on Wild Tempest, so this is a nice enough distraction. Conquer falls to his knees. Voltric has already started sending it on to Team Wild Tempest. They still don't know that there's a snake in the bush, but Royal Emperor need to be careful. There's another team behind them as well. This Northern Edge Salty is getting way too crowded.
It's a symphony of chaos right now. Royal Emperor, they themselves are marking their backlines from Team Wolves, but also taking pot shots against Wild Tempest. As of now, it seems like Fragger OG is gonna be the main man, the protagonist, the one who can actually come out of this cover and destroy hopes and dreams of many teams out there, but he needs to find the timing. From the distance, it seems like Quark Esports are also trying to make a mark, climbing up on top of that ridge, waiting for that nade to connect. The trajectory does not seem to be right, but from the backlines, they even know that there is a deadly boar approaching them in the name of Wildfangs.
They definitely are bearing their fangs, but when they chomp around you, it's difficult to escape. Wildfangs currently nice and safe on the southeastern edge. There's just a lone lurker from Quark Esports who's behind them, but the rest of Quark Esports are ahead. That's a very weird split for Quark Esports to have. Do you think it will pay off, Salty?
I 100% think it might actually pay off. Kakarot and his position is so strategic. Coming in from outside the circle, he will know exactly where the position of the outliers are, and his job is to try and scavenge as many points as he possibly can. Because imagine this, Wildfangs do not expect somebody coming in from the backlines. As soon as one of those players gets knocked down, the entire front line, the entire force is going to be in disarray. And talk about disarray, it seems like Hunter himself is going to be in disarray. The AUG is going to sing the songs of death is the question as three players approach through the smoke. They built a nice little wall of cover. Who's They know there is enormous risk from the backlines as well, and that is a retaliation fire coming in from Royal Emperor. But so far, Hunters knows in close proximity, players are gonna fall, players are gonna die as this man goes into a reload. Not the best of timing. He still pushes forward, finds the second one as well, and now it's just one lone survivor from Team Who's, and he gets shut down.
2v4 clutch from Royal Emperor as Hunter goes on a finish spree. This is the kind of performance we expected from a team of this caliber, and they are living up to their name. They are the conquerors, they are the emperors, but can they get the crown? Because someone else is contesting the throne. Sensei down on his knees yet again, but Wildfangs have a good opportunity to get him back up on his feet. SOA on the low ground, no sightlines onto Wildfangs, so they are safe from them. Meanwhile, Team Who's, while they've been eliminated, you also have teams like Quark who've been sitting on the top of this hill for way too long, but they still haven't taken any action, Salty.
This should not as well, because I believe the topography in this hill is not safe at all. You look at the way the circle is placed, it's stage 7 and side 5 teams are still in contention. As soon as they pop their head out of those ridges, it's going to be shot down, especially when you have sharpshooters in the form of Trace God inside of this lobby, still alive. One of the teams who promised me the most in the map of Erangel was Team SOA right now. They are holding the lower grounds up against an uphill battle against Wildfangs. It's going to be extremely difficult, but if there's one man who can do it, my eyes are going to be on Starboy.
Starboy has to shine bright like a diamond over here. An uphill battle, not just literally, also metaphorically. They do have to face Wildfangs, and Wild Tempest right now are the ones who are the bigger threat. Nice explosions. Good knock onto Team Quark, but hold on, Wild Tempest, they're going in for the full send. At the same time, they're being crushed by Wildfangs. This is such a flurry of frags. Trace God still gets the knock onto Conquer. Meanwhile, Sensei, who was just rest back up on his feet, is already back in the fight. Conquer will be able to finish off on Mole, but that shotgun, it's not connecting. Sensei gets a chance to re-engage, and Wild Tempest has been wiped out. Wildfangs are up at 15 finishes. They destroy both those teams in front of them.
The Fangs, they destroy Miramar. The Fangs, they destroy hopes. And the Fangs, they destroy the dreams of everyone who dreamt of being a professional, who dreamt of going to the land, because it seems like Wildfangs, they're engulfing everyone. It's Scout OP right now in his prime form. There was a time when he was known as the technical, mechanical god of the country. People doubt him right now, but it seems like Wildfang, they're responding back in kind. 3 teams, 10 players, and EMP, they're already once again on their knees.
And this was no trade, no backup. This was just a pure 1v1 against Hunter, who was just on a finishing spree. So by knocking him down, Scout once again wants to claim the title of one of the best mechanically gifted players. Luckily for them, they have a chance to get their players back up on their feet. SOA, who are still on the low ground, haven't really made a move. So this gives some pocket of space for EMP. Eventually, they'll be pushed out by the blue zone. But for now, this ridge gives them enough cover to stay alive. They have to inch closer and closer. But they're also trying to pick up fights on the low ground against SOA. They better prioritize, Salty.
That is going to be their priority, because they know a chicken dinner is barely out of question at this point. The more number of eliminations they can scour from the likes of SO, I believe, the better is going to be their position on the overall standings.
Oh, no.
But Hunter gives up his life to the play zone. In fact, Baldrick is going to fall as well as we prepare for the final brawl. We prepare for the final stretch. It's SOA versus Wildfangs in a 4v4 Crips.
Proper 50-50 battle. You have Sensei on the low ground trying to go in for the flank. Trace God almost falls in the attempts of flanking his opponents from the right-hand side. Starboy and Smoker marking him. Smoker going in for the rush.
Whoa!
He gets the knock with the UMP. No trade available. Safe a little late to the shot. And Trace God will be finished off. It's a 3v4.
It certainly is, right? Wildfangs have been struck, but the IGL, he comes up, steps up, and shows how it's actually done. Brings back the numbers, and it's a symphony once again. 3v3 SF strikes. SOA slowly falling into a ditch, giving up on the advantage that they had as Scout, OP, and SF. They close in. The smokes, of course, the ridges, of course, will protect SOA for a while, but Wildfangs, they are looking to strike with the final blow.
Sensei has no intention of healing. He doesn't have any time. He's got too much pressure on his shoulders. Safe, burning alive by the Molotov, still trying to make sure that the nade is cooked to perfection. Half cooked. Starboy will be able to make sure that his mistake will not go in vain. He gets those knocks. Safe has been finished off as well. It is just down to Sensei in a 1v2, which could potentially turn into a 1v3 if they get the successful revive. Yes, the revive successful. Back down to a 1v3 now. And Sensei has the odds against him. No first aid kits. No bandages available anymore. He just has to hope. Wait, he still does have bandages. Okay, I guess there is time, but he won't have enough.
He certainly won't have enough. It's a level 3 helmet and a dream that he has. The DBS, of course, needs to do a lot. It's 3 players staring dead at him in the eye who are looking to question his legacy. The DBS strikes, but no casualties found as Wildfangs look to secure their chicken dinner. But it is the team SOA that we talked about yet again. They shine. Starboy and Smoker were brilliant in the front lines, and what a way they win this uphill battle. It's absolutely brilliant.
Team Wildfangs. Lovely performances, lovely finishes, but this is the second time in a row they've been denied the chicken dinner by an underdog team. In the previous game, they also had a lovely performance. Trace got with 12 finishes, no chicken.
Yeah.
This time, they had all the advantage in the world. High ground available, 4v4 advantage, and yet no chicken.
If I'm not mistaken, Trace Core also had somewhere around 8 eliminations in this one. So it's quite easy for this lad, to be honest, to actually play inside of lobbies like this. But I mentioned it. I saw the glimpses of brilliance coming in from SOA, from Starboy, and once again, these boys just shine, especially when the time actually mattered. I loved the way they took that 4-4 fight trips, the way they were holding down the ridges, and they were welcoming the likes of Wildfangs that, all right, fine, we are going to look at you in the eye, but do you have the courage to step up in our battleground and take this fight? I believe that is where Wildfangs fell.
Yeah, Wildfangs, they definitely could have been better at trading.
Yeah.
I do believe that Safe was pretty much isolated. When he
Yep.
got down to 50-something HP, he tried to heal, and at that time, he needed cover from someone on the high ground. That wasn't possible, so that was the first mistake. Of course, after that scout, he tried to pick up that 1v1 fight as well, which could have gone his way. But again, training potential on SOA, much better in this case.
And you can't even blame Team Wildfangs because I believe it was the mental warfare that they won. Like I said, can you take this battle in our battleground? They were drawing Wildfangs towards them, and Wildfangs, they got themselves exposed. And SOA, they had that small ridge as well. So all that they had to do is to step out of their cover according to their convenience and shut their moving targets down, which apparently were not moving enough. But nonetheless, I still feel SOA, fantastic job. Wildfangs, of course, they've been ever so brilliant in terms of consistency, in terms of, you look at the way they made their way from the southern edge of the circle but still went so strong, 4-man into this fight without having a single casualty. That is something which I believe takes a lot of guts, and Sensei has to be given credit for the splits that he has been taking, because I believe majority of the teams coming in from the grind, specifically so far, they've been struggling. But look at this lad, he's deploying splits, still getting 15 eliminations. It's absolutely crazy.
Exactly right. I mean, it doesn't matter if they have a chicken or not. They get 15 plus eliminations, 6 placement points for getting second place. You still have 2 back-to-back 20-point banger games.
Yeah.
I think that's still good enough.
That definitely is good enough. In fact, like, Wildfangs can just say that, all right, fine, we're done. We don't even have to play any longer. In fact,
Exactly.
their cutoff point is reached. So I would love to see their 5th actually come into the playing lineup as well. Anuj Topi, another amazing player, to be honest. And the best part is I've seen these lads grind right in front of me. They're basically right next to me. So I know that these boys, they aren't even going full strength right now. This is not even their full throttle. They are experimenting at this point, and the experiment is actually paying off. But it's not just Wildfangs again. It is not a one-way traffic so far. I believe there are so many underdogs. You look at Wild Tempest, you look at Royal Emperor in this game as well, being consistent in getting those eliminations. What are your thoughts about Royal Emperor though?
My thoughts about Royal Emperor, these guys are way too brave.
Yeah,
that
right.
2v4 fight against Team Who's? Like, who fights like that? Like, when you have a man disadvantage, I thought people would try to bait you into a third party or bait you into making mistakes. No. Royal Emperor straight up challenging them. No fear, no remorse, nothing to think about. Just pure gunfights and pure aggression.
Absolutely, and even their overall standings from round one as well kind of goes to show they had 48 eliminations in the 6 matches. I was talking about it during the cast as well. When you average 8 eliminations per game in whatever lobby you're playing, it seems like you are well equipped to actually have that firepower. But I did not know that these boys, these lads actually back themselves so much, like you described, right? It was a 2v4 for sure, but that one lad, Hunter, he was in the front lines with 3 or 4 players staring right at him in the eye. All he could do was just lob a smoke to deny the vision, and he forced the oppositions to push through the smoke, and he punished them for their mistakes. Of course, all of these conversations, ladies and gentlemen, will continue as the highlights play in front of our screens, and there were so many moments, Cribs.
Yeah, so many moments, especially from Royal Emperor. I mean, Hunter even went on a finish spree when he got like 2 back-to-back squad wipes. Of course, only one of them was a full squad, but this is the fight I'm talking about. Absolutely no remorse against Team Who's. While Tempest, while they were very opportunistic in Erangel, in this game, I did see them take slightly more smarter fights. They weren't full sending it, and yeah. On the polar opposite end of that is Royal Emperor. So while Tempest, somewhat safe, you know, just playing for third parties, meanwhile Royal Emperor, they will initiate the battles.
They certainly will. I mean, look at this fight, right? Wild Tempest just absolutely plunging bodies into warfare because they knew kind of they had the advantage, but who could actually scout out Wild Fangs and their very unorthodox pushes into fights. I believe, especially when a couple of these players like Sap or Sensei, they've got tippity toes and nobody really hears them until and unless they're like dead staring at you in the face, and that is Wild Fangs and their strength. But SOA has to be given credit for this one. The way Starboy and Smoker just neutralized every single one of those players. You guys, you're actually meant for greatness. I will love to see you all in the further rounds, but for now, it's child's play. It's like snatching a candy from a park out of a child's hand. Stray's got once again the MVP. 8 eliminations, 1,186 point of damage. Insane stuff.
20 frags by just this man alone.
Yeah.
In 2 games.
Yeah.
12 in Erangel, 8 over here.
I'm not even surprised.
Yeah, he just takes the MVP title 2 games back to back, and there's still one more game left.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll reach 30 before the last one?
There's high chance he might have actually reach 40 as well. This lad is built different.
Believable.
Talk about Hunter, of course, that performance from coming in from Royal Emperor, brilliant stuff over there, 5 eliminations. Kakarot, surprisingly, we did not actually get to see much from Team Quark. They had a nice position, 4 eliminations on Kakarot. In fact, the longest finish as well, 367 meters. Talk about the total healings, you've got 7,492, and of course, 4 grenade finishes, which I highly doubt came any from Wild Fangs. None of their grenades actually connected.
Yeah, plenty of nice stats over there showing you how chaotic this game was. But Valfangs yet again with a 22-point game, and they don't even need the chicken dinner. They give it away to SOA Esports, who we expected a lot from in the previous game as well, but this time they finally shine. Royal Emperor, on the basis of plenty of finishes, get 14 points in this one, followed by Wild Tempest, who had a nice balance between third-partying and slightly more aggression in this game as compared to Erangel.
Consistency from Wild Tempest, consistency from Royal Emperor. For SOA Esports, I believe this was their first big game, and they keep themselves in a position where they can reach that qualification marker. Onto the second page, of course, you've got the likes of Team Hope Cookie, who had a commendable game in the first map of Erangel, but this time they were shut down instantly. Even Team Who's, Lucifer Esports, all of these were the teams who actually got themselves in the sandwich situation and could never walk away, Crips.
Yeah, and that's not the kind of sandwich that will build up your appetite. Team BTW official, 2 back-to-back terrible games for them. They're going to be in a lot of danger, but Valfangs have already reached 44 points. For comparison, the bottommost team, the team at the 7th place in Group 2 had 44 points. That was Team Flux. Wildfangs have already reached the cutoff.
Yeah, true that. I mean, if you kind of just hide that position, that number 1 spot, right? Let's just not talk about Wild Fangs at all at this point. You've got a very close competition. You've got Team Hope, you've got Team Royal Emperor, you've got SOA Esports as well. Wild Tempest, these 4 teams, ever so consistent. You look at the damage numbers, you know these are the teams who will be shining bright. But what about the 6th and the 7th place? Slamgod Esports, Quark Esports, they have the lead for now. But how long will they be able to maintain it is gonna be the question. As we move towards the next page, does a team gather your attention, I would say? I mean, Edge Master, for sure. I think this team has potential, but I want to know your thoughts, Crips.
Edgemaster were making some smart moves in a wrangle near the shelter area, but after that I haven't really seen anything special from them. Not reachable, again, they just get caught in so many awkward situations where they're always getting shot by 3 or 4 teams. I'm not even saying 2 teams at once, like 3 teams shooting at you at the same time. Not reachable. I think at this point my joke over here would be that they're not accessible to anyone.
They are actually accessible
Yeah.
to everyone, let's just put it that way. But a great game of Miramar, to be honest, and Wildfangs, of course, just destroying half the lobby. We will have to, I believe, adjust to this reality up front, because I feel like this trend is going to continue even on the map of Sanhok, the first map of Erangel. I probably felt it might have actually been a fluke, Crips, but it actually was not. Well, as the performance keeps on continuing, ladies and gentlemen, we are still left with one more game coming in from Group 3, and that is going to be the map of Sanhok. I am super excited. Hopefully, Team Wildfangs, they can get their chicken dinner, but that happens after this very short break.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. Came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping, King Kong beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to realme BGIS 2025 Round 2. My name is Salty, and joining alongside is going to be IC, baby. 1-2. And it seems like, talking about the 1-2, there is certainly a long difference between position number 1 and position number 2 at this point. Wildfangs just taking the lobby by storm. IC, want to know your thoughts about this team and their players, Trace God.
You know, to be honest, Trace God has been living up to his expectation for the longest time, alright? Even his debut doing Group D as well, we've heard rumors about how Trace God was that one-man army all the way through. But today, 2 games in a row, back-to-back, high finish volumes. I think you and Crips did mention as well, is he gonna hit 30 to maybe 40 finish by the end of today? In this case, this upcoming last match is gonna be their last chance to actually prove themselves. So I'm curious to see on that. I'm all on the Wildfangs hype train for sure. But personally, I feel like in this situation, the most important thing is that what is the cutoff from Group 1 and Group 2? Because from what I remember, it was somewhere around 40 points, 38 to 44 points. And in 2 games, Wildfangs literally, well, almost touched it right now.
Yeah, they touched it. In fact, they actually broke open that part as well. So that is one of the reasons why we said that Team Wildfangs, they do not even need to actually do that. They've kind of shown who is the real me. But talking about real me, ladies and gentlemen, we have something exceedingly brilliant. This is the Realme P3 Pro 5G that is in front of us. An amazing device, but that is also budget friendly. It's priced at 21,999 and it is available on Flipkart. Go check out, because again, if we talk about the features, there's a long list of goodies that is packed underneath the hood. Let me give you an example. The Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G, a chipset that provides gaming and multitasking seamlessly. But not just that, you also have that 6 6,000 milliamp hour battery, which can last up to like 2 days. So you do not need to charge in between your screens. And for someone like IC, right, whose reflexes are extremely slow, I understand you are aging, your reflexes might slow down with time. You've got that instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 hertz. So that is brilliant. Like you also have AI powered touch controls as well. So if you actually miss on that trigger, it kind of automatically detects. So this phone is actually made for you and everyone else, of course. Lovely device.
Yep, I'm very old. I need it. Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much for your very, very kind words, Salty. Very, very kind words. And you know what? I'll accept that. I'll accept that. And as much as I am in denial, he has a point. I am getting old. I do need those fast reaction time. And instantaneous sampling is the way to go. So thank you, Salty, for reminding me that. So, all things considered, we are going to be talking about this upcoming match. You know, Sandhawk playmaking match here, especially in round 2 itself. Who do you think needs to step up right now? Because we've seen a Brilliance coming from SOA, we saw it from Roy Emperor, Wildfangs pretty much blew past the benchmark as of yet. What is going to be the factor that allows them to push forward through right now, based on what you've seen from Miramar as well as ENG?
I don't think Wildfangs have to push past anything, but if other teams are looking to push past Wildfangs right now, they need to deploy the hit and run approach. They need to try and get a couple of their players, especially when they deploy their splits. That is your opportunity. When you try and mark one player down, take him out so that their strength is not up front. But one of the teams you asked me to mention, I feel like Edge Master might actually be doing pretty well this one.
Okay, Edge Master is something that we are going to be looking forward to. We hope you guys are looking forward to this upcoming match right now in the map of Sandhawk.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final map of Group 3, at least for the day. Match 3 is live, and this time we are flying on the tropical lands of Sandhawk. This time the flight path that goes across the map from Camp Alpha towards Lakawi. A very horizontal flight path, I see, and it does kind of give us those hopes that potentially we might be getting those boot camp clashes. What do you think?
Well, speaking of boot camp clashes, to be honest, it is going to be an absolute chaos. We know for a fact that, especially for day 1, in particular for all these groups, right, they don't really have a lot of information macroly, right? We saw a little bit of clashes from Miramar, we saw a little bit from Erangel. It's all about adaptability. So in this case, if there is someone contesting you, what's the best result here? Yes, logically, for most egoistic player is to just wipe them.
Yeah.
But you have to think tactically, and that tactical decision is what makes you stand out compared to the rest. So you need to make your decisions accordingly based off how you want to get out of it. Or in this case, plan for the next few phases in terms of circle. So I think, like you said as well, bootcamp, well, in this case, Wildfang's in the middle, so nobody's going to contest that. So I think nobody's going to try and fight them, considering how dominant they are in the past 2 games.
I mean, I've been following Wildfangs and their coaches and players on the social media. They kind of released that statement of that we are going to be in bootcamp, ladies and gentlemen. If anybody from round 2 wants to actually come and contest us, you're welcome to, but you will be dispatched back to the lobby ASAP. So better just mind your territory. It's almost like a lion marking his territory. But speaking of territory, I believe there is going to be a little bit of an initial scuffle onto the south side of the map. Look at that, SDA and BTW quite close. No shots being taken as of yet. Those are the scattered compounds where you're going to find those lads. But it seems like we're going to have a very calm start to this map of Sandhawk, potentially being aided by the circle, which is on the mainland. Nothing obscure that we actually found in the past couple of days, those Alpha Islands or the extremely northern circles that we witnessed.
I think we've had so many Alpha Island circles to a point that it's getting a little bit annoying to work with. Just because of the fact that
it never gets boring, bro.
It never gets boring, but for us, entertainment, and for you guys watching, it's never going to get boring. But personally, for me, as a team who is inside Alpha Island, they're going to be very happy. Teams outside, they are going to be calling misery all the way through. So that's something that I think a lot of teams just don't really like it. But like or not, you know, when the circle comes in, you have to play to your strengths. So in this case, up on screen, Wild Tempest. There's kind of a couple of stragglers, Team Who, going to be driving down by. But look at this, Amit, he doesn't have helmets or meds, but he does have a 4x with an M16, so he's hopefully going to be able to tap a couple heads in. But speaking of taps, here he comes!
Ooh. Wow! Wild Tempest in one quick shot, they land 2 blows. This is enormous for Team Who's, of course, now is going to be chasing the game in the back foot. Wild Tempest, they've got enormous amount of utility as well from the backline. Samir is going to come back and he's going to find 2. That was a quick wipe, I see.
Hey, that was a very, very good pins as well. Like, the pinch itself was solid. You know, patience paid off. Every single one from Wild Tempest get the job done. And we were wondering, hey, this guy doesn't have loots. Guess what? Why loot when you've got 4 people delivering it for you? In this case, another 4 is going to be driving by as well. It's going to be Hope Cookie going up against Edge Masters.
Yeah, you look at that, the DBS, of course, for Edge Masters not really living up to their name. They're the ones who are drawing their battle swords. For now, it seems like the first strike is there. The contact from the nade is going to find Garuda. Splash damage towards Harshopi as well as Team Hope Cookie. They prepare themselves for battle. Not just prepare, in fact, they take the lead in this battle up front.
Well, they have to delay this a little bit more, but look at Samar. Nades are being cooked. Does it connect really well? But seems like they are going to disengage from this fight. Hope Cookie says, we've got the knock. It's not worth committing right now. They are just going to back off. They don't want to fight this. It's just not worth the time.
Oh wait, are we calling this too early? Are they going in for a wraparound?
Okay.
That's my question, because Team Hope Cookie, a couple of their players do hold their ground to try and stop Team Edge Masters on their path. But the wide flank that has been set up, I believe, can be extremely deadly. Look at where Sonmars is.
Wow.
The visibility is brilliant.
What a flank from Sonmar, and he's got to make it count as well. He's got 4x, he's got a decent amount of ammunition. He sees someone in the open, but misses the timing. Looks for the prone angle, but unfortunately, the angle doesn't seem good enough. So, Edge Masters will be able to occupy that compound for now. So his flank is going to be all for naught. Nova, however, will be lurking outside. He sees Kingpin. Kingpin being tagged up pretty low. Same can be said for Zailu as well.
Oh,
Guess
no.
what? They do get the knock on Ryan and Sir Zalai. It's going to be the next to fall, but at this Edge Masters, they're actually losing fight. Wildfangs are taking pot shots from across the map. Where did Wildfangs shoot from? That is so far away.
Seth, he's not even visible on our X-ray. We'll talk about that a little while later, but Edge Master, they get absolutely wiped off the floor. They're wiped off the planet Earth. This time, though, we'll have to find out if Wildfangs actually want to involve themselves in another fight that is against Team Hope. They're still going to find those moving targets.
That's got to be like, what, 300 meters
I
away?
believe that is 400 plus.
That was insane.
Easy.
Oh boy. But on screen right now, we do see BTW Maharati getting shut down while he's rotating by. Not reachable. Was able to find one finishes in the back. So a little bit small victories, but well, I'm still at a loss of words about what the heck did happen to Wildfangs, because out of nowhere, it seems like Edge Masters had the upper hand. When one fell through, Wildfangs saved the day for Hope Cookies.
Yeah, but I still feel Wildfangs were just spoiled sport in that fight. I mean, such a brilliant flank was set up. I wanted to see a proper 4v4. Why do you want to involve yourself in fights when you already have like such a big lead up front on the overall standings? I understand the greed for finishes is a lot, but,
Hey, but
let the outliers fight it out amongst themselves as well.
True, but at the same time, Seth was able to get 2 finishes in that.
Yeah.
So, well, some finish is still better than no finish. But on screen, now we do see Royal Emperor, who's finally making their mark, but seems like they do not have enough vehicles. Well, as soon as they say it, Hunter finds another one. They are going to spread out a little bit more. It seems to be they are playing onto the eastern side of this circle, down towards Camp Bravo, and it's only 6 minutes past, not a lot of teams in that vicinity yet, so it is a good sign for Royal Emperor to kind of hold on. And in the minimap, as you can see, on the east side, but a majority of the teams are actually on the south corner, and Quark seems to be the closest to the rest of the world right now.
To be honest, I believe Painan is going to be hot traffic right now. Very heavy traffic, especially with Team Blasty, Team SOA, as well as Not Reachables, trying to cross on over from Camp Charlie and the island towards the mainland. So far, it seems like Not Reachable. What we kind of anticipated does come through. A couple of shots from Not Reachable, does find the target, but the target manages to escape, and that was the likes of Team Blasty. Still want to find out if Team Blasty will manage to successfully finish off this rotate, or are they going to take a pit stop inside of the Blue IC?
Hey man, if things considered, the circle is about to close in, and fortunately for them, it is very, very close to them. So it's not that far, but it's only stage 2. So all things considered, they do have to wrap things up very, very quickly and pass this obstacle. Seems to be boot camp, seems to be completely unoccupied by Wildfangs for now. It is still part in the zone, and Wildfangs doesn't really want to hold in boot camp. So they want at the center zone. So they are going to be going towards the mountain terrain, where there's the rest of the south side. they're still taking their own sweet time.
Risky from SOA Esports, I see, to actually cover and cross the distance on foot, especially through the waterways. They are gambling on the fact that there is nobody marking the exit, but so far on the south side, you've got Team BTW versus Not Reachables, a similar strategy, but this time their train is gonna derail. It's Stud trying to reach his fallen comrade, but BTW have such great vantage points. It should be easy for them to wipe out the likes of Not Reachable, but I believe they do have the smokes. Do they? Though Stud does not have any.
Oh boy, he needs to heal up as well. Seems to me, doesn't really want to do so, but he will try and heal himself up before he go in for this engage. But on the finish feed as well, we do see SOA finding a couple of skirmish fights through the water terrains. But for now, this nade from Stud might be the opening that they need to get themselves some finishes. But he bounces off the rock, made some mistakes, blasts himself. What the heck did I watch? It seems to me the nade is not reachable at all.
For sure, again, it's just minute mistakes left, right, and center, Not reachable. They are trying to kind of put up some sort of retaliation, but DTW official, they are constantly peppering down those bullets. Catch a sprint off guard out in the open, finishes him off. It should be easy for them to get those numbers up high, but it seems like a nade from the start finally connects, and Savage gets brought down.
Pro plays in a little bit tough spot. It's all by himself in this corner. His team's a little bit inside the compound, but he is looking to try and punish those flanks. Savage slowly bleeding out. It is stage 2. They're taking their own sweet time, and Stud seems to be able to spot Saro right at the pixel at the floor as well. Seems to be the Molotov will be able to flush him out. Saro needs to get out. He's going to burn alive. The zone is about to finish him off as well. But will the first aid be enough? It seems good. It's got to be close. Okay, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
For the moment.
For the moment.
For the moment, yes. I mean, I don't believe Team BTW official, they're actually running away from this fight safe, especially with the way Not Reachables have closed on the distance. Pro plays, just watches those nades fly by him, but he knows that that is not going to hit him, so he stands his ground. But it seems like Not Reachable, they've closed in the distance way too much. RI sprint, he knows exactly where this player is. The trajectory does look nice, but even this does not connect. A couple of these players have been knocked out as well. It's very exciting. It's very interesting that Not Reachable, they're not going in for the revives inside of the blue, I see.
Well, they definitely have to wrap this up. This fight is dragging a little bit too long as well. BTW is out of mess, and they are going to go for the rush. Saro gets one knock, but he's going to lose his life in the casualty as well. It is going to delay Not Reachable even more. But just like that, BTW leaving only Osman left. It's absolutely 0 mats and 0 finishes in this game. And BTW official is going to be biting the dust. And 22 bullets left for Osman. Well, I don't know what we can say. Usman Jod is pretty much going to be biding time now.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, this entire fight just kind of caused problems in both of these teams. But look at that. Usman Jod actually finds the first knock from the backlines. Of course, he needs to scour out 3 4, but this man knows he's going to find that finish for his team. 1 point secured, but Not Reachable. They win this war, but at a massive cost, I see. Now, not only they've lost the likes of Cloud God, but also, I believe, for them to actually move inside the circle, 750 meters without a vehicle, the mobility is going to be extremely limited. And look at that, no first aids at all.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely nothing to loot up as well. And he was able to find 1 first aid kit, but that's also because of his teammates. The rest of BTW are completely drained out of the fight. Meanwhile, Royal Emperor is going to be crashing onto his boot camp as well. SOA in the vicinity, while Wildfang is going to be taking a couple pot shots in. Same can be said for Quark. And look at this, the prone from Kakarot gets spotted out, but unfortunately no connection from the side of Wildfangs for now.
I'm actually very surprised that Kakarot found the knock on towards Royal Emperor's Levi. Very interesting, but like the way Wildfangs are holding onto this high ground, it seems like they're well poised for the final circle. They've dropped dead center, they have spread themselves out as well, and they've spread themselves out accordingly from where the teams usually come into the picture. Sensei usually has that ability to spot out circles and the ability to reach the center of the circles quite comfortably, and I believe this has been Wildfang's biggest strength so far today.
Well, in this case, if the circle is in the middle, you just stand in the middle, regardless of where the circle is still going to be favoring you, right? So I would call that a spot. But speaking of spotting here, Safe actually getting knocked in. So Wildfang's looking to try and salvage the situation for them. Meanwhile, on the screen as well, we do see on the northern side, Hope of is going to be having a little bit of skirmish with Sky. across this map. As Hope looking to disengage from this fight instead. Hope Cookie doesn't want to play commitments. They have been dodging fights after left, right, front, and center right now.
They certainly are. And so far, Sky Gaming, this is one of the first times they have actually managed to survive through the first couple of circles. This time, though, they are being ambushed. And it seems like they're quite split up. Even Team Hope Cookie, they've kind of split up their strengths in 2-2 formation. There are a lot of teams on the other front as well. Look at that. You've got Team UO. Ultima Officials also coming into the picture. There is Team Lucifer as well. So it's going to be interesting with 4 teams being in such close vicinity. How are they going to survive each other's ranks?
Yep. But at the same time, now Sky Gaming, they find Hope Cookie. That's going to be a nice knock coming from Monster, but no confirmation yet. The circle's still closing in. He needs to make a rush for it. This is a stage 4 circle, and it's going to hurt very, very soon. Nade's being cooked up. Ryan going to be dodging his way through, but seems to me, doesn't connect. It looks good, and the knock is great. Great read coming from Monster, and now Hope Cookie is losing 2 members, and the rest of the teams is going to completely bail out this fight. So that's going to be points in the hands of them. But look at this, Team Hope Cookie, they just ran past Wildfang's usual spot, and they somehow able to sneak past in the next phase of the zone.
Yeah, true that. I mean, that is quite impressive, to be honest. But what a big turnaround happened with Team Hope Cookie. Look at that, the way they started their first game. They were so brilliant, finding those positions, finding those finishes as well. But now, all of a sudden, it seems like they are struggling. Yes, they've got 3 eliminations. Yes, they've got the good position of the circle. But will they be able to hold on to these shoreline positions is going to be my question. On the other side, Wildfangs, they also have suffered casualties. Sensei and Scout, both of them have been taken down. It's up to the young duo of Trace God and Saf to take them forward. But the fight towards the north side of the circle is still happening. It is Team EXL, Exelos Esports. They scour out the finish. It's knives, rather nulls. Pardon me for that. He finds at 1 knock and the finish. But so far, it seems like there is no threat from the distance. Where is he getting shot from?
Well, the threat seems to be shooting from all the way from Wildfangs all the way to the north. Same can be said from the south side as well. Quark Esports, they've got them pinned in that rock. Arjun knows for a fact that Kakarot has been taken out. They're not too happy about this. They know there's people stranded inside there. Unfortunately for them, the zone is going to be on the edge. But the question here is, once the zone completely collapses, that's where they have to actually get out. Meanwhile, Wildfang is going to be hunting in the forest like the forest elves they are, bearing their fangs in. Looking for some meat to bite. But considering that Scout and Sensei has been taken out from Lucifer, it's all up to Trace God and Seth, the dynamic duo. And guess what? It's going to be UO looking to try and third party this. And I don't think they spot this out.
Absolutely, Ultima Officials, they get caught off guard, they get caught napping, and Wildfangs, they punish yet again, but this time Trace got out in the open. He's getting showered with the bullets from up top. It is an uphill battle. It will be difficult for Trace God, but I believe he's trying to reposition, he's trying to fall back. It's going to be tough for him, especially with no cover whatsoever. He gets knocked down once again, and now it's down to Saf to hold down this army that is chasing right after his fallen comrade. The nade does sail in, though. Ultima Officials, they'll have to battle the eternal flames of the blue. So far, Saf wants to move in forward as well, but is he going to let Trace God bite the dust? Himself goes down as well. It's Royal Emperor with the revenge.
Well, they do get the revenge indeed. They've got the space to work with. They can see everything inside the boot camp. And as of yet, the circle favoring onto his bootcamp means that everyone needs to push into this without vehicles. It is going to be a tough order. Meanwhile, Royal Emperor, they've gotten a little bit of control inside the main buildings. But on the outside, look at this. Hope Cookie, Sir Zalai, has 5 finishes, but Monster seems to be chilling a little bit dip in the pond. It seems to be a very, very hot weather. It's going to take his own sweet time, but considering that how far he needs to swim just to make it in the next phase zone, I highly doubt he is going to be able to survive this.
Speaking of surviving, I mean, look at that. Sarzala way too close towards Monster, and then Kingpin on the other side. It's kind of funny how Team Hope, they've kind of derailed their track.
He's fighting Monster.
It's a fish!
It's
a fish!
It's a fish!
Go fishing! Yes! Sarzala gets his 6 on board, 7 eliminations for Team Hope Cookie.
Oh boy, I can't believe he actually went through all the trouble just to clear that angle. But nevertheless, the circle is about to close in. It is a very slow start, but he has to run around the shorelines. Hope they are able to hold out the shorelines for the longest time, but as soon as I say this, he gets spotted out from all the way up top. And that is going to be Wild Tempest on the mountain terrain. And inside bootcamp, you do have Royal Empress versus Quark. Royal Empress finding one pick. At the same time, they do lose their member. Hunter getting knocked. They have to go for a reset. Levi finds another one as well. Royal Emperor just winning all their fights on all fronts.
For sure, right? It's a good partnership that has been set up between Levi and his comrade, and it seems like Team Exelos, they have been absolutely destroyed. But on the other side, it is Team SOA as well, Ultimate Officials finding that little bit of space inside a boot camp, something which I felt would be extremely difficult, but up against this Team SOA, who knows how to kind of maneuver in those tight situations, it is going to be difficult. As soon as I say that though, Exo makes the fall, and it seems like SOA are in some world of trouble. A couple of their players have already bite the dust, and the rest of the two, they are trying to keep their presence hidden as of now.
Speaking of hidden, so many rats, so many corners, so many buildings. Everywhere is got people. Where are they all hiding? But as you can see, Royal Emperor taking the main building. They have the biggest control right now in terms of spacing. Same can be said for Quark on the southeast corner. And you can see pot shots are being laid across the battlefield. But the question here is, who's going to survive? Because Royal Emperor, they have good sights on the guys up on the mountain.
This is kind of an urban warfare that you can expect on the map of Sanhok so far. Stage 6, you've got 7 teams still surviving, and a couple of the constant ones, they've been extremely consistent. Royal Emperors, SOA so far, they are battling for that number 2 spot. But the ones who are going to be the biggest entrances, of course, will be Quark, will be Team Hope Cookie, because I believe they've shown potential. They've shown that they can take those firefights, but it's about kind of troubling the scorers a little bit more. But for Team Blasty, though, a couple of these players, they are just going to walk into this trap. Codex does not spot them, instead gets hunted down. This is weird, but fortunately, the Tempest finally strikes on the map of Sanhok. 8 eliminations for Team Wild Tempest as they make their way inside the circle.
Well, Wild Tempest is popping off right here. They're able to get out on the mountain, and now the bigger question here is everybody's going to be stuck inside bootcamp. But the moment Circle pushes them out, Wild Tempest is going to have a great time, but they have to make a gamble because as of now, they don't really know where the Circle is going to be in. But joining them on the shoreline is going to be members coming from Hope Cookie.
Yeah.
Who still somewhat survives into this 6th position.
Kingpin is trying to be as hidden as possible, but I believe the buggy and his position is going to be revealed as soon as Wild Tempest enter the picture. Fortunately, it's not just Kingpin, it's Sarzalai as well. 2 players from Team Hope Cookie. They are going to struggle and strangle for space as the circle takes us to the even grounds. There is a lot of open grounds as well, but there are also compounds inside a bootcamp, and SOA now have an opportunity, if their fire form is going well, take down the likes of Quark and get those eliminations on board.
This is all about timing right now.
Yeah.
This is absolutely all about timing. The only way Wild Tempest survives this is that SOA and Quark go head to head. And while in True Monsters commotion, they sneak into bootcamp. That's the only way they survive it. But as of yet, Royal Emperors, they are going to keep up the pressure. They are going to collide on UO. And in this case, they are going to be throwing a couple of opening nades. Ultimate Officials going to be trying to zone them off. But guess what? Royal Emperor is nowhere close yet. They're just making a lot of random noises, but they're slowly sneaking around them instead.
I'm looking at Wild Tempest and Team Hope so far. That is also a duel that has started elsewhere. There is also another one. SOA are currently biting the dust as Quark. They come in strong and they make their presence felt inside of the final circle. This time out, this is stage 8, and they know from now on it's time to dominate. Elsewhere, the Royal Emperors, they tried to split themselves up against Ultima Official, a 2-2 split, but this possibly is definitely not required because the numbers advantage is quintessential in this one. Junior is going to be the last one who is still standing tall. The S12K needs to be going hot, but so far it seems like the Molotov did not hit his mark, quite low on HP. Seems to get shut down, but this man is surviving by a piece of his teeth. It's Team Hope who come in from the back lines. They take down one of the players from Royal Emperors as well, but now even they bite the dust, I see.
Oh my goodness, even Quark as well, they're taking some serious damage. It comes down to a 2 versus 2. And who's going to be able to survive this? Royal Empress is right at the edge of the zone. Quark is able to get a little bit of a reset, but they do get the confirmation on Voltric. Quark now looking stronger than ever. They do have a little bit more space. Emperor going for the nades, and Aryan was able to get the confirmation. 2 versus 2, or in this case, 3 versus 3 here. In this case, Quark looking for the big flank. Clutchex, they're right across as well. They do see each other. But the Molotovs from Clutchex is going to get naded. Hunter finds the opening on Aryan. 2 versus 2. And now it comes down to a stalemate. Who's going to get the pick off? Clutchex dropping so low. Nades being dropped everywhere. And Roy Emperor seems to have a better sight on where they are. Here comes the climbing push. And Hunter, he makes the mistakes. It is going to get knocked off.
Why? Why, Hunter? Why would you do that? You had the advantage, but this time the Clutchex is still going strong. Another one of those knocks come through with Quark. It's a 1v1, and Clutchex needs to clutch it out up front, though. It is going to be Anmol. Quark, this was a very hard job for them to try and keep themselves alive up until the final circle. They are desperate for that chicken dinner. Meanwhile, it's absolute royalty up front who is going to be Clutchex, waiting for the timing, and it's a patient game. The circle, exactly right, I see. It's going to close in, it's going to force Anmol out in the open. DPP advantage is going to be there, but who finds the connection is going to be my priority. It's TBS versus TBS as Clutchex steps out, and Quark, they clean things up. Royalty has been brought down, kingdoms have been broken, and it's Quark who are looking to make a mark in this one.
It was so unfortunate for Royal Emperor as well. He was baiting out the play coming from Quark. A little bit unfortunate considering the fact that after the first initial pump, he tried to pick out, but he missed the timing. And that bait, oh my goodness, what a play coming from Quark. That was insane. But nevertheless, a win is still a win. Royal Emperor and Quark have been very stable names in this past 3 games. And guess what? Finally, a chicken dinner in the hands of Quark.
Do you think Clutchex is gonna blame Hunter for actually crossing over? Like, why would you cross on over when you know the opposition is on the other side? You know there's gonna be the animation where you can't draw out your weapon and shoot at him. You're basically like a moving target. And it was so easy for Quark after that. But well, again, misjudgments happening. A lot of these teams, they played really well. But Royal Emperor, consistency has to be given a lot of credit.
Well, to be honest, in this case, I would say it's a risk worth taking. They've got the opening knock. It was 2v3.
Yeah.
And the only way they come on top is just catch them off by surprise. So I wouldn't say it's a bad play, but it was very risky.
It's perspective.
It's more like perspective, right? Like if you think of it from this way, where, hey, if he got the finish, wow, that's the sickest play. But he messed up. Oh, wow. He sucked.
Wow.
So I feel like it was a situation where it was 2 versus 3. We got an opening knock. The 2 needs to push the pressure, right? So it was a calculated play, but nevertheless, it came down to chicken, right?
Yeah.
So they still were able to get a lot of finish points. They were able to get a final confirmation towards the 1 versus 1. So I wouldn't say it's a loss, but it's definitely one of the better performances coming from Royal Emperor.
Definitely right, and it seems like Royal Emperor, they've been consistent throughout all the maps. One of the most consistent teams, even more than Wildfangs, to be honest, because Wildfangs got shut down in this one pretty early on in the game. A couple of other teams who are worthy of noting or mentioning, SOA Esports once again finding position. Could not really get themselves the elimination point that they wanted, but still I feel it was a valiant attempt. What do you have to say about Wild Tempest though? Because I feel like that rotation was actually crazy.
I think on-screen wise, Wild Tempest is the team that didn't really had a lot of love from us in casters, in even screen time itself. But they were doing a lot of very, very good macro decisions in terms of timings. They are understanding the timings a little bit better, kind of very similar to how Slam God Esports is. But Slam God got a little bit hasty in a lot of instances. So I would say, in this case, Wild Tempest is a team that you have to pay attention to, because if you don't look at them, they will hit you where you least expect it. That's the kind of team Wild Tempest has been playing through these past 3 games.
And I feel like one of their strengths is to try and lay low in fights, right? They don't really make a lot of noise while approaching you, but as soon as the first shot strikes, you're like, oh, wait, where did these 4 players come from? But I loved the entirety of the map. I loved the entirety of the way it played out. One of our expectations, of course, 40 eliminations on Wildfangs, that did not get fulfilled. But that's all right. I feel like Wildfangs, they've done enough for the day. I believe the closest competitors to Wildfangs in this lobby will be Royal Emperors because of their consistency. But another new entrant, Quark, They played exceptionally well, and we knew it. The points difference at the end, at the halfway mark for this group was so tight that one good game could actually propel you inside the top 7.
Exactly. And another team as well, which kind of left our throats here, is actually Hope Cookie as well. They were
Yes,
the ones that
sir.
got the first chicken dinner, even though it was like, hey, you know what? This guy's got very lucky, the circle is great, haha, yada yada yada. But if you watch how they played in Miramar, you watch how they play in Sandhawk, Hope Cookie, they are very good at calculating their losses. Even the early engagements we saw, right? You were questioning it. Hey, why did Team Hope Cookie back off from this fight? Oh, they
Yeah.
went for a flank. Oh, okay, they want to fight. But the moment they lost 1 or 2 members, they learned how to salvage and cut their losses, which was very interesting. But it helped them propel forward into a better position. I think Hope Cookie was like, what, top 4, top 5?
Yeah.
It was some position points for them.
A lot of position points, and in fact I think along the way as well we saw Monster get those eliminations as well, so he definitely was fishing out there. Apart from that, I believe Team Hope, they also, like you mentioned, right, they always are being creative in taking those fights. As soon as they spotted that team try and approach them going in for the flank, and you and I both were thrown off guard, like, why are they disengaging? Oh well, that was actually a flank. It was good stuff coming in from them as well. Now the question remains, when the teams come back tomorrow and start their journey on the map of Sandhawk, do you see a similar stretch happening where Team Royal Emperors, who are being consistent, will stay consistent, Team SOA, who are being consistent, will stay consistent, or do you think teams like Edgemaster, the other ones who are kind of being eliminated early on in the game, will make a comeback?
I think it comes down to how each team's playstyle actually works, right? Like, if you were to watch day 1 of round 2 itself, most teams struggle in day number 1 just because of the fact that they don't know how all the macro plays. And then day number 2, we saw all the grind teams learn from their mistakes, watch the map rotations, and then started figuring out and executing their plan, and then eventually qualified to top 7. So for this group in general, it's very important for them to have good firepower for day number 1. In this case, day 1's over. Tomorrow is all about macro plays.
So you're basically saying everyone apart from Wild Fangs, they are still in danger right
Yes,
now.
100%.
But we will find that out. But for now, we are going to be talking about the highlights. And right at the get-go itself, SOA, they had some brilliances of magic. A lot of finishes secured as well. We saw BTW kind of struggle against this team for a while as the fight dragged on, but Quark Esports, how beautifully he made their way from outside the boot camp to inside of the boot camp and towards the chicken dinner. It was phenomenal.
Oh my god, look at this Sir Zalai, man. Like, they've got 2 men down just because they had edge on this circle. They were able to get keep because of this advantage. And because of that, they were able to get a couple of finish was despite being 2 men down. But eventually, we have to talk about Royal Emperor. They took the spot where Wild Fangs started from. And because of this, every single team that was outside of bootcamp gets completely shredded by both Quark and Hope. Quark obviously from the south side, but eventually Hope Cookie, look at this. Even in the final moments, what is this, man? Like, how do you survive that? Like, all Tempests, like, they were on the mountain, okay. They were trying to sneak by, and guess what? A random Hope Cookie comes in and just completely denies entry.
A random cookie comes in and crumbles their hopes. I think that is what I would say. But for now, Royal Emperor versus Quark. This was really a good fight, to be honest. As Clutchex tried to hold on to his position, I kind of felt like this man is going to walk away with the chicken. Especially because the circle kind of forced Anmol to go out in the open first. But then Anmol beautifully maneuvered his way back to... resulted them walking away with the chicken. But who walked away with the MVP? It's going to be Sarzalai. Another high fragging performance. Another performance which kind of deserves the highlights for tomorrow. 9 eliminations, a lot of damage being dealt as well. Namely 942 points of damage.
You know, didn't really talk too much about Ho Cookie, but he definitely deserves it. Sir Zalai has been popping off in this game. He's got 9 finishes, 942 damage. At the same time, sharing with him is going to be Aryan with 5, Voltric from Royal Emperor. We've got Anmo also from Quark, and also Amit from the side of Wild Tempest.
There's a reason why he has a Sir ahead of his name, Zalai, right? It seems like people actually give him a lot of respect for the high eliminations he secures. Look at that. Sap, we know which is the longest finish.
Yeah, right?
I said it was almost close to 400 meters, 392 meters on Sandhawk. Absolutely brilliant. 5 grenade eliminations, but the surprise is going to be the fact that below 30 smokes have been used inside the game. That is insane stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to the point standings as we come to the halfway mark for group number 3. Quark Esports at the top, 21 points, will get inside the top 7, 100%, but Royal Emperor consistent, 15 points. Team Hope Cookie consistent as well, 15 points on them, and Wild Tempest, 11 points. Time and time again, they just keep on proving themselves.
You know what? Even Wild Tempest, they were taken out rather early. They still have so much high finish points, and all the teams that have high finish points here are pretty much going to be in the top contenders, right? Like Quark Esports, Royal Emperor, Hope Cookie, Tempest. All these teams were not teams that got placement points.
Yeah.
In this case, they weren't playing for position. They were playing for finishes throughout the entirety of all 3 days, and that's the strategy that worked out for them here in day one.
Absolutely. Moving on to the other page, of course, you've got Team Blasty, BTW Official, Slam God, and Edgemaster teams I was expecting would actually make a comeback on this map of Sandhawk, but that did not happen. But ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the overall standings, we are going to find ourselves the first set of 7 teams who would be deemed safe inside of round 2 right now. Wild Fangs, of course, so well and beyond above everyone else, 47 points. They are above the cutoff quite comfortably. Team Hope Cookie, Royal Emperor tied at 36, loving this battle that is brewing up. Wild Tempest on 30, Quark and SOA marginally below 30 right now. Slam God Esports, that 7th spot, I believe, is going to be up for grabs because 14 points is definitely not enough.
Yeah, exactly. In this case, 14 points is going to be something that is still very, very achievable tomorrow. Just one good chicken dinner game, one good well-placed game is going to be able to skyrocket themselves up towards the fight. But in the second half, Ultimate Officials with 9 points, Exalus Esports 8 points, Team Blasty 8 points, Who's 7 points, and all the way down BTW Official on the last place here with 1 point. Unfortunately to say, all of these teams, they still have a shot for tomorrow, but 100%. They need one really, really good game in order to overcome this.
I think on an average, every single chicken dinner racked about 20 points for the teams that we've seen today. Even Quark X got themselves a 20-pointer in this one. So tomorrow, I believe, even if Team Who's come up with the chicken dinner, they're going to be inside the top 7. We saw for sure that 7th position with 14 points, they're not going to be in comfortable shoes. But I believe even teams beyond that on 26 and 29 point mark, they're going to be feeling the heat tomorrow, I see.
Yeah, definitely as well. I'm curious to see how it actually happens for this situation as well, because I know for a fact I've got my prediction correct, so that's something that I'm very, very proud of.
Did
for
I?
The top 7.
I went with Wild
Fangs. Wild Fangs, Royal Emperor, we all win. But all things considered, that's pretty much for Group 3 here. Tomorrow they will be back, but later on we'll be back again for Group 4. So see you guys right after this break.
Temperatures high, but it make way. I came here to slay, slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. Came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
भाई ये देख नया फोन. इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप. उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स.
बकवास है. अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा.
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है.
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है. क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार.
ग्लो आने वाला है. ड्रामा क्वीन. बकवास है. अच्छा तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये. जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो.
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं? टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. Next shot! Headshot! Headshot! Headshot!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा नूब नहीं हूँ
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी
टीपीपी पे जा एफपीपी टीपीपी एफपीपी
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ
एक काम कर टीपीपी पे जा
कौन लूंडरी नाजर विनर विनर चिकन डिनर
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है
Well, we are done towards the halfway point here in day number 3 for the realme BGIS 2025 round 2 stages. We've seen how Group 3 was performing, Wildfang's obviously topping the chart, but now we have a brand new group for you guys, and it is going to be Group 4. Once again, my name is ICBB12. Join with me is going to be Cripscast as we take you through the commentaries for the remaining matches for Group 4. Hope you guys had a little bit of decent break because now we have a brand new fresh air. What are your thoughts on this upcoming match here, Crips?
I really think that this Group 4 will be a lot closer as compared to Group 3, which, to be honest, was kind of one-sided. Wildfangs, we knew for a fact they're going to dominate the lobby. Royal Emperors rack up a lot of finishes and they pad their stats up. But you know who else can pad your stats up? It's gonna be realme P3 Pro 5G. This device is so good, you can be the MVP as well.
Exactly, it's currently priced at 21,999 rupees, and you can search it up on Flipkart, which is realme P3 Pro 5G for any other information. And on top of it all, it is, after all, the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay. So that means if you are looking for that quick reactions, and like myself, I am an old guy that needs to react a little bit quicker, this phone can help you react faster in your games itself.
Exactly, and while the 90 FPS gameplay feels really smooth for people who are lacking the reflexes, I'm sorry, I see I'm not gonna dig on you as much as Salty did, it also has a lovely 2500 Hz sampling rate. So the 90 FPS looks smooth, but the 2500 Hz sampling rate feels smooth. Both of them combined, it is just absolutely butter smooth.
Yep, agreed. But all things considered, now this upcoming matchup here, this is a little bit interesting as well because we have a specific team from the grind stages. This is a team that came in from Group C that was kicked down all the way here to round number 2. And this is a team that everybody hyped up and thought they were going to be able to perform, but unfortunately, they didn't really do too well during their grind stages. This is a team, we call them as WSB Gaming. So what are your thoughts on this?
Now, WSB Gaming, while their performance during the grind was lackluster, I feel we need to take a look at their stats and take a look at all the matchups that they're up against to know exactly what we can expect from this lobby. Like I said, WSB in the grind, I don't think their performance will be as dominant as Wildfangs, but they do have plenty of experience, so hope they can tackle this lobby, which they are supposed to be superior to. Joining them is going to be the likes of Team Veer Esports, who have currently the highest points in this entire group from round 1, followed closely by Oceans 13. We also have Raka x SAS Esports, Team Gibran, Snowy Frenzy Esports, Hyper Esports and Python Esports.
And of course, joining the top 8, we also have the bottom 8, which is Sour Esports, Open Challengers Esports, Supernova, Kashmir, We Unstoppable, Team Next Level, well, Demotivate Esports, not sure why people are going to be demotivated in this sense, and also Ultra Esports, and also last but not least, One Piece. Well, Peace as in P-E-A-C-E, not P-I-E-C-E, but still,
yeah.
A pretty good name here, and a couple of potential undergods coming in from this group itself. So I'm curious to see if any of us can get any of our predictions right on who is going to make it to the top 7 this round.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous group, I kind of predicted that team WSB, they obviously are supposed to be the obvious candidates, which is why you picked them. But I am kind of biased
why
towards
did you go
Ocean
for
13 because in the previous group, Group 2, there was also another team which had the name resembling to Ocean. So I'm kind of like, maybe there's something about
So you're talking
this.
about Ocean rivals, huh?
Yeah.
All right, and interesting enough, let's see how it's going to go because it seems to be a little bit of a split between all the casters. Well, we have teams from Ocean 13, we have Veer, we have Hydra as well, we've got Gibran, we've got WSB. So it is very, very split off. So I can see why a lot of us are kind of split compared to how Group 3 went, right? Wild Fangs, Royal Emperor seems to be the unanimous majority between most of us casters. But coming into this group, seems like there is a little bit of mix as well. And like you said, this group is very close and tight in terms of the overall standings.
Exactly. So there's not going to be one or two teams who are outperforming everyone. There will be no outliers. And because the competition is much more tight-knit, because it's closer, the category to get to the threshold points, the cutoff points,
So
is
long
gonna be
story
more
short,
intense.
you're trying to say that this lobby is a little bit more balanced for everyone.
Yes, balanced would be the right word. Yes.
Okay, being balanced is going to be the key here, but of course being consistent is going to be very, very important. So now, we've talked about how the grind teams have a little bit more experience. WSB Gaming is one of those teams that has played more than 24 matches, and now, again, they are going to be playing an additional 6 matches. Will those experience actually translate to anything in this upcoming match?
I guess if they can just hold their ground, if they can just maintain their positions, and if that position is good enough in the next circle, they should be able to rack up plenty of finishes. But that being said, they do not have the highest firepower in this group. You have the likes of Team Veer Esports, who had 38 finish points in their round 1 matches, and also 37 position points. They're clearly the top dogs over here. Next, Ocean 13, 34 finish points. And if you take a look at the stats, the teams from 1st to the 5th position are extremely close to each other in terms of numbers.
Well, it is very, very close. Like Prip said as well, all the teams are very, very close needed. But the question here still remains, will the grind teams, in this case WSB, dominate the lobby like how Wild Fangs is? Without further ado, let's find out because we're jumping into Erangel right now for Group 4. Well, it's a prank. It's not Erangel. It is actually Sandhawk. We're going to be jumping into his Group 4, the first match here for Sandhawk itself. And let's see if they are going to be able to outperform the competition.
Well, the plane is going to take off over the northwestern island, right between Camp Alpha and Hatin. The plane flies diagonally to the south, all the way towards docks. Now, we saw plenty of bootcamp battles in Group 3. I wonder what Group 4 has in store for us, IC. Do you expect any early clashes?
I expect absolute chaos, to be honest. I expect people just going head-to-head right from get-go. Just based on how first day of round 2 actually happened, I'm expecting maybe even, to stage 2, 5 teams get eliminated right from the get-go before stage 2 actually begins. So call me sadistic if you want, but things kind of like that happen.
I'm totally on the same page as you. I love being the harbinger of chaos. I love being the guy who wants everyone to fight right early on. And it seems like we might already have a fight on our hands. Plenty of teams in boot camp. We already have a knock, as you can see. Also, apart from boot camp, there's plenty of teams near Painan who might be very close to rotating early on.
Yeah, in this case, bootcamp is going to be the ones that is going to be a little bit of trouble as well. Ocean 13 is going to be having a little bit of a slight run in with TJ. In this case, they've got one knock in. They are going to get a little bit of reset here coming from TJ. But who is going to get the entire compound for themselves? Because Team Gibran was able to get a little bit of a room to work with. And based on how they've been spacing, they do have a little bit more compared to Ocean 13. So in this case, they have to wrap things up. But Circle, once again, very similar to the previous Sandhawk here.
Very similar to the previous Sandhawk game. Obviously, majority of it lying towards the mainland. There's only like one team at max who's on the northwestern island. So they also should have no difficulties rotating over towards the mainland.
Speaking of mainland right now, look at this. Sour Esports going to be running rather early out in the open. And little did you know, we are going to be expecting company coming from One Piece. As Rios does hear a little bit of movement. He is going to try and look for that hunt. Will he be able to find that sweet, sweet finish Or in this case, a potential sour one if he's looking in the wrong direction, because Real still hunkering by. Rock Lee.
Oh god.
Oh my goodness.
They're so close to each other.
So close.
I can feel the tension in the air, I see.
I know, right?
How did they not know?
Two completely separate titans in terms of a manga or anime. Could be going clash to clash. Rock Lee versus maybe One Piece. But it seems to be Sour. It's going to go in for the hunt. Disengage comes in from Real. He's going to back off. And given his condition, Sour, he's not going to let him off the hook.
It's an anime battle for Real, and it's been kicked off. Kira, the first one to fall at the hands of Utkarsh. But in order to confirm that finish, they have to scale up. Utkarsh gets the knock. Real gets the finish. That's perfect teamwork right there.
Nicely done. Great snipes coming from One Piece. And now Sour, once again, crawling onto the grass. And Rock Lee, he's going to get flushed out with the Molotovs comes in. He's going to make a run for it. He's got no helmet. He's got to completely deep out of the fight. It seems like he's going to disengage. Senseboy is going to be holding on to S12K. But I don't think he realizes that Rock Lee is nowhere to be found. One Piece checking every nook and cranny right now before they go in for this push. But it seems to be Sour Esports. They're in a lot of pain right now.
They know that the Molotov connected onto Rock Lee, so he must have repositioned, but he went back on the hill. So there's no way for One Piece to look above and use TPP to confirm his position. They will still have to tread very carefully. They cannot afford to squander this man advantage.
This is absolute chaos, and you can't really blame them for not committing to this fight just because you don't really know if there's teams lurking around or even enough mats or not. Because One Piece, they do have a little bit of advantage, but I don't think they realize that they do have that advantage compared to Sour Esports. But right now, they're still debating. Do they commit or do they back off? Because literally, you know, it's 4 minutes past now. It's not worth it. They need to find vehicles. They need to find potential utilities as well. Unless Senseboy, he sees belief. He's not going to take a couple pot shots in. So, looks like the disengagement will be successful for One Piece.
Yeah, Sour Esports not really biting the bait. One Piece, they get a finish, they retreat, and rightfully so. I mean, they were worried about a potential third party, but we know there wasn't any third party present. Meanwhile, back in boot camp, we have Team Gibran, who are trying to exit this boot camp area, and right across the road they run into SN. They already have a knock, a finish confirmed as well, and Torture looking to get that advantage going even further for him. You have Aryan who manages to get a knock onto Muteeb Blaze, and Aman gets the confirmation. Once again, lovely teamwork. One person gets the knock, other one gets the finish.
Yep, the fight continues as well. They are going to be breaking down the door, and here he comes. Torture with the opening. Arip plays, falls down. The confirmation gets in, and Team Gibran, they disengage. They've got 3 finishes, and Ragnar now, last man standing for Supernova Kashmir. And he's making absolutely no noise, no step, no whatsoever. And guess what? He's got no mats as well.
Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Ragnar has no second chances, no chances to heal. If he has to pick up this fight, he will have to be extremely precise and go for a full squad wipe.
Oh, speaking of precision, guess what? Team Gibran is going to get third party. Hyper Esports shoots from afar. They do get 1 knock in. And as of yet, Team Gibran seems to be struggling a little bit too much. They had a little bit of run in boot camp. They're able to get out. They got 3 finishes. And here comes another third party. And Hyper Esports seems to be putting a lot of pressure onto this Team Gibran right now. And now this nades coming from Chokeboy seems to be a little bit good.
Ragnar will be so happy that TJ is now focusing on Hyper Esports. Hyper Esports already have a knock. Aryan down on his feet. You can see that Torture is trying to get the res on him, but he gives it up. Instead, repositions across the road into the other house. And now Chokeboy has heard these footsteps. He knows there's somebody on the other side of this door. He doesn't have any throwables, but that's the opportunity they were waiting for. Aman strikes back, gets a knock onto Light, and now Akshat is going in for backup. Now they will be distracted. Do they go for the res, or do they go for the finish? It's a proper 3v3. Akshat bears open. Chokeboy goes in. Torture trying to pre-fire with the shotgun. He connects, and that's Torture down.
Oh boy, Gibran is having so much pain right now. They're losing members left, right, front, and center. They're getting completely dissected right now. And Gibran still holding down the fort. Aman looking to push outside, and they find the opening, and they push back. And this push is somehow keeping them alive. And Hyper Esports now looking to continue with more, but they lose out the fight, and Poison was able to find another pick once again. It comes down to this 1 versus 1, and the pick for Poison was good. The pick was good. And Team Gibran, they still hold on. They lose 1, but here it comes another 4th party. Obstacles after obstacles after obstacles, layers after layers. Team Gibran, can they get a break?
They absolutely cannot. DME knocking on the doors. They know there was a fight going on. They've cleared out 2 houses of this compound, which leaves only 1 house left to be checked. And they're already covering it with as many Molotovs as possible. I'm kind of scared that they might accidentally find Ragnar in this entire process to clean sweep this whole compound and re-clear everything.
Well, in this case, Ragnar is staying absolutely quiet. There's nothing much he can really do about this. But seeing how the circle is as well, Gibran, they just left bootcamp and they've been fighting after fights after fights. 7 finishes thus far. This is their 3rd team they're fighting again. Initially, it was the 4th one inside bootcamp. But this time, having another team in the presence, in the name of DME. Oof. Who's gonna get the opening pick? DME, they've got them completely wrapped down. And like you said as well, Ragnar making absolutely no noise. There's just nothing he can do.
Yeah, he cannot do anything, so he's just gonna hide and bide his time. Aryan tries to bite his opponent. Meanwhile, one of his teammates has gotten into a vehicle and gone to a different part of the hill, so maybe he can probably get a high angle from that side.
Demotivate esports is so demotivating right now, Gibran. They've got the loots. Look at this. Like, they've committed so much fight. There's just not enough utilities, not enough mats, and even Aryan says like, you know what, I'm out of here. Let's get out. It's just not worth it. And seeing how the circle is still favoring somewhat in the center, they need to find a way to restock. And so far, Demotivate, they've got all the time in the world. They are not going to commit. They're just going to take this spot just because it's one of the better spots inside this zone. It seems to be the disengage will happen. Team Gibran successfully extracts out of there.
While they have extracted out of there, we have a different fight. Nades exchange on either side. Kurur goes down, and it's Skylar who will go in to close the distance. Python Esports have secured nice 4 finishes, and with that, Veer Esports is out of the game.
We're, well, one of the top contenders from the team. We expected them to do a little bit well. Unfortunately, in Sandhawk, outside the zone, there's only so much you can do. At least 4 or 5 teams are still outside the zone. So it is going to be a very, very tough order from the south side. Fortunately for the teams in the middle, Team Gibran, and also the Demotivate Esports, they're going to be A-OK for now, especially in this stage 2 only.
Yep. Demotivate, Team Gibran, both of them somewhat in the center of the zone. Meanwhile, you've got plenty of players who are still outside the blue. You have Python Esports, who've just finished off this fight against Veer, and they have a long way to go before they get in the zone. Sour Esports towards Quarry will make their way up north. Oceans 13, now these guys just might clash into one piece if they continue on their current path.
Oi, oi, oi. One Piece. They had a little bit of run in early on. Not exactly sure how they were able to survive this. I want to see how the condition is right now in terms of overall loots, but seeing the circle is going to push up north once more. And guess who's going to be the team that's going to be having a little bit small run in? Seems to be One Piece might have a little bit of run in with Team Gibran once more, and that's not going to be the 3rd team. It's going to be 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7 teams that Team Gibran needs to overcome with what limited resources that they have. And maybe they do get themselves some saving grace and have someone deliver some loot to them. But for now, that is going to be the fight that we anticipate may happen. Let's take a look at the struggles of all the teams on the far outer corners as Open Challenger Esports going to be playing from the furthest circle part of this zone as they try to make it to the next phase. Can they get in though?
I don't know if they can get in, but if you want to get into the professional circuit, you should get yourself a realme P3 Pro 5G. It has the segment's most stable 90 FPS performance, and it also has an instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz. But all of those Hz will not save you if you don't spot your opponent. Ronak, out in the open, caught completely by surprise.
Oh boy, Ultra Esports, just no mercy at all. AKOP gonna be very, very happy with his teammate Johnny. In this case, Johnny getting a finish. They are going to be gatekeeping their way through. They are right at the edge of the zone. They're still not entirely in. But another fight breaks out here. Ragnar finally gets spotted out by Demotivated. He's been hiding in that shack for the longest of time. He needs an opening pick. But unfortunately to say, he's not getting any. And he's going to get shot from another side of the map. WSB going to be looking to take pot shots in as well. And here he comes. Rez he was able to find Junior. What? Rez? Where did Rez come from? Where did Rakas SAS Esports come from?
Yeah, they've just been sitting there apparently. And yes, Coffin gets a finish. He puts his opponents in the coffin. Line up everybody in the graveyard. These guys are gonna populate that land space.
Well, speaking of population right now, as you can see, Ragnar still continues to find some sort of a cover all by himself. There's only so little things he can do. He's gonna try and pick through that smoke. But as you can see, Demotivate, they want to clean up this fight. But while this is actually happening, Demotivate, they try to go in for the push. And guess who joins in with the third party? It's going to be Ocean 13 that gets a knock in on Neon. Demotivate Esports seems to be very demotivated right now.
Yes, and because you can't see the map, there was one more team, Next Level, who was trying to get into the zone from right here, but they've just avoided this entire fight because they can hear all these gunshots. Oceans from all the way above that hill. Abu gets a long distance knock onto Demon. Of course, you can't send it down the hill to completely wipe them out, but guess who else has been wiped out? It is Team Python Esports.
Well, speaking of Python right now, One Piece finally makes it into the zone. Guess what? Team Gibran, who had the longest fight, was able to find that long-range connection, while the rest of the Wolves needs to push in. Next Level also going to be side by side with One Piece as they go in for the push. One Piece, 3 finishes, Nomads on Skybot, forced to use bandages so far. They need to loot something, but that something is nowhere to be found right now. They got the knock, but that's it. They can't continue with the push. The reset comes in for NXT. The Next Level play gets to get out to safety, but with 20 seconds left, the circle closes in. They need to find some solace, some cover, some meds, some anything. And that something is about to break out. Ronin lurking his way through One Piece, going for the nades.
And that nade might not connect, but those shots definitely will. Ronin OP, nice shot onto Sky, and even Utkarsh has bit the dust. What a finish! That actually is some completely different team that's been wiped out by Team Gibran, and that team just left this area, so they were out of the frying pan into the fire. Oh no, they just managed to get the res across, and Next Level Thunder will finish them off before they can get a chance to get back up on their feet.
Oh, I'm surprised they actually didn't loot up as well. They needed those loots. Thunder was getting so desperate. But seems to me he will be looting the ones in front instead. So Next Level is able to get themselves 3 finishes and a little bit of solace. But Circle, look at this. 1 minute left before it completely engulfs the next phase. Team Gibran finally loses poison despite the clutches. WSB, the team from the grinds, has been laying low throughout the entirety of the game. Has found a couple of finishes here and there, demonstrating why they deserve to be in the grind. But aside from one finish, nothing much major happened yet from WSB.
Yeah, WSB not able to live up to their potential, but Ultra Esports might just put on a show over here. They've got 2 teams in their crosshairs. One of them has to be Team Gibran. The other one is none other than Demotivate Esports, who left this hill a few minutes ago, but they might just return after seeing all these gunfights.
Oh no, Arya now is trapped as well. They're coming downhill. There's only so much he can do. He's lobbed a couple of nades, but he doesn't seem to be able to find anything. The Monsters comes in. He's going to be running out of open. Aryan going to get shot in. Johnny looking for the pick, but he still gets the headshot. Aryan, you're absolute Chad. He doesn't have mats. He's got bandages for peanuts. But eventually, despite the clutch, he gets spotted from across. AKOB finds him. Aman will take some revenge in. A couple of revenge shots. He's so low, but they're all bleeding out to the zone. Aman looking to try and continue this fight. AKOP will get the confirmation on the Gibran. But that's going to be 3 finishes in the back for Team Ultra Esports. But Gibran still has 10 thus far, potentially.
Yeah, Gibran already have a lovely game. 10 finishes in their pocket. 1 player still surviving, so they can get some position points as well. Aman will have to crawl across, but he already knows that Ultra Esports are trying to get in the zone, so he might just ruin the game for them. Take a look at the mini-map. Ultra Esports have just lost 2 members, so now both Gibran and Ultra Esports are down to 1 player each. Right behind them is WSB as well as Next Level, and they also have taken quite a lot of losses by virtue of trying to battle the zone and the teams at the same time. and they all have to make their way uphill,
Oh.
and this might just be disastrous. Aman tries to make the first move. Next level, still on the edges. They are rotating late, but at least they get a free finish in the process.
Hey, nothing much they can do about it, right? Like, it's a free finish, it's still a free finish. If freebies, you gotta take them all.
Yes.
In this case, Next Level was able to rotate out. They are going to make a run for it as well. Same can be said for WSB. Snowy Frenzy Esports been on top of the mountain. Scout us out member from Next Level. Thunder gets clipped up pretty low. Unfortunately to say, Joker doesn't seem to be able to get the confirmation, but he's done the damage ontowards them for now.
Done the damage, secured the position. They are the kings of this hill on the southern edge. Gatekeeping Demotivate Esports, Next Level, as well as Team Ultra Esports. They have 3 teams who are trying to climb this hill, and they're holding everybody back. Meanwhile, the 2 teams at the bottom of the hill, Demotivate and Next Level, Demotivate and Ultra, they both also start fighting. Ultra lose one of their members, and that frag is stolen away by WSB. Oh no, now that's a steal.
Yeah, Uzu getting the knock and the confirmation, which is very important, right? Considering the fact that WSB is in the hot seat. They are the teams that everybody knows when they play during the grind stages, but Uzu still kind of making work. Danrech as well, could be pushing up forward. But the question here is, where will the circle lie? As you can see, they are right at the edge on the east side. It seems like it is going to push in towards the middle of it all, as Raka SAS Esports having majority control on the west side, and US getting control on the north side. Unstoppable.
Yeah, that team has so much control, not just over Paradise Resort, but even the tiny hill ahead of it. And right under that hill is Sour Esports, who haven't really revealed their position just yet. So they can play the long game, but Demotivate Esports, they have a numbers disadvantage against Snowy Frenzy. And Joke Deal, he's gonna go in the car, trying to bait out some shots and figure out where his enemies are. His teammates have the onus of trading right behind him.
Speaking of trading, what's the best option here for his teams? Because it seems like everybody's just playing very slow. I was expecting a little bit more chaos than this.
Yeah, but so many teams have been wiped out, I see. Like, we're just at stage 6 and we're down to the last 6 teams already. So 60% of the server's population has been finished off. Look at Jody Gill. He's trying to move in closer. Plenty of damage onto Sam Next Level, and he might just be taken for a surprise. That flank was perfect from Jor IGL. He gets shot from the left-hand side as well, so he has to make sure he doesn't overextend. Sour Esports are trying to get some knocks onto WSB, but those knocks are also being stolen away by Snowy Frenzy, so this is a 3-way battle at this point.
Oh boy, Snowy Frenzy Esports doing a little bit of work as well. They are going to be tag taking. Araka SAS Esports scouts them out, but they are going to be trying to pin off Demotivated, and Demotivated barely sneaks on by towards the 5th position. Now the nades are coming in. Araka SAS Esports finally bearing their fangs. They've got 6 finishes, and look at this cockpit, looking to find a couple of hits on towards SP. But can't seem to find any right now. The fight continues. Joker gets the knock on Rock Lee once more. Sour losing members left, right, front, and center. And Raka SAS continues the fight. They get knocks in, but the circle is closing in slowly but surely.
Raka SAS have such a lovely position. The entire western edge of the circle is under their control. No other team can scale up to them or get close, so they can shoot at everybody. Meanwhile, on the northern edge, you have Team Unstoppable, who are also in quite a lot of hot water. They might just be able to make it into the zone, but Sour Esports are looking to play spoil sports. Snowy Frenzy, they've been on this hill for a while, but they still haven't been able to wipe out Team Demotivate. So they can't even think about going towards Paradise. They're taking pot shots at Team Unstoppable, but I think this is just a bit of an overextension. Unstoppable Tenzin gets the shot onto Team RES, but those frags once again stolen away by Snowy Frenzy.
Oh my goodness, Snowy Frenzy is just holding down the fort. Look at this, he's still got no ammunition. Joker's down to the last 3 bullets. He's going to try and make his shots count, but it seems like he is going to be all out. He's going to be forced to use the STLK, but as of yet, they do have meds, they do have ammunition. They are going to be splitting off with the rest of the pack here. Snowy Frenzy Esports 7 finishes, and they find Unstoppable. That's going to be another finishes in the hands of Snowy Frenzy Esports. They're just stealing it every single fight. Oh boy, Snowy Frenzy going absolutely ham in this game. They've got 1 knock in from the side of the door, but like you said, the one that's going to be playing spoilers here, maybe Demotivated, who's lying underneath them as well.
Yeah, they still have 2 players alive, and they haven't made a peep, not even a single inch of sound. not a single decibel, but now they've been spotted by Raka SAS from the downhill. They try to go above, running straight into Snowy Frenzy, and they are trapped. Exploser gets 2 finishes, and that's amazing. Now it's devolved into a unstoppable versus Snowy Frenzy fight.
Oh.
That nade is amazing! And once again, Raka SAS, even though they're taking losses, they will make sure they get a couple of finishes before they bite the dust.
Exactly, last 2 players left, and you can see Snowy Frenzy, they are going to go in for the hunt. They're looking for those pushes. And Raka SAS, they need to go to reset. They don't exactly know what's up. Here comes the vehicle. Daze comes in. Does he get the connection? Explosion gets 1 knock. It's 2v3. They're fighting for their picks, but the prone does not help him. He's going to get knocked. And Nanu now is the last man standing. The zone pushes in. He will get taken now. And that's going to be Snowy Frenzy Esports taking the chicken dinner. What a way to start the bang here for Group 4.
What a banger performance indeed. Snowy Frenzy being absolutely on point. So smart.
It is indeed a great fight here. Snowy Frenzy Esports just absolutely showing dominance in that control there. The discipline as well. They were just holding down the fort. But of course, all things considered, we've seen so much action throughout the entire map of Sandhawk as well. What do you think of that map? Like, was that very balanced or was it very chaotic?
I think it's chaotic, I see. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It was as chaotic as it can get. So many frags stolen away by not just Unstoppable, but also Snowy Frenzy. And they were just so smart. They didn't even have to initiate these fights, right? You have Demotivate trying to take pot shots at Raka SAS. So obviously, since these both teams are lower on elevation, Snowy Frenzy will have an advantage. And even then, Snowy Frenzy were not completely safe, right? They were suffering some knocks every now and then. So they just had to be kept in check. They had to be kept humble.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, you have to give credit to his Raka SAS, like you said as well, had a lot of decent amount of high finishes, but and also of course Snowy Frenzy for taking dinner, right? Like these are the 2 teams that really stand out. Another team that I want to talk about is Team Gibran, because from start to end they had no break whatsoever. Like
exactly,
bootcamp. Oh wait, guess what? There's a team. Okay, we backed off. Oh wait, we came out. Another team in front of them took that fight. Oh wait, a third party. Another fight. Oh wait, another fight. Oh wait, another fight. But despite all the amount of fights that they had, they still had about 10 finishes. So
yeah,
I would say it's still a win for Team Gibran, even though they don't have decent amount of placement points.
I think it's a much better game for Team Gibran, because let's say for Snowy Frenzy, even though they have like 12 finishes, they were picking fights on their own terms. Team Gibran did not have that luxury, right? They were getting sent in and slammed in by every single third party, and they had to pick fights based on their opponent's terms, and they still came out on top. They still went down swinging.
I think that's something that is very commendable.
Yes.
Like, this is bound to happen, right?
Yeah.
But for them to actually hold out that long, I want to see if how well they play when they are given proper terms to actually dictate the fight. So I think one of those teams like was Hyper Esports chimed into the fight. Demotivate Esports chimed in with the fight. It was so much layers that actually happened to them, so it's a little bit unfortunate for them. However, teams like you said as well, Raka SAS, they had the greatest time. North side, not much contention. They got a couple of fights here and there. WSB was low-keying the entire fight as well, just staying in the center, getting a couple 1 or 2 finishes, but still struggled to make it the top 4. So I feel like the undergods are starting to step up in this round in general.
Yeah, and one of the undergods that we do need to keep an eye on is Demotivate Esports. Yeah, their name might not exactly be the most positive one. Their position, however, was very compromised towards the last circle. And even then, they survived way longer than I thought they would have.
Well, in this case, sometimes in life, if you want to win in games, you gotta demotivate everyone around you so that you shine the brightest.
So this was meant for their opponents, not for them.
It's the mind games. It's the mind games. They motivate esports.
The mind games, the attitude, the never give up attitude from Demotivate Esports. Absolutely commendable. Sure, they don't have as much firepower as Team Gibran, but even they were in a situation where they were getting clobbered from both the sides, right? On one hand, you have Team Unstoppable hitting them from the high ground, and from the other high ground, you have Snowy Frenzy, and right in front of them, they still have 2 snakes in, they don't even know their positions. They still have to flush them out, use the util on them, which leaves them nothing to work with later on. And despite all of those handicaps, despite all of those drawbacks, they managed to make it to the top 3.
Exactly, and I think that's very, very commendable as well, because in especially in BGMI, especially now in the round ones here, where a lot of teams don't have a lot of information on other teams is, firepower becomes very, very important. Decision making on when to back off is very, very important. And so far, the one that stood out for me is undeniably from Team Gibran. They were able to get out of so many situations, and there was only so much they can do with the limited resources they have. So I'm curious to see how well they perform. But of course, in the highlights, we're not. Oh, actually, we do catch a couple of glimpses here coming with Team Gibran as well. Aryan with insane shots here against Next Level, but eventually lost to Next Level, but they're still able to get a couple of finishes.
Oh yeah,
Was it actually Team Ultra Esports? My bad.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought up Next Level as well, because both Ultra Esports and Next Level had the same exact rotation path coming in from the south, trying to fight against Demotivate Esports on their way in, and both of those guys failed.
Yeah, speaking of them failing, right? I feel like right now, we Unstoppable are the ones that played from Paradise. They had a lot of run-ins, which allowed them to actually hold on for the longest fight. Look at this, they've only got a couple of 3 finishes. They couldn't really push out from the north side, but it came down towards Raka just completely shutting them down, even though we Unstoppable were the ones that actually had the first jump on Raka.
Yeah, and given the amount of comfort that we Unstoppable had, they had the northern edge on their control. They were the only team in Paradise. And despite having so much zone advantage and so much space to work with, they couldn't display an impressive performance in my opinion. So I think that's an opportunity missed.
I'm curious to see who the MVP is from this round, because it seems like there was just a lot of standout. I feel like Poison was one of those standouts here coming from Gibran, but I might be wrong. Let's take a look here. It is going to be Exploser coming in from Raka SAS Esports, who seems to be the MVP for this match with 4 finishes. Despite not getting chicken dinner, they were able to secure a second place finish.
Yeah, and if the MVP has 4 finishes, then you know for a fact that this entire lobby is going to be extremely balanced. 4-4-4 onto the top 4 fraggers. It's just numbers raining at you.
Well, unfortunately, the one that breaks the trend is going to be Thor with 3 finishes instead of joining the 4 train. So that is going to be 4 teams, 4 players with 4 finishes. But the longest finish in this map, despite having a very similar circle to the previous map, is only 188 meters, which is kind of surprising. And it's actually done by Aryan.
Yeah, Aryan, 188 meter longest finish. Not the longest we've seen. We saw a 300 meter plus finish yesterday in Sandhawk from one island to the other. But let's move on. Snowy Frenzy Esports, Chicken Dinner plus 11 finishes puts them up at 21. Raka SAS went guns blazing, 15 points for them. And Team Gibran, even though they were eliminated way before Unstoppable, demotivated Next Level, they still are way above them.
Exactly, and of course WSV Gaming going to be the cut-off right now based on game 1 with 6 points, but again, it's only one game, anyone can come up on top. But for now, Snowy Frenzy Esports, Raka SAS Esports, they're pretty okay in terms of comfort. But I'm curious to see whether or not Gibran's consistency is going to be what keeps them alive, because as of yet, they have 10 finishes with 0 positional points, which is a big statement if you think about it, right? The only 2 teams that had double digits was pretty much Snowy Frenzy Esports and also Gibran. And whereas the bottom half, we have Team Ultra Esports, Python Esports, they've got 4-4, 3-1-1. And of course, Ocean 13 officials, Open Challenge Esports, and Supernova Kashmir, 0 points.
Yeah, Supernova Kashmir were down to just Ragnar at the very beginning, thanks to Team Gibran. Open Challengers, they didn't really do much. Very lackluster performance. Ocean 13 officials actually had a nice late rotation. They could have capitalized on it, but they just simply vanished when the fight got intense.
See, interesting enough, right? Ocean 13 was the first team to had a little bit of running with Team Gibran. But for some reason, Ocean 13 just didn't get anything, even though they came in from bootcamp, right? I was expecting them to maybe third party the guys from Gibran, maybe even chime in a couple of fights here and there, get a couple of finishes, but that didn't really happen here. Seems like they just completely ignored, went up north, and then just got completely demolished, which is ironic considering the fact that they had one of the best positions in the zone. Maybe because of the fact that they were afraid of Gibran, or they cleared the bootcamp a little bit slower than expected, just because, you know, Gibran contested, right? So this is bound to happen. Drop test, drop clash, it is bound to happen. Like, the fear of pushing or checking does reside in all of us.
Yeah, exactly. And if only there was a better way to scout out for more information, to gather more of those information.
Yeah, getting a recon drone would be nice, huh?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But anyway, as of now, this group, as we expected, has been super, super close. For now, Snowy Frenzy lie at the top of the scoreboard, followed closely by Team Gibran, purely on the basis of finish points. Now the next map is going to be even more intense. It's Miramar. Can they continue their finish spree or will they have to rely on positions? We'll find out.
Turn pitches high, but it make way, way. Came here to slay, slay. Came here to slay. Let's go. Turn pitches high, but it make way, way. Came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. Oh yes.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break to the realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching round 2 and we are seeing the matches of group 4.
Yep.
Amazing Sandhawk match so far and we've got Miramar coming up. How are you feeling about this, Salty?
I mean, too early to judge. Again, no standout performances, something again which was kind of overshadowed because I'm conditioned to Wildfang just absolutely racking up the lobby in their first game. But I still believe there are some potential contenders. Very surprising to me that Veer Esports and Ocean 13, some teams we were so hyped up about the performance from round 1 could not actually come in and display it. But that's fine. I think for that to happen, you need a good companion as well, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm talking about having something as powerful as this device. That is the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Like I've always said, power-packed with features, has that Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G processor, and of course, with that being said, Crips, the instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz. It's crazy that a screen can refresh itself 2500 times just to make sure your touch is so smooth.
Yeah, and while your touching feels smooth, it also has a 90 Hz refresh rate for display. So it feels smooth to touch, feels smooth to see. It's just absolutely amazing. Perfect for all your gaming endeavors.
Well, perfect for all your gaming endeavors, but if you have to get this device for yourself, you need to go out to Flipkart. It's priced at a very budget-friendly segment, 21,999, and like we've always said, for that buck, in fact, you actually get a bang because it's the segment's most stable 90 FPS performance device. But enough about the Realme P3 Pro. It seems like now we've got to talk about the teams who are winning. Apparently, Snowy Frenzy. Tell me something about them which actually stands out, because I feel like they played a safe game throughout, kept their numbers high, and that resulted in them getting the chicken.
Yeah, textbook BGMI.
Yeah.
Don't initiate fights yourself, always go for the third parties, never overextend, never take too much risk, and they just get all the finishes for themselves. They were sealing so many finishes from V Unstoppable, so many from Demotivate Esports. I kind of feel bad because Demotivate Esports have a lot of firepower, right?
Yeah.
And just because they were stuck at the bottom of the hill, they can get the knocks onto whoever is speaking at them, but they can't finish them. Who can finish them? It's Snowy Frenzy. They just walk away with all the points.
Another team that definitely impressed me is going to be Team Gibran, because I feel like they've got the firepower, which is actually important to survive the onset of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The hottest map inside of the game comes up live right about now.
Into the deserts we go. These hot plains of Miramar will be painted red, crimson as the plane takes over the skies. This time the flight path is slightly more biased towards the northern side, but it's still fairly horizontal. Trailer Park is the takeoff point, and we go all the way towards Al Azahar. And yeah, we've seen plenty of intense team fights towards the end of Sandhawk, probably because all of these teams were hunched up over one tiny hill. But in Miramar, there's going to be plenty of space to play with. Do you think they will be huddled up, or do you think everyone will be playing for long-range fights?
I'll answer that as soon as the circle pops out, because I believe that kind of dictates the pace with which Miramar is going to progress. Because imagine this, right? If it does land in on that far northwestern corner of the map, there will be a lot of teams scrambling for position. And yes, of course, right off the get-go, you've got one of the teams, SN, who are already down. I can see a player being knocked out, but very surprisingly, is it a drop clash in Ruins out of everywhere?
Yeah, Ruins is way too far of a place to pick up a fight. In fact, across round 1 and 2, we did not see anyone go to Ruins, or even Trailer Park for that matter. So that entire northwestern part of Miramar was relatively unoccupied. Apart from that, you have Team Sour Esports in El Pozo. You have HE to the west of El Pozo. Are there even enough compounds over there to get enough loot?
I am not sure. We'll have to wait for us to actually find out. But elsewhere, though, WSB, a team coming in from the grind, we've talked about their performance. Not the best so far as of yet, but this team certainly has the experience on how to tackle those new zone meta. Talking about meta itself, can they tackle the initial combat is going to be my question. Last game, kind of okay-ish, but it's still not the WSB performance that we know of. We know it's a new team. We know it's a new lineup. These are young lads trying to make a difference, trying to make an impact, trying to make their mark. But it seems like this fight will come to a standstill, Crips.
It will come to a standstill. WSB, the team coming in from the bottom of Group C in BGIS, the grind, have something to prove. They want to prove that they do not belong in lobbies like these. They are destined for higher purposes. On the other hand, V Unstoppable, feeling frustration from Sandhawk because so many finishes were stolen away from them, they believe they deserved a lot more points, and rightfully so, they want to avenge what was stolen from them. But WSB is not the kind of team you can steal finishes away from. You'd have to be extremely measured in your approach.
Speaking of measured, I mean, I can spot a rotation through the map itself. It's Dhanraj from WSB. I kind of felt like WSB was potentially marking their exit from this fight, but it seems like it's just additional convoy coming into the picture. As the finish feed does blow open, it seems like everything is happening on that corner of Ruins, but potentially also on towards the region of Montenegro, where you get to see another cluster. And it's not just another standoff between two teams. There's actually 3 teams in very close proximity. We'll talk all about that, but for now, nades come through from WSB. Is Beast tries to prepare himself for this fight. They engage, but Doc falls. Hyper IGL with the first counter, and it seems like even Beast Very close escape over there, Crips.
Yep, one person is already resing Doc, and Beast will try to patch himself up with the bandages. This is going to be a very slow heal, but I'm really surprised that We Unstoppable are not taking this moment to close the gap and actually full send it in. I guess they need a lot more throwables for that to happen. And because of that, even though they get the first knock, the first finish belongs to Oceans 13.
Yeah. I mean, kind of sad, but again, you don't get any extra brownie points for getting the first finish. It's on the other side, the Hyper IGL. It's got the AKM, but the problem is that AKM only has 26 of those 7.62 ammo. On the other side, he's carrying a Winchester 98, certainly not useful. In fact, his comrade also rendered useless in this occasion as WSB, they push the fort. Beast in the front lines, holding it down. But of course, with the Scorpion, I'm not really sure if he's going to put up that fight. WSB Gaming are absolutely left flustered, and I believe majority of it is due to the lack of loot.
Due to the lack of loot, they have to just bandage up, so they can't even heal quickly enough to go finish off the people that they've knocked. And in case somebody from WSB extends to go pick up that finish, you have a player from Unstoppable across the street who will provide covering fire from afar. Hyper IGL locked in a duel against Dhanraj, and Dhanraj tries to go for the TPP pre-fire. Yes, he connects with that one pump shotgun, and he finishes off two members of We Unstoppable. Tenzin responds in kind. He re-knocks Dhanraj, so now it's down to a 2v3.
It certainly is, right? Shaky from WSB so far. They could not manage to clean things up as comfortably as I intended them to. But it seems like Tenzin, Dead God, and the rest of their comrades, they're going to be holding the fort for a while, not just sending it in. WSB in a world of trouble, but they've kind of handled it as of yet. Just needs to make sure that they cut their losses short, get all their fallen comrades back up, and try and escape from this fight unhurt. That has to be the top priority, because we know on Miramar you need all your 4 players alive.
I was actually surprised that Dhanraj managed to get back up on his feet. I thought that after he was knocked in the open over there, somebody from We Unstoppable will take the left-hand side flank and actually at least confirm the finish. They lost 2 of their members in the process. And for what? For absolutely nothing. So this Battle of La Cobreria has come to a standstill. I really don't think We Unstoppable want to reinitiate this fight. They would probably want to exit. And in case they do decide to exit, you've got Azu trying to mark their cover.
But on the other side, Montenegro fight, we talked about the cluster once again. It's going to be Ocean 13. They come into the picture. Abu gets the frag. Kane claims the finish. I want to find out how strong does Ocean 13 live up to the hype, because courtesy to the round 1 performance, everyone was talking about them, especially in our drawing room as well, where we were discussing potential teams for the top inside of this group so far.
Yeah, I mean, I predicted Ocean 13 as one of my top picks, you know.
Oh.
So yeah, I personally have a lot of stake in this fight.
The first match did not go your way, though.
Absolutely not. That was disastrous, man.
The same actually went ahead with BD Sports as well, who were my favorite pick. And I believe majority of the attention was drawn because of the 2 chicken dinners that they had secured in their round 1 games. So far, it seems like that momentum has not been carried forward. Montenegro comes to a standstill, though, in every single fight. We get to see that pattern here on Miramar, at least in this one out, that you see the engagement, you see the shots being taken, but as soon as teams come close to having casualties, they kind of try and take a step back.
Yeah, so there were 3 teams inside of Montenegro, right?
Yeah.
You, at one point, had Python Esports, Oceans 13, and Hyper Esports. None of those 3 teams have started fighting each other. And Team Gibran just went all the way from Ladriela to Montenegro, and even they didn't come across anything. But we might just have some completely different fight happening in this very church in Chumasera. This has been infamous for early game fights. Ronak gets out of his monster truck. Nanu tries to pre-fire him with the UMP. Both the players actually hitting each other with UMPs, and Nanu comes out on top. More than half HP available, so he can easily get the finish, and nobody will be able to train him out.
Once again, an early start for Raka SSAS, but it seems like Catalyst out there in the front line is going to shoo away the rest of the... Is kind of throwing them off guard at the point, right? Open Challenger Esports, they kind of came close, but they did not really make their presence felt. Now they're trying to walk away from this fight as soon as possible. At least good thing for them, they are inside the circle.
Oh my lord, look at that circle. Salty, I have been waiting for something like this. It's a San Martin and Hacienda del Petron circle. I love everything about this. We just witnessed a banger power grid circle just yesterday.
Yeah.
And now we are being blessed with something like this again. Thank the BGMI lords for giving us some action-packed games.
I think one of the teams, DME, are really going to be happy about this. Smack center of the circle, right onto it, San Martin. You've got those high grounds as well that you can capture potentially, but they have to wait for other preys to pop into their crosshairs. Meanwhile, you find that migration happening from the eastern side. I believe it's going to be Team IP who make their way in. Team One Piece. Can they kind of break the peace inside of this lobby is going to be my question. On the other side, SAR Esports, they come in close contestations with another one of their comrades.
Yeah, but they haven't really started the fight or initiated even close. Oh, look at this. Hyper Esports getting extremely close to Oceans 13. But they are aware that there could be someone present, so they disembark from their vehicles before they can be spotted. And they start fighting at Ocean as they get in the car. So close, absolutely not close to safety at all. Even Red Dot has been knocked out and finished. So close, will be sent back to his maker. 2 free picks for Hyper Esports.
So far from this map of Miramar right now. Back to the lobby once again. Hyper Esports, though, I like this approach coming in from them. Just catch a couple of players off guard, try and pick up your elimination points and just walk away unhurt from that fight. But so far, Ocean 13, their hopes and dreams of coming back on the overall standings, at least on the map of Miramar, has kind of derailed. I mean, Abu and Kane, we know they pack a punch, especially when it comes to their firepower. But with 2 players taken out of the game already, it's going to be a tough job, especially considering where the circle is poised. To watch your backlines, you need those extra numbers. And look at that, WSB already positioning themselves up top.
WSB have a nice position towards the north of this circle. Their only neighbors are the 2 members of Ocean 13 who have just entered the blue zone, so I don't think they're in a condition to fight. And Be Unstoppable, who also have taken some losses. So all their neighbors are weak. WSB will have the numbers advantage in case a fight breaks out.
Well, talk about Team Gibran, though. I really expected this team to actually go hot, considering their momentum from the map of Erangel was extremely brilliant. If I'm not mistaken, got out with at least 10 eliminations from the last game, so they will have to keep up the ante. And right next to them, they've got another team. That is going to be the likes of SG. Snowy, Frenzy, if I'm not mistaken, they are. And if they do decide to take a shot, Team Gibran, do they even have information of that presence is going to be my question, because right now it seems like they're completely unaware.
Yeah, but Snowy Frenzy are kind of split 2-2. 2 of their players are really close to Team Gibran. Meanwhile, the other 2 are all the way in the western hill of Graveyard. So, yeah, they're not close to each other if they want to, provide backup. Meanwhile, the center of the circle is still relatively spaced out. You have One Piece in the San Martin north side. You have some of their members trying to take the billboard building. Meanwhile, Demotivate Esports are on the southern mountains of San Martin. WSB also just entering the zone. And you have SN, if I'm not wrong, on the western edge. So all of these teams, while they can take bot shots at each other, I don't think a full send will be seen anytime soon. Demotivate also getting shot on the balcony. Again, easy to recover, right? You can just walk into the room again and get dressed back up. So no danger bells ringing in their heads just yet. They just need to make sure that in case someone does get knocked, they don't lose them. Oh my god, this is a massive mistake. Oceans 13, unscouted entry into this circle, and they walk right into Demotivate Esports crosshairs.
This is what you call a crash landing. Kane is going to be the last player who actually survives his comrade being chewed upon by the players of Demotivate Esports. They've been holding this position for a while, and we talked about it right at the smack center of the circle. They're not going to be moving in. Oceans 13, I feel like there was no need to actually try and leapfrog every single team and take those central positions, considering you've lost man numbers already, knowing that these compounds will be occupied early on. It was probably, in my opinion, a questionable decision. But I believe if they can come out of this fight victorious, they will have answered those questions. Demotivate so far, they are getting vantage points on Python as well. One of their players being brought down, the second one being shot down, but nothing in return.
I am actually very, very surprised Oceans 13 managed to stay alive in that kind of a situation. Meanwhile, Python Esports in quite a lot of trouble. You have Sour Esports on the southern hill of San Martin, who have quite a lot of advantage, you know. They can take a look at Python Esports, on One Piece, even on Demotivate Esports for that matter. But my goodness! Now that is a really good shot by Real.
Absolutely. One Piece cutting their oppositions in half, not letting anyone survive in One Piece so far. But I still feel for One Piece to be extremely lethal right now, they will have to overextend, and that is not the right strategy. Look at the minimap so far. So many dots of colors, every single direction, and it seems like everyone is preparing for that final standoff in the urban lands of Hashandil Patron and San Martin. High grounds being captured, just like you mentioned, but Demotivate, they're going to give up their central spots to, I believe, Sour Esports. Good positioning from them. WSB trying to come in from the northwest of Creator Fields. They themselves are in a sweet spot. They do not have to actually engage into battle, just waiting for their opportunity slowly and steadily. As we wait for the circle takes us to the eastern part of San Martin itself, forcing these battles to kind of move away. I'm still trying to find out where are the firefights happening, because you can hear those shots. It's just not resulting in a fight. Still 16 teams alive, but not more possibly. Look at that. NXL, Thunder, shots being taken. Snowy Frenzy Esports on the offense.
His rear right tire has been popped, but he still somehow manages to get to safety. The speed of Thunder actually helps him get across out of KC Gamer's crosshairs. Snowy Frenzy, they must have had a lot of finishes last game, and of course they're feeling confident, but if they keep missing shots like these, things are looking dicey.
Things will certainly look dicey. I mean, look at this team, Next Level. They have found themselves a little bit of a ditch to try and hold on to, and I believe that will be majority of the team and their last resorts right now, because hard covers are nowhere to be found. In fact, it's just one team, TUE, who is outside this battlefield but still quite considerably safe. Everyone on that western edge of the San Martin Hills, I believe, will be drawn into battle, and there's no way you can avoid it.
Yeah, at this point, this starts becoming a camp battle. This starts becoming a battle where you have to raise your flag high up on your building and mark it as your own territory, not letting anybody close to you. One Piece, nice compound. Demotivated Esports, obviously the western edge, but you have SN below them, so, I mean, they can take pot shots at each other. They have taken pot shots at each other. You know, there have been knocks, but no confirmations just yet. But I'm kind of concerned about Veer Esports because they're trying to scale this mountain, and on top of it is Snowy Frenzy.
Snowy Frenzy, dinner in the last match, possibly looking for lunch in this hot-headed map of Miramar. Joker, of course, does find the connection, but one finish so far. V Esports will actually be gatekept. This is the perfect example of gatekeeping measures. Not only you've got the advantage of the circle, but also positional advantage as well. Elsewhere, it's going to be Jord IGL. Shots being fired right up front. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Raka x SAS. So far, one of their players being taken down. Another one almost burnt down by the lobby. But it seems like Jord IGL has too much in his hand.
Yes, these teams are fighting two battles at once. Snowy Frenzy Esports were trying to shoot down at Veer Esports, and now they're also trying to pick up a fight against Raka SAS, the MVP of the last game, Exposer. He's been spotted by two players, and he's trying to be naded, but Jord IGL gets blown up. It's up to Joker now to somehow go for the rescue, and you can already see him retreating, but there's no way to get across. There's explodes between them.
And it seems like Snowy Frenzy, they are kind of in a position which has no escape strategy, because there is a wraparound from the backlines as well as Raka x SAS. They keep pushing forward. Look at this, Exploser managed to find the connection with the UMP, but it seems like from the distance he gets knocked out, and it is open challengers who break open this fight. A lifeline for Snowy Frenzy, and now Raka x SAS on to plan B. Smoke off the backlines, try and get their players revived and try and continue the fight, all 4 men strong.
Ocean, open challengers, these guys have such a good position. They have nobody to their left and right, nobody behind them, everybody in front. So they have clear sightlines onto this fight, and they can easily continue third-partying. At one point, Snowy Frenzy was enjoying the vantage. They were enjoying the high ground.
Yeah.
Now, they have to relinquish that. Raka SAS have the high ground, and Exploser tries to go in for the pre-fire. Oh no, he slips, and KC Gamer bites the dust because of that foot slip. He loses his advantage.
Coffin on towards with the S12K. He knows there is a player right beneath. It's going to be tough to take him down, especially if he jumps down. The animation will try and take majority of his firepower away, but he still manages to land the shot. A spam coming through, and Coffin finds a frag. Raka X SAS is still 3-man strong, and now they've found at least the southeast edge of the zone.
For the team that won the chicken dinner in the last game, this was the final nail in the coffin as they are the first team to go out. What a high start for this team, but Snowy Frenzy, they burn out in that frenzy. First ones to crash out.
Well, look at the circle and look at WSB's positioning. We saw Beast take that plunge, and I think it was a gamble where you send in one of those players to capture the high lands, central lands, and WSB was successful. But look at this, Ocean 13s versus Demotivated. This has been drawing out for a while, Crips. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Ocean 13 clearly have the numbers disadvantage, but Demotivated Esports, they were actually trying to run away from one piece who were shooting at them from far. They don't know that even Ocean 13 are present over here. They thought they were safe. They disembarked, but they end up losing Sam as well. And this is when Ocean 13 want to retaliate. They want to use this as an advantage to take that house and stop that res from happening. Abu kicks the door open, fires upon his enemy, just about gets that finish, but they retreat up the stairs.
That is what you have to do. No other option left as Ocean 13s. They look to lay out the first floor of this building with nades and molotovs. As they do decide to disengage and reposition themselves, we are prepping ourselves for the final stretch, ladies and gentlemen. It's stage 5 already, but how on earth are 14 teams surviving? Well, to answer that question, we are in for an urban extravaganza. It's One Piece, it's Python, it's Ocean 13, it's Demotivate. So many teams, they plunge into battle, and from the flank, look at that Believe. And his position, I believe, he has so much information to work with, Crips.
Exactly. He just saw Abu and Kane walk into that tiny house. He's gonna pump their guts full of shrapnel by nading them, chain nading them. He's got plenty. He's got another one in the pocket. So while he can expend his utility, I hope he doesn't overuse it, because urban finishes, you're gonna need all of those throwables.
You do need that. You need to stock up on them as quickly as you possibly can. But for One Piece, I believe this is not going to be the best position that they will be looking to hold. Look at that on the minimap. They're right at the edge of the circle, and it seems like they will have to bypass multiple teams. Ocean 13 Demotivate to try and get a more central punt. It seems like this urban battle will come to a conclusion as quickly as the circle engulfs them. Demotivate, one of their players will fall down. It seems like Soulboy, his position has been marked, but Ocean 13, they somehow do manage to stay alive.
Solo Boy living up to his name, the solo survivor for Demotivate Esports. He was being put under so much pressure, but that Molotov which burns Kane down, it will relieve some of that pressure, buying him some much needed breathing space. He must retreat into one of those urban compounds, but look at the next circle shift. It will take everybody out of the urban areas onto the hills, Salty. Now is when the pandemonium begins.
Absolute pandemonium outside the circle, and this is exactly what is needed, right? So many teams surviving in one quick snap. You're gonna see Thanos wipe out half of the world right now. With that being said, though, the hot lands of San Martin itself, 4 teams still holding strong, and Solo Boy, his position can actually take the likes of Ocean 13. Shots being fired, connections not found, both of them quite low on HP. UMP strikes, but still one man left alive. Goes in for the finish, being a little too greedy.
Whoa!
But that greed pays off as Solo Boy and Demotivate Esports, they stay alive.
I really thought Solo Boy was done for over there. After he got that first knock onto one of the members of Ocean 13, I thought Abu would be able to instantly trade him, but no! This guy flicks onto his head. Squad wipe. Another fight has already begun. It's Hyper Esports versus Next Level. Ronan trying to lay down some cover fire. Anish flanks them from the other side, and that's a very quick wipe. Hyper Esports are out.
Team Next Level, though. Aggression has to be channelized to the next level right now as they start climbing up the top of this cliff. From the backlines, you can already see through the X-ray multiple teams in position, and it will be difficult for them to hold on to that position. But elsewhere, it is Team SN who bite the dust. Sour Esports, they are going in already, and I can find that a couple of these players, they are hesitant to make the move as the invasion comes through. Sour Esports going in for the cleanup, one of their players being knocked out. It seems like the wraparound is yet to come in. A little bit of a breather to go in for the revive. Rigor 47 with that S12K trying to mark their flanks, but it's SN. They are doing the unthinkable at this point. We unstoppable. They are being shut down.
Sorry, Sports have just one nade left onto Sensei, and this could be perfect. All of them are huddled up inside that room, and now they try to go on from the other side. Kira is also about to lob a nade. This could be a double grenade finish. Senseboy switches onto the UMP, refires across the corner, gets one knock onto Ragnar. Another one down as Senseboy gets the double. He might just be on for a full squad wipe by himself, but now even Kira steps in. He knocks down Arib, and Muteeb has been finished off as well. A 2 versus 4 clutch by Sour Esports, and that is sweet, sweet victory with some spicy shots.
Absolutely. Supernova Kashmir destroyed out of this lobby right now, but it's still halfway mark. We are in for the urban battles as of yet, as tension still raises to tension still is there to concern Sour Esports. Kira is there with the 3 eliminations on his kitty already, but he knows that there will be those outliers, especially US from the backlines and a couple of more. Tenzin yet to be spotted, shots not taken so far. I still feel that somewhere down the line, a couple of these teams are going to be smirking in the corner. One of them is going to be WSB. The other is going to be Team Ultra Esports.
WSB has been rather silent for the last 2 minutes. They were taking plenty of pot shots in the 4th circle, but now they're just trying to keep a very measured approach and a low profile. Of course, you've got Beast, who's got 2 players inside that shack pinned down from Veer Esports, but his teammates, you better believe, have to keep an eye everywhere onto Sour Esports and One Piece as well. Uzu's going to be responsible for keeping One Piece in check. WSB Dhanraj in a little bit of danger, just about makes his escape.
I'm actually very concerned about how Team Next Level will try and enter this circle, because look at that. Without any sort of information of how Team WSB have placed themselves in formation, I believe for Next Level to blindly charge into battle will be almost equal to a death trap. From the backlines, of course, Team Ultra Esports, they have also started taking shots, and I believe Dhanraj is aware about it, and that just goes to show that Team WSB, their focus is going to be shifting from multiple targets to different targets in one quick succession. AKOP from Team Ultra Esports, maybe a doppelganger of the AKOP from Orangutan, will he be able to recreate his own success? That is going to be my question.
Can he create his own identity? Can he make his mark? That's what you're here to do in the realme BGIS 2025. Now, he knows for a fact that WSB are on the top of the hill. He doesn't know exactly which team is inside that shack, but just to be safe, he's going to blow up on the tire so there's no escape for Next Level. Ronan will smoke off the approach. There's one more vehicle available for Next Level, which Anish is in right now. But at this point, you need to just secure this southwestern edge which you have, and Next Level will be relatively danger-free as long as they deal with the one lowly rat from Veer Esports who's underneath them.
You know, I believe, Cribs, this circle is a ticking time bomb.
Yes.
Everyone who is surviving outside of WSB, they are waiting to be pounced upon. They basically are cannon fodder at this point. Veer Esports, Couture, if I pronounce his name correctly, tries to heal himself up. He knows that WSB is up top and it is extremely dangerous territory. But at the distance, look at that. Team Next Level, they are going to fall as Ritesh bites the dust. Beast and his angle is ever so brilliant. But amidst all of this chaos, you see him, Couture, trying to make those tiny little moves, tiptoe his way to the center of the circle. But WSB, they are in for battle as the first nade. It sails in towards Team Next Level.
And Couture will be thanking his lucky stars that WSB are currently occupied with their backlines being breached by Next Level Esports. That's the first finish. Ritesh goes down. Plenty of more finishes to be acquired by WSB.
Yes, sir. Uzuopi, he knows exactly One Piece will be coming in from their backlines. Currently, I think WSB, every single player is marking a separate team right now. Beast in charge of the Next Level, and it seems like one other Molotov is not going to find that. It's not going to find the hit.
So while WSB spread out, they can at least keep an eye on their enemies, but that takes away from their trading potential in case one of them gets pushed solo. And that unfortunate person is Uzu for the time being. I believe he's extremely low. Real will have to wait for him to get across. But on the higher ground, Beast is in a lot of danger from TUE. He goes down, Dhanraj gets the trade, so now it's down to a 3v3 between WSB and TUE. But more nades sail through, Dhanraj barely surviving. The player goes up, but Beast was on the verge of being picked back up. In the last second, he gets finished off.
Yeah, it's not just Dhanraj as well. Look at Doc's position, can provide him adequate cover fire, but will he allow Team Ultra Esports to come within the vicinity, to come into firing range is the question. As One Piece start to make a move, the nade sails in. Uzuopi still holding his position. I like the fact that he's masking information right now. Heals him up instantly, but that was a scare, Crips.
Yeah, double nade. That should have been Uzu going down, but he managed to get the first aid just in time. Unfortunately, that was his last first aid, and even Doc has been finished off. So WSB, their high ground position, their spread out approach is actually backfiring on them. Dhanraj does secure one kill, but immediately after gets knocked down, and there's no way for him to get picked back up, leaving it all in the hands of Uzu.
Team Ultra Esports, 4 finishes on these lads, and they can actually go in for the revive against KSK as well. But right up front, Team Next Level, they are looking to pounce. It's Kutur who is still holding his position, and I like it already, trying to lay low as much as he possibly can. And Team Next Level have absolutely no clue about this man's presence.
Yeah, Next Level have no clue, but I don't think Kutur will reveal himself. He might just piggyback Next Level into the next zone and use them as human meat shields as they clash into TUE.
Well, doing that is extremely difficult, and look at that. As soon as you say that, Ronin OP spots him out, takes him out of the picture as well. It's Team Ultra Esports who are going head-to-head against Team Next Level. Shots being fired, and so far, it seems like Team Next Level, they aren't really in comfortable shoes, but this one man, Ronin OP, with 5 frags, he's looking to decimate the likes of Team Ultra Esports. Daddy FTW on the higher ground, somebody from the flank as well. Ronin OP has multiple targets right in front of him. It's the S12K versus the DBS. Once again, as KSK comes closing in, Ronin is just amping up the pressure, but the Ultra Esports, they disengage in going in for the revive, and I believe, Trips, that is a good option.
That is a very good option. 4 teams, 6 players. Ultra Esports in a 1v2 against Ronin. They lose Daddy, but they will survive. And this is the perfect timing for Sour Esports Sensei to strike. A 1v3 currently possible over here. Sour Esports Sensei and Kira both trying to move in, but AKOP bleeds out to the blue zone. It's back to a 2v2, Salty.
It certainly is, right? For Team Ultra Esports, he can't really go in for the revive. In fact, he's actually brave enough to do so. The Molotov is going to give away his position. The trajectory for the nade is right!
Oh my
the
God.
bounce is there, and the explosion, it's right on the money. Sour Esports giving a sour exit to Team Ultra Esports. That was a valiant effort by them. It was a very tricky game of Miramar, to be honest, because I think I've never seen something as unpredictable, as chaotic as this match, because it even took me off guard. I fumbled on my breath and my saliva so many times. Imagine this, one small circle, WSB at the top, and for the first time in my life, I've seen this team fall.
Exactly, right? One would have expected that WSB coming in from the grind would have had much more firepower, much more experience than everyone else. And the experience shows, right? They know which position to occupy, they know how to spread out. But because they were surrounded on all the sides, they had to spread their players too thin.
Yeah.
And then they can't cover all the entrances, so all of them get traded one by one. And Sour Esports as well. I mean, they were down to a 2-man lineup, bro.
Yeah.
They finished off a whole team in a 2v4 clutch. Then they came into this final circle and then continued to dominate.
It certainly is, right? I mean, you think of a way where one man had multiple targets, meanwhile Sour Esports on the other side. Yes, they did not have the best of positioning, but they managed to isolate their targets one by one, and they took them with a lot of concentration and with a lot of focus, which kind of gave the chicken. But I still feel like WSB, props to them for finding the high ground. But at this point, firepower seems to be a little low. I kind of feel like Dhanraj, Doc in those south lines at least should have defended themselves against Team Ultra Esports. Their position was so out in the open. But it doesn't matter what, their utility usage was right on point and they had to bow out.
Yeah, and what works for the teams like Sour Esports is exactly what leads to the downfall of WSB.
Yeah.
I mean, Sour Esports successfully isolated all of their fights, exterminated all of their enemies one by one. WSB, on the other hand, were singled out. So we have like 2 polar opposite storylines over here.
I mean, understandably so. It is the game of Miramar. You are ought to see those polar opposites. A couple of other very notable names, of course, Ocean 13. I feel like that survival against Demotivate Esports, they kind of held down on their fort for quite a long time. Apart from that, Snowy Gaming. I did not expect this team to go out in such quick succession, especially after the chicken dinner on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, these guys were absolutely on fire, but they were the first ones to bow out.
Yeah.
A chicken dinner in Sanok, by the way.
Sanok.
But immediately after that, you are the first team to buy out in Miramar. It's not even like you survive in like the top 10 or 9 where you get like 0 placement points regardless. The absolute first ones to fall.
Very surprising out there. Even VD Esports, as a matter of fact, this team managed to get themselves 2 chicken dinners inside of round 1. A lot of eliminations as well. But somehow, some way, this team has not been able to find their footing. Of course, we will get to know which are the teams who were able to find their footing when we pull up the point standings. But there is time for us so we can speculate. There were a couple of teams who were actually good. Team Next Level coming in from the Northern Edge. They kind of managed to separate their targets pretty well and exterminate them one by one. I felt like their trade game was actually beyond everyone else.
Next Level, yes, I have to appreciate their trade game. If only they had enough numbers to continue on in that fight, this would have been a much better game for them. But given the numbers disadvantage they had, they still managed to put up some amazing trades. And you're right, I am impressed by them. If they had better odds, I think we could have expected more from them.
Well, I mean, you speak of numbers advantage, then you've got to feel bad for Gutur as well. I mean, what was he doing over there? Lone Wolf, I said wolf. I actually wanted to say lone wolf, but he was in fact a mole rather in that whole sandstorm.
Mole, rat, wolf. I mean,
yeah, mole and wolf. Wolf. You get that? It's a new word that I just invented today. But never mind.
I'll contact Oxford Dictionary later.
Another team, Crips, which we have to talk about. Team One Piece were actually pretty brilliant.
Oh yes. Thank you for bringing up Team One Piece. So good. But at the same time, leave so much to be desired. Like, they had all the best possible positions on the western edge, great fights, slowly and steadily, strongly approach into the zone. I believe they were the ones who initially got a couple of knocks on WSB. And even though they couldn't finish them because obviously WSB like high up on that hill, they at least made sure the WSB run out of all their meds, all of their resources, which probably contributed to their downfall.
Well, of course, we had a lot of fights. In fact, majority of them were very awkward engagements. But let's just move on to the highlights and find out exactly why, right? Ocean Rivals, out of everyone else, just managed to escape past Demotivate Esports. And when we thought that a 1v2 is actually not possible, Solo Boy pulls out his UMP and destroys Ocean Rivals.
Yeah. Just a solo performance by the Solo Boy, and that's a 1v2 clutch from him. Even this one, Next Level, you were right. These guys are just so good at their 4v4 fights, but whenever a third party arrives, it's a bit weird. Sense Boy, this man went on a finish spree over here. 2 knocks back to back, followed by his teammate Kira, who comes in from the other side of the garage. Such amazing teamwork, and that gave us one of the most impressive 2v4 clutches.
Exactly right. From that point on, I felt like Supernova Kashmir, once they were decimated, Team Next Level started their climb, they sent One Piece, tried a lot to find those cliffs, but it was majority of these cliffs and the topography of this final stretch of the map which kind of got the lifeline to majority of these teams like Team Ultra Esports, because I don't believe that in any other world they would have been able to survive till the second spot, but here they do. Yes, they did try to go in for the revive, which I felt was a bad decision, but it did not really pay off for them. Talk about Sensi Boy from Sari Esports. 7 eliminations on this lad, 1134 points of damage. MVP for this map of Miramar with 2 assists and 1 headshot. Crips, what are your thoughts about him?
I mean, the numbers don't do justice to his performance. Yes, sure, he has 7 finishes, but 2 of them were in the freaking 1v2 club situation. So it's not just regular finishes, these are high pressure finishes. Impact frags, Salty.
Impact frags on Ronin OP as well. Look at that, 7 eliminations on Next Level. 1029 points of damage for Next Level. I believe this was a very important game, and now they will kind of feel themselves comfortable on the overall standings. Talking about the match MVP, talking about the match summary, pardon me, for that, you've got Aryan with the longest finish, 288 meters, 3 grenade eliminations, a lot of healings to be honest, but I am excited for the point standing, Cribs, because I believe majority of the teams up top, they're going to be battling for space.
Sour Esports, so many clutches, and then the chicken dinner as well. Massive 22-point game from them, absolutely deserved. Next level, on the other hand, they finished third in terms of positions, but plenty of finishes from them as they go from strength to strength, from compound to compound, and then up the hill. 16 points for them. Ultra Esports, they survived all the way up until the end, and while they could have done more, that nade from Sour completely destroyed them, even though they had the numbers advantage.
Yep, on towards the other page. This is where the surprises do lie. I mean, we don't get to see a 0-pointer game from anyone. In fact, even Snowy Frenzy Esports managed to find at least one, but after the first game of Sanhok, did not really expect a downfall like this. Now, I love when instances like these happen because on the overall standings, things are going to be very even, very tight. Talking about the overall standings, let's move on forward, ladies and gentlemen. Let's flip pages, go on to the overall standings and find out who stands atop. Sour Esports, 26 points on them. Great consistency, but look at the battle that is brewing up already. Next level on 23, Snowy Frenzy on 22, Raka X SAS on 21. Even Team Ultra Esports, after that game, they find themselves 17 points. So it's anybody's game right now, especially in the first page.
Yeah, everybody on the first page is extremely close to each other. The cutoff for now is 12. Team Gibran at 7th place. But there's plenty of teams behind them who are just a stone's throw away. We Unstoppable, One Piece. They don't even need one good game. They just need one good fight to catch up to them.
Potentially, yes, but for everyone else who's falling by, we Esports, we know their consistency, we know their finish fragging potential as well. It does not seem to be working so well for them so far. Open challenges, the challenge is open. It is the open rounds right now. Round 2 is not panning up according to their plan so far, but I'm expecting comebacks happening, Crips, and it is just the first day itself. So let's not just blame these teams too much. I'm going to give them the leeway, hoping that they come back on the map of Erangel, but if not, they still have another day to actually showcase their skills.
Yeah, and they've already showcased plenty of their skills, right? So many strong firepower teams. We have like some 7 teams in contention who all can go in terms of firepower toe-to-toe.
And I feel that will kind of overshadow WSB and their experience from the grind as well, because we were expecting somewhat like a Wild Fang performance, but maybe, just maybe, that the wild performance that we're expecting from WSB will come a little while late, just like after we come back after a short break.
Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Tawa Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to realme BGIS 2025 Round 2. My name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster. Along with me is going to be joining IC Baby 1-2 for the last map of the day. And we are excited to head on towards Erangel because I feel like so far instead of Round 2, we haven't seen a group that is so tight on the overall standings yet.
Speaking of very, very tight here, seems like the only team that has gotten consistent so far is Sour Esports because they had a pretty rocky, shaky start in San Hong itself, but that game itself, they managed to step up into the lead. But aside from them, everyone struggled. Even Gibran as well, we were praising them from game number 1. It was like, hey, you know what, this is a team, they were able to overcome all odds, but game 2, they just got completely obliterated.
You know what, like what basically happened over there, all the teams who performed well in match 1, Snowy Frenzy, Team Gibran, they were left disarray. It's because of the lack of consistency, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want consistency in your games, then there's something absolutely brilliant that we've got to offer. I think you can watch these flashy devices on your screens right now. It's the Realme P3 Pro 5G, power-packed with features, but also extremely budget-friendly. 21,999 is what it is priced at. You head on towards Flipkart and find out. And let me just tell you this. It has that 6,000 milliampere Titan battery, so if you are going to be streaming, you will last for days. That is only how you will manage to make sure that when you are in high-stakes game like this, you won't be inconsistent. Talking about consistency now, Sour Esports, you mentioned they were consistent. There were a couple of other teams as well, teams like Next Level, who were managing to keep themselves up. But what about Veer Esports? It seemed like this is the team that has surprised us all because I expected this team to be up there with the rest of the competition, but they have failed to do so far.
I think based on round 1's results, like Veer was one of the top contenders in terms of overall finish points and placement, but so far in 2 games in general, Veer hasn't been able to find some positioning. It feels like they were just struggling based on zone. It might be luck, it might be just mobility as well, but so far every time they make an attempt, they're always getting third party. And in this case, one of the biggest factors I feel like, which is very low-key, is actually WSB Gaming. Off the map, you don't expect them to do anything, but they are just pushing people on the sides. Yes, they're not getting confirmations, but they're doing just enough to force people to have high collisions or high traffic fights in one side of the map and also the other side of the map at the same time.
I think double-clicking on that, you just brought up the point that I was about to discuss. WSB, it seems like they're well experienced with the new zone meta. You look at their rotation, they are one of the first movers. They know how to play their splits well because I still remember how Beast was the only one to scout out that high ground and then the rest of the team followed almost instantly, finding absolutely nobody. But like we said, I think we've got to give this team a little bit of a leeway as well. Young lads finding those frags, it's gonna be a little difficult right off the get-go itself, but expectations are there from WSB. How do you counter it? How do you manage situations like these as a coach?
I think in this situation, for me, macro-wise for WSB is pretty okay.
Yeah.
They need to have a little bit more confidence in taking more fights. Because right now, getting knocks, getting finishes is something that very few people like to do it. Like most pub players, they'll be like, you know what? I'm gonna get very, very angsty in this case of taking fights. People don't know how to slow down. And right now, WSB is in a situation where they're slowing down so much, they're afraid to take fights just because of how the grind actually went up for them. So for them, you need to learn to balance out between flipping a switch on and off. So as a coach-wise for WSB, I feel like right now you guys just need to have a little bit of confidence. Rotation-wise, they're good. Don't worry about rotation. Just see somebody, commit.
I think that perfectly describes WSB's situation because we saw that on the high ground. They saw those teams approaching them from every single direction. In order to counter that, all you've got to do is to channelize all 4 players onto one target and eliminate them. WSB delayed that onset for so long that everyone started to struggle around them, strangle them from multiple directions, and I believe that that was a learning experience. WSB, they need to come back on the map of Erangel. Potentially, if they walk away with the chicken, tomorrow they are going to be feeling extremely confident.
Well, hopefully as well, considering that we are about to reach the halfway point here, especially for teams like WSB Gaming. In this case, it is going to be a do or die here, but without further ado, the final game for today. Well, the final game for today to decide on who is going to be the top of the leaderboard for this halfway point here for Group 4. This is going to be match 3 and final game for today for day number 3 for the realme BGIS 2025 round 2 stages. Such a mouthful, but to start things off, the flight path coming all the way from Novo, heading all the way to the northwest of the hospital. A pretty balanced, what I would say.
A pretty balanced flight path, to be honest. Every team will be able to go to their designated drop locations, but I'm expecting fights. I'm expecting fights coming in from Supernova Kashmir. I'm expecting fights coming in from We Unstoppables as well. The teams who could not really do well, even as a matter of fact, Python, Hyper, these are the teams who are supposed to be doing well in those firefights. But right at the get-go, you've got a couple of teams moving towards a military base island. It's been a long time we've seen a military base circle. I see. When are we getting that once again?
Please don't jinx it. Just don't. Like, make it a little bit balanced here. So earlier today we had one all the way into all the way into the Medusa's intersection near Mansion. Pretty open field, pretty chaotic. But Wildfangs was able to overcome that in that map itself. But this time, if given the same circle, I'm curious to see if any of these teams are able to handle that kind of pressure, because that was not an easy circle to play.
Yep. And certainly not an easy territory towards Novo Rupnoy as well. As Team Next Level, they are embarking on a couple of vehicles, but it seems like Snowy Frenzy, they're right next to them as well. Demotivate are on their parachutes, extremely close, moving towards Rozok as well. So that is another collision which might happen. This entire map is actually divided into 4 clusters. Look at that. The cluster towards Hospital, the cluster towards Gatka, on towards the western shorelines. Towards onto the east, you've got a One Piece as well as WSB. Close contestation between them as well. Open challenges. Team Ultra Esports towards Novo. You've got another cluster. I see it seems like teams who want to brew into battle.
Speaking of battle, Peace. Oh my goodness, he just landed as well. Open challenges, just runs him over. No mercy for WSB. Grind or no grind. In this case, Open Challenges Esports are looking to challenge everyone. And Beast, it's back to the lobby for him, potentially. But on the screen right now, we do see another team is going to be One Piece going up against OC.
Now, we talked about this cluster. One Piece will be looking to capture this finish, but I'm not sure if Ritik's position has been given out. Believe knows there's at least someone who is in close vicinity, but now he finally spots the vehicles. Certainly not armed in a way we can tackle them, but the pump action shotgun, if deployed correctly, can certainly do the damage. But it seems like Belief is just going to buy himself time. The player has been escorted. He's been walked away to safety.
Oh, very, very close call as well, considering how spread off they are. They were having a little bit of a scuffle with both WSB and One Piece as well. Seems like they are able to get out of safety, but the question here is, are they going to be able to loot up those loots here? Because they just arrived in Lvovka. And guess what? They are going to be expecting company here. WSB, they may have lost Beast, but they are still a foe that they need to respect. And as of yet, Open Challengers Esports, they have vehicles. They have 2 options. Contest or just get out. In this case, getting out seems to be a safer choice, considering there is 2 teams around them.
Open Challengers has been running away from every single fight that we've seen so far. Running away from One Piece, running away from WSB as well. But a couple of their players actually still hold the grounds of Lipovka. So I want to find out, if Doc's position does get revealed, do they decide to take in the fight? On towards Milta Power, you've got Team Ultra Esports. They were pretty good on the map of Miramar. Their rotations were extremely silent, if I just have to say. But will they be able to make their way to the far western corner of the map where the circle is lying? Because it seems like I see we're heading towards the Everest yet again.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually lands on George Bull, considering how urban we have in today's matches. So
yep.
There's a lot of urban warfare, so I wouldn't be surprised all the way into George itself. But like I said, the Everest itself is one of the best spots, and if the circle shifts on towards the top of the mountain. Meanwhile, on screen as well, we do see a little bit of trouble here. We're getting completely hit and run. And this is going to be HE, getting the monster truck, getting an easy finish in the pack.
I feel so sorry for Gutur every single time he comes on my screens. Either he's battling as a lone survivor, or he's the only man who is being absolutely peppered down. Talk about being peppered down. Hyper Esports are not giving an inch. Veer Esports are being lodged into the air and being shut down, almost like a choke slam being suffered as well. Hyper Esports, now they're moving in, 2 players surviving. It has to be a clutch and a half if Veer Esports walk walks away from this.
Oh my goodness, Nightmare being knocked off as well. This might be just the Nightmare that is about to terrorize Weir Esports. They've got two, man. Completely choked bobbed. And now Akshan with the monster truck is going to try and bait him out. They're trying to get him knocked out, but they can't seem to finish Bob. And the nades are coming in. The collapse comes in. And Weir, they get completely shut down. And Hyper Esports will get 4 easy finishes.
Technical and clinical over there as well, just like you mentioned, right? The bait with the monster truck was so brilliant. Those two players from Veer were like, what is happening? And then, of course, the trade fire, perfect. But look at this, WSB are being picked apart. Open challenges this time out, though. They're going to be the ones who kind of will be the victors. As of yet, Hunter goes in for the revive, but not easy. How on earth did he fall?
Well, in this case, even though he got knocked, I would say adding salt to injury is pretty good. Look at them. They're just jumping around the fans, just dancing around, knowing for a fact that WSB just got completely shut down. And even the machete on the face as well. But all things considered, even though open challenges, they may be a little bit big. There's 2 finishes on towards WSB. They're not out yet, but the chances of surviving seems to be very, very slim now with only 2 men, 6 minutes of the game. Not looking good for WSB.
Certainly, right? I mean, even for the teams on towards the military island, it seems like they have taken their merry way. The Novorupnoi Bridge currently being contested so far. But I feel like Raka X SAS versus Snowy Gaming, it's going to take some time before that fight proves out. On our screens, so Team Ultra Esports. And we've got a doppelganger from one of our players from Orangutan. We have another AKOP. His performance certainly not worthy of that drag in the last one, but hopefully he performs in the future.
Hopefully, but as of now, they're going to be taking the circle. They need to make a rough terrain all the way to far west as well, considering the fact that the majority of teams has been docking onto the east side of this approach. So drop spots, pretty much uncertain yet for some of these teams, but I know for a fact that WSB is going to be one of those teams that hurt the most. Same can be said for Veer, but inside Georgia Bowl, look at this. Sorry, this is not Georgia Bowl. This is actually all the way in Sonovka's military base. Wow, this is pretty far away. Huh, next level, all the way to the southwest corner. I was surprised they actually went here to loot instead of being inside military base.
Yeah, I mean,
this is such an off angle.
Off angle, off position, and of course they just make their life even more difficult because look at how much they will have to rotate. Even though the course of their route is quite comfortable, they will have to just embark on their vehicles and head straight on towards the circle. But apart from that, the only problem is they are going to be burning through their meds, and it seems like they don't really have a lot. I just saw one first aid kit on one of those players. So yeah, a little bit of a questionable decision right there.
It's so weird to be so far off angle. I thought for a second that was Ferry Pier, and I was like, wait, that's not Novo, that's not Ferry Pier. That's all the way southwest of military base, which is outside of military base. So very surprised to see that decision. Hopefully they are going to be able to escape someone. But for now, One Piece, they are going to be taking a little bit of pit stops here to try and stock up some meds and utilities a little bit far off from the next phase zone. Open Challengers Esports also wraps up their fight with WSB, but they also have to scuttle into the next phase of the zone as of yet.
I mean, if you're talking about open challenges, I think they were extremely lucky to find a couple of those picks from WSB right off the get-go itself. That was never a fight that WSB intended to take, but kudos to open challenges. They get themselves 2 frags. Look at the migration season happening, though. From the right-hand side of the map, a majority of these teams are going to be forced into their vehicles, and on towards the eastern edge of the circle, you've got 3 teams lining up already. Demotivate, Unstoppables, as well as Team Python.
This is my first time seeing Stage 2 with a majority of teams still outside the zone.
Yeah.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I'm doing math right here on the desk, but that's at least 9 to 10 teams still outside the zone with very, very limited loots. Whereas teams in the center, we've got already only 2, 3 teams.
That's because of the fact that majority of these teams, they dropped into a cluster. And to disengage from the cluster without actually giving away casualties, it does take time to find those exit points, to find those vehicles, and to go on to their merry way. You know, just like fights take time to actually disengage, you need that mediator right there. It seems like the circle is being the mediator right now, drawing everyone towards it. Supernova Kashmir, one of the teams who found themselves the positions of the Georgia Pole region, need to perform like a supernova.
Well, speaking of supernovas, looks like my prediction is kind of right as well for today. We are going to be seeing even more urban warfare all the way in Georgia Pole. We might see it collapse on the South George, maybe even North George here. So teams are going to be expecting to try and hold down the fort for as long as they can. And Supernova Kashmir is going to be one of those forces that dictates this fight on the western shorelines. I think Ragnar barely catches a glimpse on those rotations coming from Hyper Esports.
Yes.
But I don't think he actually spot them. So Hyper Esports might be playing on the shorelines for now. Playing a little bit stalemate. But Supernova Kashmir is going to be expecting some real serious heat from the south side as well. Even Raka SAS is going to be trading towards Godka. Might be colliding into them very, very soon as well.
You mentioned how Supernova's position was actually pretty good. I feel like that is one of the riskiest positions because it lies completely on the outskirts of Georgopol, and that is where invasion begins. So many teams rotating in from the south side. You mentioned Hyper Esports, you mentioned Raka X, SAS as well. All these teams, their first pit stop are going to be those compounds where Team Supernova Kashmir is currently holding. It's going to be a little difficult for them to keep that position up, but hopefully they manage to do so. For now though, Raka X, SAS, they're going to find these compounds for themselves right at the edge of the circle, and they would rather be safe than be fierced against the rest of the competition.
Hey, it's only stage 2. Maybe the circle might be shifting down towards the mountain again. It might be very, very possible. North George seems to be a little bit unlikely in terms of the overall circle. But as of yet, the next level, team next level, still finally exits military base, does have a decent amount of meds, but it is stage 2 and the zone is about to shift to stage 3. This is gonna hurt a lot more for the team next level if they do not get into the next phase of zone, and hopefully it is gonna be a close one as well. And I think they're out of gas, but as of now, on screen, over challenges, they went in for a crash, and Supernova Kashmir is able to get one down low. Not easy, getting knocked off as of yet.
Yep, it's just one player. That is going to be Ritik, who still survives. But now look at this, inside of that Waban house. 3 players up against 1. For Ritik, it's going to be a monumental task to actually clutch it out, especially with so much throwables being charged at him. Look at that 1-2 setup already. They want to flush him out of that region, but looking to trade him as well. Shots being taken, position acquired. The first shot connect, the second headshot is there. Ritik wants to capitalize on this. He finds 2 right on target as Supernova Kashmir. They are derailing, but Ritik quite low on HP. He cannot miss a single pellet from the shotgun, but he finally makes a fall. Open challenges, needs to give it away, but what a valiant effort it was, IC.
Oh, they tried their best, but eventually Supernova Kashmir was able to hold on, but blunders has been made. But fortunately for them, they do have this compound secured, so they are going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, a little bit of blunder coming from open challengers, because one of them actually got a self-knock on the nade to start things off in this fight, which is very, very unfortunate. Gave Janib that easy finish in the hand. So Supernova Kashmir will still somewhat hold on in this compound.
Yeah.
The next phase of the zone is actually going to be shifting down towards South George. And in this case, even teams like Team Jameer is going to be forced to swim under the water, and he is going to drown to death.
I mean,
Team Gibran out. Unfortunately.
We've actually spent 13 minutes inside of the game and still 14 teams are alive. I see this is definitely very surprising to me. But of course, no surprises considering majority of that zone is still underwater. We saw a couple of those fishes swimming in the sea, but it seems like the fishing rods are prepared here as well. Supernova Kashmir, shots being taken. Ocean 13, extremely risky rotation, but they find themselves right next to Hyper.
Hyper, we're going to be stalking all the way through, but look at this. The south side got a hovercraft going his way. The next level is going to be smoking up, but guess who's making the next level plays right now? Seems like a big name for Snowy Frenzy Esports is going to wipe them down as they get out so much information using the hovercraft. Team next level, there's nothing much they can really do about it here. It seems like he's just mowing them all down, checking inch by inch, and eventually they find Ritesh. But at the same time, no, he stole the hovercraft! He stole the hovercraft!
I love this! I love this! If you can actually pull off something brilliant over here, this will be next level, truly living up to his name.
My goodness.
But this strategy actually lashes back at Ansh because he was left without any support inside of that compound. Ronin, OP, what is that IQ, my friend?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, at this point SG is like, where on earth is this man surviving? You can't even see inside of these. This is next level, bro.
Wait. They might try to take it as well. They tried to get on the board, but it doesn't work, and they're gonna get out. And now Ronin is gonna try to run out of it as well, but the hovercraft is about to explode. The next level play not working out. WSB looking to teleport and take him out instead. They lose the hovercraft from Snowy Frenzy Esports, but What a next level play, man.
What an entertaining game so far. I absolutely loved it. But so far, there is going to be Snowy Frenzy in contestation against WSB. From the shorelines, of course, shots have been taken. WSB marking their position already. But I believe they are ready to take the risk. Anybody who decides to charge in at them, they will be traversing through extremely open lands. And that allows WSB time to spray them down on towards the George Bull Bridge. It's going to be One Piece Skybot with that risky rotation, drawing Kira's attention. Real has been taken down because Sensei Boy was extremely lethal over there. And One Piece, it seems like they are being picked apart in pieces right now, I see.
Well, they are the furthest away from the zone. Sour Esports finds a couple of finishes themselves. They've got 5 in total, and they are going to be gatekeeping everyone from north before they push into next phase of the zone. And as of yet, for some reason, you brought up WSB Gaming. They started their journey with 2 players. And guess what? There's still 2 men heading, surviving, and they're still inside the zone. And on screen right now, One Piece believing that he will be able to make this out alive. Sour has got everything surrounded, but I don't think they spot him. Just barely a pixel, believe. B-hopping his way through. I think he sees a small little pixel. But Rock Lee barely misses his sight as well. But with the zone coming in, he's about to go in as well. Sour Esports, they need to make the call here.
It's going to be a domino effect. If Sour Esports, they actually disengage and move away from this region, maybe there will be an opportunity for Belief to catch up. But to move 350 odd meters on foot, that is going to be requiring enormous amount of meds, especially when the damage is high. This is stage 4, mind you. He is looking to traverse though. He is looking to actually go in the far fray. But yeah, it's actually too far.
He's got 1 bandage, you know. Hopefully he's going to be okay, but I don't think he's going to be able to survive that. Meanwhile, Sour Esports, they make it towards the next phase of the zone. And guess what? In the hospital, we have Team Unstoppable. Or in this case, We Unstoppable. Seems to be gatekeeping the hospital. No medics provided in this facility, Sensei. Does have 1 med kit, but aside from that, it seems like they do see a little bit of room to actually rotate in. Hospital is not going to be the great place to be in as well.
Yeah.
Python also going to be holding down the fort. They are going to be repositioning themselves. WSB, they had 2 men out in the open, and here it comes. Snowy Frenzy Esports going to be replicating what they did from the previous run. And Dharan Raj does have advantage. He's going to try going for the sprays. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to get any sort of connections right for now.
Tag team effort coming in from Raka x SAS. Joker was the one who actually found a knock on towards SG Snowy Gaming. It seems like now it's going to be the strike. Wait, how on earth did he manage to survive that? I have no clue. Dhanraj facing the vehicle, but still going in strong. Now it's time for the shotgun battle, but he has nothing. The Scar L and the DP28, not ideal weaponry to take on this fight, but it seems like he's going to find Jord IGL. He's going to engulf on him as well. The smokes protect his comrade. Ozuopi still down on his knees as Snowy Gaming. It seems like they themselves are looking to strengthen their fort as of now. Raka x SAS, it was a tag team coming in from them which helped WSB with a lifeline, but it seems like Raka want to snatch that lifeline away they themselves.
Exactly, and as of yet, Raka SAS has been saving their lives for the longest time, but WSB, look at this, they have out of meds, they don't really have a lot to work with, and Snowy Frenzy, they've overcommitted 2 guys, and they choose to back off right now, so that's going to be them disengaging, and fortunately for them, they do have some repair kits here to try and stock up those vehicles and repair it for this next upcoming push. So this is a smart call to cut their losses, but eventually, the damage has been done. Now, look at the zone. We do see 1 guy in the ocean. I'm not sure if Daddy is going to be able to make it out, but if he times this right, people might not realize he's going to be coming from the ocean.
I mean, even if he doesn't make it, at least we can celebrate saying, fish in the sea! I love fishes. I absolutely do.
Well, I like sushi. And in this case, are we going to see some sushi right now? On
For that, Daddy needs to be cooked. Well. Talk about Hyper Esports. The best positioning inside the circle, compounds found as well. They know where the players are going to pop off from. Oceans, you're going to feel bad for them, don't you, IC?
Well, I don't know about Oceans, man. In this case, I like them raw. But speaking of cooking their way through, Ocean going to be stucking right at the edge. They're setting out a couple of smokes in, but Hyper Esports has got them completely pinned, and they've got 2 vehicles to work with. Do they commit? Because right now, Kane to try and bait out some shots, and he is going to try and lead the charge as well. Abu going to be taking the better vehicle with the buggy to try and follow and trail their way through, but seems like they are going to go for a rough push. Shots are being shot across the map, but no connection so far, and somehow Ocean 13 official somehow holds on, and guess what? They will find a small little bunker that they work with, but the bunker is also exposed by every single one, and Abu force the prone out in the open instead.
How on earth is Ocean 13 making rotation like this possible? The man in the pillion seat is so exposed, but still they managed to escape so many shots being taken at them from every single side. At least though, they're right at the center of the zone, which means the smokes are gonna gather so much attention. Well, for you, I believe Daddy now has finally been cooked. So you well may say that yes, now you can have those socials.
Well, I like a raw, but it's all good. But at the same time,
I know.
Hyper Esports currently does find a very, very nice column of finishes. They've got 9 in themselves. They've got a decent compound from the northwest corner. They will be able to pick a lot of people who's trying to rotate in. But the question here is, will the circle shift to this facility or up the mountain? Because as of yet, they have full control of the northwest. WSB still somehow surviving this fight. But guess what? Right on screen now, the team that has salvaged their losses from the previous fight is alive, and they're looking to try and push up further. Snowy Frenzy knows that WSB is still lying down there, but just can't seem to find him at all.
Absolutely can't. KC Gamer, he is waiting for that opportunity to pounce on. Couple of those players from Sour Gaming will be spotted, but he's still hesitant in taking those shots. The circle deviates more towards the shorelines. We are heading for a beach day, ladies and gentlemen. And Team Hyper Esports, I believe they're going to be the happiest out of the lot, along with Raka X SS, who's also find some nice little compounds for themselves.
The question here is, can they hold down the fort? Because RB from Hyper Esports is a little bit spread off. They will get some sort of information, but these are the two major teams that every single one needs to face off before they push in. And while they're having that as well, Sour Esports also going to be looking to try and capitalize on this situation when teams try and rotate in. Except for Uzu though, there's nothing much he can do. He's just going to be one with nature. And guess what? He actually got scouted out by Hyper Esports. Oh boy, his vehicle is going to be exposed as well. Uzu, no more meds. Nothing for you, brother. As Light tried to take a couple of jab shots in, but with the smokes, he is going to mask his presence temporarily, but without tires, it will eventually fall later on.
Yeah, I think with that smoke, it makes his presence even more obvious for Hyper Esports. Nonetheless, shots will be taken. Beautiful stuff so far inside this game. There's 9 eliminations being racked up by this team. Look at that. The final dash from WSB comes through, but Uzo is going to meet his makers as Abhi finds that frag on the other side. One of the rarest phenomenons of Ocean 13 still staying alive. Right up top, you've got We Unstoppables who are currently being stopped, and they have no clue that they've got an opposition right up front. Well, why? They are dealing with pressure coming in from Sour Esports, and then joining the fray is going to be Python as well.
Oh boy, Python's going to be going for a crash as well, and Ocean 13, they're looking to third party, but wrong timing. Guess what? They're going to be caught in the crosshairs of both teams instead, and Python gets the knock on Abu. And now, We Unstoppables gets a temporary solace to actually go in for the reset while Python Esports continues this fight. They're getting shot from afar. Maglubot looking for a couple of picks, but unfortunately doesn't seem to find them. Python Esports gobbles them up, but it is such an absolute chaos on top of this mountain, and they need this resets. Python gets a little bit of smokes here coming from Skylar, but it's not gonna be good enough because Hyper Esports joins in the fray, and they are gonna be dropping nades after nades. They're all gonna get completely pinned in this fight, Salty.
The airstrike comes through from Hyper as Light makes his way towards the flank. It seems like Abhi wants to rack up on that finish number, and his next prey is gonna be We Unstoppables. How beautiful it would feel to actually stop an immovable rock at this point. They have been surviving for a while. They have been uncontested for a while. But Hyper Esports, they don't really care. They keep on peppering in with those nades, try and mask their presence with the smoke itself. The trajectory is going to give out the position of one of those players. Chokeboy waiting for Trade Fire and company as Hyper Esports. Chokeboy spots out the lad. Sunnam gets taken down. Hyper Esports, they rack up double digits, 13 eliminations. Python Esports is also going to bite the dust. It's the momentum for Hyper Esports which keep it going, and it does not seem to stop, IC.
Oh, they found another one as well. 14 finishes in total. This is a big run coming from Hyper Esports, and guess what? They are 3-man strong, but they're not in contention for winner chicken dinner yet. As I've got, you see the zone is so far off, and Sour seems to be looking for their second chicken dinner potentially here. In this case, very consistent run from them down towards the final 4. And Sour Esports seems to be in the best possible position with 4 men alive. Odds are in their favor, but it comes down to who will shut them down. In this case, SAS going to be taking pot shots on towards Hyper Esports. Abi going to be stuck in that rock. Will the neck connect? Looks good. Nanu, just a little bit of pixel off, just about 5 to 50 meters. A pretty big range there, but he has the right idea. But for now, he's going to be A-okay. They are still inside the zone.
At least he's out of range from Raka X SS, and the nades. Nanu will keep him marked though. Cannot move about, cannot kind of go about his usual shenanigans as light falls back. Hyper Esports, they need another entry inside the circle. They want to retain this height advantage for as long as they possibly can to delay the push, but it seems like Chokeboy, he's had enough. Now he wants to full send it in. Does he want to crash land against Raka XSS is the question. No, he actually lands it in a pit stop right behind the tree. Not good, because the smoke is gonna make it obvious. Sprays from Raka XSS might take him down with the vehicle explosion. Look at that, his friend is gonna fall. Light being scuffed up as well. Raka XSAS, in fact, it's just one lad coffin going extremely strong with 5 eliminations. But how long will he be able to pull through?
Oh my goodness, this 2-man coming from Raka is just holding down the fort against every single one. They've got the compound, and it's just absolutely phenomenal coming from them. And as of yet, they're still getting the compound. It's not looking good enough for them.
Yeah, not so good as of yet. Hyper Esports, the Chokeboy and BWNL, their position is probably the riskiest out of all, but if they can manage to hold it, I believe they will be very, very safe as of yet. Snowy X Frenzy though, from the backline, their position has been marked. Sour Esports want to mark it down, want to double down with the nade itself. Does not connect, a little bit of splash damage, but I still believe Sour Esports have enormous map control to dictate this final stretch of the game.
They've got so much nades as well. This is not looking good for Snowy Frenzy. And it seems to me they've lose one vehicle. They still have some buggy to work with, but they need to push down. And the ones that are going to be stopping them here is going to be Raka, who's inside the building, but they're not looking in their direction. So this may be a little bit of opening for Snowy Frenzy to push down. But as soon as that happen, Sour Esports is going to capitalize on this as well. They've got the man advantage. They're not inside the zone. And eventually, everybody is just waiting for somebody to move. As the zone closes in, Sour Esports is going to take a couple pot shots at Hyper through the smoke. Can't find the opening, but eventually Hyper is losing members left, right, front, and center.
Patient game coming in from Snowy Gaming as of yet. They want Sour Esports to actually make the move. They want Sour Esports to go behind a couple of those lads from Raka Esports. And once they do that, the distraction that will be caused will allow Snowy Gaming to make their run inside of the circle as well. But it seems like they themselves have been spotted. Shots from Sour Esports do come through, which result in a couple of them being connected. One of their players was extremely low on HP, but it seems like Hyper Esports, they're the ones who have been marking down Sour Esports, preventing them from entering the circle. I see this is an extremely sweaty circle that we are getting to see, but this is also the last one, because after this, the zone closes out.
Completely as well. Sour taking a couple shots in. Abi was able to get a couple connections in, but it's still stuck in this rock, and this rock is so difficult to push. But it seems to me Sour has made the call. They are going to try and rush in as well to try and take him out. Not looking good for Hyper Esports now. Abi completely lushed in. He's dropped the Molotov, trying to zone him out. He's going to try and kite his way through it. Guess what? He's not going to be able to survive this. Meanwhile, Sour, they collapse onto them. For some reason, they're able to hold down. And Nanu now finally take a couple shots in, but it's a little bit too late. Sour will completely overrun the lobby now. And here comes the rush inside the house. What a flick from Nanu!
What a flick it was! Raka X SAS, they're going in strong. It's the first frag coming in from Nanu, but he's looking for more. But it seems like Sour Esports, their run has been stopped dead in their tracks. Look at that vast open space. The buggy gets shot down. Nanu prepares to cook up his nade, but it seems like it's a little too late. Best one player still holds on to the backlines. Needs to find Kira before he takes that 1v1 duel. But amidst all of this chaos, it's Snowy Gaming X Frenzy who have been the biggest benefiters. Look at this. Even Sour Esports, they are thinking this through.
Oh boy, Sour 2 versus 1 situation. They managed to pick up one, so it's still a 3 versus 1. They have to play spoilers, but Nanu inside the house means that they need to find a get an opening here, but nades connect outside. Doesn't seem to be able to finish it, but at the same time, the rest of the members, they get taken down. Sour actually cleans out the lobby in his final chicken dinner. What a way to close things out.
I mean, good game in the first occasion, good game in the second, and of course, Sour Esports keeping up that consistency. The chicken dinner to close out the day. And I have been feeling it. I feel like Shore Hyper Esports were probably the most technical team inside of this lobby, but Sour Esports have been the most cunning.
Yeah, they were just very, very patient, right? The moment they saw an opportunity, they waited for them to actually get routine down, and then they went in for the pounce. So I would say when the lion is as strong as his health, and if everybody is weak, that's the perfect time to pounce.
Well, certainly, right? But even for Snowy Gaming, as a matter of fact, they managed to find the second position out of all of those teams. And I think it is a good job coming in because you get a lot more position points. You've racked up 6 position points without really doing the hard work. I called it during the play as well. I felt it was a game of patience. Sour Esports were supposed to be the one who has to make the move. And if Snowy Gaming can find the timing, they can actually survive.
Yep, they still got the top 2 as well, considering the fact that they had a little bit run in with WSB, which caused them to actually lose 2 members. So I would say some placement points for them. WSB also did pretty okay, considering the fact that they started the entire game with 2 men. So I'm not too sure if it's enough points, but I'm pretty sure that WSB might not be able to retain its 7th position right now.
Potentially, yes. They haven't done a lot, to be honest, in the course of the 3 games. We expected a lot more, but that's fine. At least this game delivered more than the expectations could. It was a pretty funny game, to be honest. We got to see some amazing moments, especially the one where you saw that Daddy FTW as well out in the sea. I believe had he actually survived till the top 3, maybe potentially getting the podium finish, it would have been a play and a half.
Hey, you talk about funny moments. You know what's really funny? The next level play coming in towards the hovercraft, because stealing that hovercraft and buying a little bit of time but still almost getting away. Well, almost is an understatement here because he didn't get away at all. But now, in case you missed out on action, this is going to be the highlights coming in on screen. As you can see, Hyper Esports were completely dominating the entire lobby from the northwest quadrant inside this compound.
I still can't get over the fact that Ronin OP got into somebody else's hovercraft, left his teammate in disarray over there. He could not actually do anything. I'm speaking of Ansh. But well, talk about this though. Python Esports, they had a valiant effort. But then when Hyper charges through, when you know that it's a full send-in coming in from Hyper, there's barely anything that you can potentially try and stop them in their tracks because they are a hype train.
Yeah, even then as well, Hyper Esports, they did so much finishes in this round. Even though they finished around top 4, I'm pretty sure they are still in the top of the standings. So overall points because of the amount of finishes they got. Sour Esports very consistent in all 3 games. Maybe first game a little bit low, they had some run-ins, but Miramar and also Ergil, they did really, really well. So that's a big game coming from Sour Esports.
Well, my memory is sort of weak, but if it serves me right, then Sour Esports, they got themselves a top 2 or top 3 in Miramar as well. We will discuss all about that a little while later, but fortunately, at least for WSB, now they know what the lobby looks like, what the pace of the lobby is going to be like. When they come back tomorrow, I believe aggression has to be the way to go about. Yes, their positioning is right. Yes, their rotations have been going pretty well, but I don't think that has been gaining them a lot of points.
Well, speaking of points, but all things considered, 3 matches has been over so far, and I feel like in this kind of scenarios, everything needs to take into consideration the fact that they need to have the perfect device to actually execute their plans. In this case, what more can you get but the realme P3 Pro 5G, our sponsors, who is here to give you the best experience and redefine gaming performances out there with the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay. Don't you agree, Salty?
I mean, for sure, you've got a powerful chipset under the hood as well. Great sampling rate, great touch response, and again, you've got amazing battery life. Look at that sticker right that is popping right in front of your screens right now. The instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, that is the highest in segment, and it makes touch feel buttery smooth so that you actually feel that you are inside that game. There are some additional modes as well. You talk about GT boost to try and improve performance and a lot more. What do you need to do to check this device out? You need to go onto Flipkart and search Realme P3 Pro 5G. But coming back into the conversation again, I see, know your thoughts. WSB, we were talking about them. Tomorrow, what should be their game plan?
They need to have a little bit more confidence in taking fights here because at the same time, I feel like it's a little bit unlucky for Beast in that third map here. As soon as he dropped, he actually got ran over by a car, which is very, very unfortunate. But right now, in terms of macro decision, WSB has got it down. It's just that execution and communication is something that they're very, very lucky. Maybe it might be luck from Circle, it might be firepower or something like that. But all in general, all the games of WSB, they've got center circle, but it's just that they were lacking in terms of confidence to take fights, which is one of the downfalls, in my opinion, for WSB.
Even in this game as well, you look at the way WSB positioned themselves along the shorelines. They did not really have a lot of trouble in the initial phases, but as soon as the final circle came through, teams coming in from multiple directions, all of a sudden you're like, wait, I do not have any piece of cover. My only piece of cover is my blown up vehicle, and my blown up vehicle was my last resort to get inside the circle. What do I do? So unfortunate situations have been, WSB has been facing those, but I feel like if they have been taking those firefights, I believe they could have at least garnered those finish eliminations, keeping them afloat, up with the rest of the competition.
It just shows you how strong a compound provides, right? Like, it provides enough cover for you to hide those vehicles, it provides enough cover for you to limit your utilities, because if you are out in open, if you aren't going to be picking up your teammates who's knocked, you have to commit your smokes, and that's something that you need to save up for the later stage game. You saw how Hyper was able to play in the final zone, right? Technically, they weren't out open, but there's at least 3 to 4 minutes of them just constantly re-smoking and buying enough time, even though they did not get the chicken dinner, but it bought them enough time to actually get like 2 or 3 more finishes on top of what they already have. So I would say it is a big run coming for Hyper Esports. But for teams like Raka SAS, I don't know how they did it, but it was a 2-man hold inside the house and nobody actually realized it was actually a 2-man, and they fought their way with neck and tooth as if it was a 4-man army shooting everyone, and because of that it gave them so much space and so much positional points.
I'm highly impressed with Coffin and his performance so far, because once again he comes up with like 5 or 6 eliminations all by himself. Even Nanu, as a matter of fact, that man had no elimination, all of a sudden just switches 180 degree to find that flick. That was insane, right, with that invasion coming through. So I feel like they've got amazing potential. Raka x SAS, I believe they will be battling for the #1 spot. Might actually be taking it away as well because of their consistency. What do you think, though?
It might be close. It might be somewhere around top 2, top 3, but I still think Sour should be #1.
Alright.
It should be #1
Rightfully.
because they got the chicken dinner, but I might be wrong. Because as of now, I'm curious to see who actually is the MVP, because we saw a lot of finishes coming from Hyper Esports, and I'm hoping it is going to be the guys coming from Hyper Esports, because now onto the screen is going to be the MVP for that match.
Abhi. Has to be Abhi.
Yes,
I am 100% sure it will be Abhi. Wait a second. Hold on to your horses. Do we do the drum roll? Do we do the drum roll? Who is it? It is Abhi WNL with 7 finishes, 1005 points of damage, 4 assists, and 1 headshot to actually solidify. And this man, it's not just him. I mean, credits to the rest of the team as well. They were backing him up like a pack of wolves. But this man was certainly the alpha wolf out of all of them.
I agree. Hyper Esports definitely had one of the biggest run as well, and joining him on the top 5 overall finishes here is also going to be his members from, well, Chokeboy also getting 4 finishes, but we also have rival Raka x SAS with 5 finishes here, Coffin, Hunter with 4, we have Rigor with 4 finishes as well from Sour. Even though Sour may have gotten the overall chicken dinner, but these other 4 players were the major factors on shifting everybody outside the zone with a very, very annoying place to be in, especially in the final few stages of the zone.
The playstyle was extremely annoying as well, constantly trying to push down those late entrants inside the circle. Look at that, the longest finish, of course, coming in from Light OG, 331 meters, 5 grenade eliminations, and 173 smokes were used in this match. One of the highs that we've seen so far, especially today, but we shift our focus to the point standing. Sour Esports, what a run, what a consistency. 20 points secured from this match. Hyper Esports closely following by 15 eliminations. That is nuts.
Agreed. And Raka X SAS Esports as well, even though they were two-men fighting for near deck and left, they've got 6 finishes, but because of how they position themselves in that situation, they were able to get themselves 11 points. Snowy Frenzy Esports also getting 10 points as well, but aside from those teams right there, I'm curious to see how the teams at the bottom looks like here. Gibran, they had a very, very good run in the first game there, but Game 2, Game 3 seems like they've never really recovered here based on this position as well. So this is going to put them in a very, very awkward situation in the overall standings, especially for teams in the bottom 8.
Well, talking about the overall standings, so this is dicey. We talked about tight competition. It seems like Sour Esports have actually broke open that barrier. 46 points for them. An enormous lead over Snowy Frenzy Esports, who are tied up with Raka X SAS at 32 points for that second and third place. 23 for Team Next Level. There's again a big gap coming through. Hyper Esports with 22. Team Ultra Esports, Team Unstoppable with 18 and 17 points. WSB IC has actually been pushed past that 7th point mark. 17 points for them, not enough, but look at that competition. This is where things actually get extremely sweaty. Gibran, Python, One Piece, Demotivate, everyone is closely following tail.
Well, speaking of the bottom half here, it seems to be a very, very unluckily bad run here coming from Clear Esports and Ocean. Those officials, right? Considering that they had a great run from round 1. This game completely destroyed. And I'm curious to see if any of the casters on this, especially from Group 4, it seems to be a very, very split decision between everyone here. If anyone got their predictions right on making it to the top 8.
It would have been very difficult, honestly, and I will not blame anyone if they don't match it right. Crip, Sardarji with Ocean 13 failed. Me and Ravan with Veer absolutely failed. Gibran from Games to Tech failed. Maisie!
Okay, only Maisie got it.
Hyper Esports. Wow.
Okay, only Maisie kind of got it though.
The one person who's supposed to have all his predictions deemed wrong is the one who is standing tall. Wow.
I know, right? Like, I would have gotten it right if WSB had like one more point. He's like 7 and 8 plays, but still, it's close. It's very close.
Don't make it any better. Your prediction was also just as bad, WSB, to be honest. It was the safest pick from the group itself, but WSB absolutely derailed. But that is fine. That is all plays and funs and games. Of course, we do have that on the desk. I love our little bit of competition going on between the Hindi talents and the English talents. We'll have to find out who actually won today as well. But coming back to topic, it seems like this group, aside from Sour Esports, everyone is still hanging by a thread. What are your thoughts on that?
To be honest, I think WSB has got to be the biggest one that really, really struggled the most here.
Yep.
Because Beast is the guy that you are looking forward to actually perform from inside WSB. But every single time, even in the grind stages as well, he somehow dies in the most unfortunate and unlucky way. And because of that, it resulted in them just going for fallback plan, and second plan, backup strategies, and then eventually lead to where they are right now.
Well, it seems like today WSB kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed, but there are only 2. So luckily for them, tomorrow if they wake up the other side, it will be the right side of the bed. Hopefully they make a comeback on this group. Hopefully they actually continue their run inside of realme BGIS, the grind 2025 as well. But my name is Faulty. Joining alongside with me was IC Baby. You guys know it. Tomorrow we're going to be continuing the journey with the group 3 and 4, the last 2 days to seal the fate of all the 32 teams that are playing. But for tonight, it's me bidding you goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time. For now, it's a goodbye. Bye-bye.